as you say, Illawarra Hawks have had one positive. That's how the Breakers started, with one, and now they've got 9. This is in their wider group, which includes staff, family members. They've got 39 people in total as part of what they classify as their
I don't think the whole season will, but
they've now got 9
as you say, Illawarra Hawks have had one positive.
That's how the Breakers players and now one of those may have recovered by the sounds of it.
I don't think the whole season will,
because of course we're not
as you say,
people other than those that are happy to be identified for obvious reasons. So that Illawarra outbreak, as you say, their game yesterday, their final pre-season game, was called off because they have one player that has tested positive, but we're still waiting to hear whether that could grow. So will they postpone the whole season? They won't want to. And will they postpone the Breakers game? They won't want to do that either, but they will if they have to. So it's a matter of, I guess, kind of a threshold. If it's perceived that the Breakers, it's more or less unfair to ask them to take the court next Saturday. I don't think they'll have any choice but to postpone it. But by doing so, Rick, they set a dangerous precedent, and this will apply to the Football League. It will apply to the NRL when it gets up and running. If you postpone a game because of, say, 1 or 2 or even 3 cases, you then set the precedent that if that happens in another team, you're going to have to postpone their game. So this will be what the NBL is thinking, and it's notable we've heard nothing from them on this yet, because they won't be wanting to make to set that precedent basically until they really have to. So it's an invidious position for the NBL. The league's already been delayed, I think, a month and a half. It's supposed to start in October, now starting early December. So they won't want to they definitely won't want to put the whole season back, but they won't want to postpone any games unless they really feel they have to. So it's kind of a waiting game, but you've got to think with the league starting next Friday, the Breakers are down to play Saturday, and we'll keep a watching brief on the Illawarra Hawks as well. You've got to think, it's only fair to fans, to teams concerned, to everybody, that you've got to, if you are going to postpone, you have to do it sooner rather than later, maybe 4 or 5 days out sort of thing. So it'll have to happen in the next couple of days, I believe, Rick. But I think that the Breakers might find they're asked to play. If you've got 10 or 11 guys that are fit and healthy, I think you're just going to have to wear it, because as we've seen in the NBA, 1 or 2 guys go down, life goes on. They don't stop games for 1 or 2 players, and they're really reluctant to stop games really for multiple cases, because it's almost seen as part of life now. You're having to exist around this pandemic, around this virus. So yeah, I would expect the Breakers will be asked to, but you never know. They did it tough last year. And if the NBL has got a hysteric of kind of empathy or decency, you've got to be thinking of giving the Breakers, every chance to be kind of fit and healthy, because of what they went through last year, of course, with all those, I think the first 29 games are on the road in Australia, so tough for everybody all round, but particularly for the Breakers.
Yeah, very much so, mate, very much so. Hey, if the Breakers do play on Saturday and Dan Shamir is not cleared to be courtside, how is that going to work? Who is going to be making the calls, or is there going to be somebody holding a laptop with a Zoom link open on courtside? No,
they're fine. Modi Mayor, Dan's offside, the very kind of extrovert, the guy you always see. Dan's the cool, calm, collected one, and Modi's the very much wears his heart on his sleeve. He's a great character. Look at him, really good coach. He's coached in the Israel League at a high level. He's been Dan's offsider at a number of gigs. He's very capable of taking the reins. So it's not so much that they wouldn't have someone able to run the team, but I think it's the combination effect of being, by the sounds of it, down 1 or 2 key players, and that will become apparent, obviously, if the game goes ahead. Who's not there, we're going to know. They're the ones that had COVID. So you're down 1 or 2 starters, 1 or 2 regular rotation players. Then you're down your head coach, who is a guy that everyone looks to. He's a excellent coach. He runs a tight ship. So it's a lot of factors that are starting to add up. So it's got to be a tough start for them, and they've already had it tough, as I touched on. They only got 3 of their 4 pre-season games in, with their 4th having to be cancelled, and they hit the court so late compared to everyone else coming out of the Auckland lockdown that it kind of started being on the 8 ball. And on top of that, about 5 new faces in this group. They're trying to knit together into a team. So, if you're a Breakers fan, my message, Rick, would be stay patient, because they've got a pretty useful team. They showed that those last 2 pre-season games. I think you're going to have some fun supporting them this year. I think they're going to be a fun team to watch. They're going to be competitive, but I don't think we're going to see them at their best. Certainly week 1 or 2 of the season, they're going to start behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, all right, good stuff, Mark. Hey, thanks very much, mate, for coming on, and we'll catch up with you again soon. Looking forward to that basketball season getting underway and what that's going to look like.
Yeah, I just hope the Breakers can somehow find a way to start as well as the Phoenix have in Yorko, because what a great start to their season they've made. And I watched a bit of that game replay this morning, and that was, they're in the same boat. They're going over there having to play all those games in Australia. And, they've kind of got a just get on with it mentality, and that's what the Breakers have to do as well.
Yeah.
Your hand is what you're dealt. Get on with it and be competitive, and I'm sure that's what they'll be aiming to do. Thanks, Rick.
Cheers, mate. Mark Hinton there from stuff.co.nz. It is 14 away from 5 here on SENZ.
The Black Caps versus India, live on SENZ. All the action. All the analysis.
Forcing Ajaz Patel to just go a little bit more leg side, and then they're picking him off there too.
All the banter.
As soon as you introduce false teeth, you know it's going to be a good story, don't you?
Black Caps versus India. Back live tonight from 5 p.m. on SENZ with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates. Ambrosine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice.
Discover the power. The Lawnmaster Lithium Battery Share is the one battery to master all your gardening challenges. With the 40 volt and 58 volt range, you can use the battery across the mower, chainsaw, hedge trimmer, pole saw and leaf blower. Light, powerful, quiet and easy to use. And best of all, zero emissions. Steelfort, your only New Zealand owned outdoor power and garden specialist. Visit steelfort.co.nz to find your local dealer.
If you're a Kiwi racing fan, the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel by SENZ is for you. Whether it's hearing from legends of the industry on racing tales of the turf or keeping up with the current landscape on Breakfast with the Kiwis, you'll never leave without a gem to take away. Wherever you get your podcast, and of course in the SENZ app, make the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel priority listening today. By Kiwi racing fans, for Kiwi racing fans, with SENZ.
Christmas is on its way, and Copeland's have the hard work completed, so you can kick back, relax, and enjoy a hassle-free holiday season. Whether it's a personal present or a corporate gift, Copeland's have the right hamper for you. Send a Christmas food hamper with the best New Zealand bakery goodies, beautifully presented for a blissful holiday season. So shop online now at copelands.co.nz and get ready for a magical Christmas with Copeland's. Head to copelands.co.nz.
It was back around the time Ethereal was winning the Melbourne and Caulfield Cups that Garrard's Horse and Hound served their first customer. Now, after 20 plus years supplying specialty products to the equine and canine industries in New Zealand and Australia, Garrard's is a household name. Garrard's Horse and Hound guarantees expert advice, stocks the largest range, and promises great monthly specials. Equine, canine, feline. Garrard's in Christchurch, Pukekohe, Cambridge or horseandhound.com.au.
Read the label, take as directed, Sleep Drops Auckland.
Struggling to get proper shut-eye? Sleep Drops are New Zealand's only specialist range of sleep and stress support supplements. Sleep Drops products offer 100% natural support if you're having problems falling asleep, staying asleep, or experiencing tiredness and stress throughout the day. Award-winning products for all ages, lifestyle stages, and sleeping challenges. Try New Zealand's #1 selling sleep range. Visit sleepdrops.co.nz.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Mount Gay Eclipse or Jägermeister 1 litre or Tito's Vodka 750ml $46.99. Jack Daniels 1 litre or Hayman's or Woodford Reserve Bourbon 700ml $49.99. Jim Beam White Label 1.125 litre $39.99.
Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Hi,
Hi, Daniel McCarty here, broadcasting live from the glorious Wellington, where you can hear me on 7:11 a.m. Also, a shout out to my family listening in Dunedin on 12:06 a.m. You can hear SENZ right across New Zealand from Invercargill on 12:24 a.m. to Masterton on 91.1 FM to Tauranga on 8:73 a.m. Plus, download the SENZ app and listen anywhere, anytime. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Weekends are made for sport, and sport lives here. You're listening to SENZ.
From 5 here on SENZ, and I'm Ricardo Paul with you through till 5 o'clock. Of course, after 5 o'clock, day 4, test 1, Campore, Daniel McCarty, Richard Petrie, Jeremy Coney, Garth Galloway. Our SENZ cricket commentary team will join you. We will be bringing you live ball-by-ball coverage right through this 4th day, and looking forward to seeing how the Black Caps can roll the Indians. As we had Richard Petrie on earlier, actually part of the commentary team, saying, they really need to knock them over reasonably cheaply. You don't want to be chasing any more than 200, preferably slightly less. They've already got one through Kyle Jamieson, who is, of course, just absolutely on fire now. 50 test wickets. It's only taken him 9 tests. He's broken Shane Bond's record. Shane Bond was the quickest Kiwi to take 50 test wickets before. It took him 12 tests. Kyle Jamieson has done it in 9 tests. So good work, that man. I can tell you that the Central Stags have won their Dream 11 Super Smash match up against the Otago Volts. The Volts set them at 185 to win it. And the Stags, it sounds comfortable. They won it by 5 wickets in the end with an over to spare. But Dane Cleaver, what an innings. Dane Cleaver, 114 of 54 balls. Finished unbeaten. But there was a bit of squeaky bum time towards the end there. Tom Bruce replaced Greg Hay, who went out for 56. He was run out. And Tom Bruce came out and skied one, was caught. And then Leopard and Bracewell went in consecutive balls as well. There was a hat-trick ball at one point. It was all going inside. It was all happening in that last couple of overs. But, the Stags did enough to get home. They won it by 5. They probably could have won it by 7 or 8. But there you go. Well done to them. Enjoy your cricket. It is up next with the SENZ commentary team. Day 4 of the first test from Campore between the Black Caps and India.
The Good Oil was the place to get the good oil on Saturday, and the TAB Punters Club was the club to be part of.
Chips in here, we're all chips in on the 17. Oh, Samantha win. Take a bow for the boys and girls in the TAB Punters Club.
But Elizabeth Rose, well found, Bob Barnes and Taylor Walters. Be part of the Good Oil's TAB's Punters Club, only on SENZ.
G'day, Cameron Smith here. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the Matty and Mates podcast. It's Matty Johns chatting to his mates, talking rugby league.
Tommy Turbo, he scores. It was Cleary. It was Teddy. It was Turbo.
Plus a lot of things that have nothing to do with sport.
Brandy,
Matty,
what is that type of champagne you're drinking at the moment?
I know that. Let's not get carried away. And while you're there, subscribe to the Captain's Run. Get them both by downloading the SENZ app.
3 weeks, 4 locations, 5 events, 1 overall prize. This is Crankworx Summer Series NZ. This summer, the world-famous event will be unleashed Kiwi style. Crankworx is going on the ultimate mountain bike roadie to Queenstown, Wanaka and Alexandra. See the world's best compete with a grassroots vibe at 4 destinations around New Zealand's South Island. Don't miss Crankworx Summer Series NZ. Stop 2, Queenstown, December 3rd to the 5th. Tickets and info from crankworx.com.
Investing in property is not a hobby. You need to understand the business and have a tailored investment strategy from people you can trust. At Property Apprentice, we're independent financial advisors who won't just try to sell your property. We can help you to understand what you need in order to help you to achieve a stronger financial position for retirement. Come to a free event, text ticket to 268 or go to propertyapprentice.co.nz.
Hockey's little boy's taken the lead on row and pulls away to win the Guineas.
It takes special horses to win special races.
Mr. Rosser has to find Redoute's ditch. He lunges and wins.
And those special races give us special stallions.
Front, Super Set is flying. Alligator Blood stopping Super Set from the clouds. Super Set has put in a mighty lunge.
Super Set, the first Caulfield Guineas winner at stud in New Zealand in 3 decades. Standing at Waikato Stud.
Immunisation protects you and your community against infectious disease and can help safeguard future generations. That's why Chemist Warehouse is proud to be administering COVID-19 vaccines in selected stores across New Zealand. With plenty of spaces still available at the huge Sylvia Park store, now's the time to step up and roll up your sleeve. Whether booking your first or second dose, log on at bookmyvaccine.nz and secure your role in safeguarding all Kiwis from COVID-19. Chemist Warehouse NZ, Auckland.
Tradies and home service businesses. You could be saving up to 14 hours of paperwork a week with GeoNext. It's a job management app to help you create quotes, manage your schedule and jobs, send invoices, and get paid faster. All from one app. It's free to get started at trygeonext.com. Say goodbye paperwork, hello more free time. That's right, save time, save money, do heaps less paperwork. Get the job done with GeoNext and get started today for free. Go to trygeonext.com.
From New Zealand to Japan and everywhere in between, Beaver has seen it all.
Had won the one in Melbourne Cup trifecta, hadn't I? I wake up in the morning, $20 note, 2 $5 chips from the Hamilton Casino, and that was all she wrote. $3,500 gone on a Tuesday night in Hamilton. Young junior Donald will be known as Liam Donald, seen I've been a father figure to Liam Messam for a long, long time.
Find out exactly how Beaver sees it weekdays from 4 p.m, only on SENZ Drive.
This is Test Cricket on SENZ. New Zealand versus India. Ball-by-ball coverage, live right across the country.
With Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates, and Rosine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice.
Kia ora, good afternoon and welcome into SENZ's coverage of the 2 Test series between India and New Zealand. The 4th day is ahead of us from Kampoa. It wouldn't be possible with the support of our partners, Big Barrel, Big Range, Biggest Deals, and Rosine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. Day 3 was moving day for the home side. A fine effort with the ball saw India limit New Zealand to 296. A fine effort when you consider New Zealand at one stage were 151 without loss. But the tumble of New Zealand wickets saw India secure an important first innings lead, for which they have extended to 63 runs at stumps on day number 3. India 14 for the loss of 1 in their second innings. Agarwal is on 4, Pujara is on 9. They will be the 2 batsmen to resume in a couple of minutes' time. As we eye the start of day 4, conditions, well, as they have been throughout this test, rather pleasant. Currently sitting at 18 degrees, heading towards a high of 27. Humidity in the 80s, but dropping throughout, and no real sign of wind. We actually might see some clouds in the sky. It's been bright blue skies above, generally shrouded in smog for the morning sessions, but it's looking A-OK. No sign of any rain in the forecast. Former New Zealand Test captain Jeremy Coney is alongside myself, Daniel McCarty, for our first commentary stint. It's a very good afternoon to you, Jeremy. Moving day yesterday for India. If New Zealand have any dreams of still winning this test, they're probably going to have to do something quite spectacular in this opening session, I would think.
Yeah, afternoon, Daniel, and hello, everybody. The best way to not be confronted by a big 4th innings is try and remove India as quickly as they can. That's the first job, I think, that New Zealand will have uppermost in their mind. Who have been New Zealand's most incisive bowlers? That's very clear. Southee and Jameson. And to reinforce that, Daniel, I think, 1, they've got a new ball, 6 overs old. 2, they've got 2 new batsmen just restarting. 3, both these bowlers are fresh from a bit of a rest overnight. 4, they've both moved the ball in the air and from the surface than any other bowlers in the match. And wickets have fallen on the first session of each day in this game. So they are all decent reasons, backed up by figures in this match, that they should be the first 2 bowlers that Williamson goes to. If also, I think in the background of that, Daniel, just to finish it off, is if India do get a chance to declare or are comfortable with a total, it'll probably be in the third session today, in which case Southey and Jamieson will be able to rest up and won't be required from then on in the match in terms of bowling. So that's a kind of a little summary about how should New Zealand approach this, particularly the first hour and a half, in my opinion.
Thoughts of Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand Test captain, who alongside Richie Petrie providing expert analysis throughout this Test. Garth Galloway joining our commentary team as well. We are set for day number 4, session number 1, Green Park Stadium in Kampur in the northern reaches of the subcontinent. Kyle Jamieson has the ball in hand. Well, it took him one ball in this innings to get into the wicket column. A beauty first up. Got rid of Shubman Gill, bowled for just one. Here's 1 for 8. Bowling 2 overs. We got very late and dark, and Spinner had to bowl the last over. And he starts, well, with a very wayward one down the leg side. Not what you want to see first up. A real loosener that one was.
Very similar, and reminds me of the second morning, wasn't it, when Jamieson just lost that rhythm that he had on day one and looked a real threat and picked up 3 early wickets. And if you remember, Shreyas Iyer was on strike and just knocked it away casually for 4, that first ball of that second day.
Jamieson is bowling to Pujara, 9 not out. And he's going to get some runs here, and 4 of them, it's a leg glance into the pads. Well, he got closer this time, Jamieson. Well down the leg side, the first one, but that's a disappointing start. Just tucked away neatly by Pujara. He's 13, it's 18 without for the loss of 1.
Just leaning slightly over to the offside, and you can see it doesn't really swing much, this one. It's not as if it's an ideal kind of effort at an in-swinger. It's just a natural angle that he's looking down the nose, just sort of leaning over to the offside, so it's always pointing slightly to the leg side. Just the balance in delivery stride, not quite right.
It's the third for Pujara. I'll get more runs here. Not 4 of them. He's flicked it down towards long leg. It was back of a length, angling into his left hip, and he's just tucked it neatly down towards through the smog rather. I think that's Rachin Ravindra down in the deep. Another run. So a positive start for India in the first over. 3 overs in. They've picked up 5 runs already. It's 19 for the loss of 1, and that leads 68 runs. Jamieson, 50 test wickets now. It's just his 9th test match. Superb start. New Zealand need more. There's 2 catches behind the wicket alongside the wicketkeeper, Slip and Gully. Shuffling across his stumps, playing with a straight bat as Pujara, no run.
I think to back up that kind of initial introduction that I made and claiming wickets and saying, hey, listen, fellas, let's back this up, these bowlers up with the field. And I just noticed the first wide of the match, if you like, on the offside there, to see where the fielding positions were. And it's 1 slip and a kind of then a 3rd slip, 4th slip area, just covering that run that sometimes, if you drag it down.
Much better delivery from Jamieson, challenging line, catching the outside edge of the bat. Problem, it's scurried on through between the 2 men catching behind the wicket, along the grass mostly, and down to the 3rd man fence for 4. It's 23 for 1.
Yeah, and that's where Williamson has got to think very carefully. If a good ball is bowled, that's just a little bit short, even though it's brought forward Agarwal. It's just run off, and I think 3rd man while the ball is new is actually quite a useful position here. A lot of runs have gone down there this match. Instead of they've got cover in there at the moment as well as a mid-off. 3 in the covers. First over? No, don't need it. I think that your bowlers are going to do the job and they'll run it on down. You see this first slip's quite wide as well.
Jamieson much closer to the off-stump line as Agarwal defends to the offside. Yeah, so there's a point to cover, a mid-off. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a forward square leg and long leg. And that is the end of the first over of the morning, a profitable one for India. They've picked up 9 runs. Pujara's 14. Agarwal is 8. It's 23 for 1.
Boundary down first, second ball, wasn't it? Down leg side, 2 deliveries down leg side. In fact, probably 3, half the over. And then a sort of a reset. And when he did get one right, it went for another boundary as well. So 8 of those 9 and 2 fours. Yeah, just an uncertain, slightly uncertain start for New Zealand. But I think that a reset of the field would be useful. I don't mind players having to push towards cover when the ball is moving slightly. It brings those slips into play. And I wouldn't fiddle around with the widths of the slips too much either early on while these guys are fresh and the ball is still new. Normal, come on, just usual positions. Here's Southey.
And he too starts like Jamieson down the leg side. Pujara can't catch up with it because it was quite wayward. So the slipping position, third slip and probably a fifth, isn't a very fine gully, Jerry. And well, that's unsurprising. I don't think one ball has gone through a traditional first slip, has it?
No, it's tended to go to the, although it has gone to the right of Blundell, hasn't it? A couple, most of his catches, just slightly to the right.
So now the in again, into the pads of Pujara, flicks him off neatly through forward square leg, beating the inner field. Should get 2 more. Just what India would have wanted. Every run also takes a bit of time out of the game, doesn't it? From a New Zealand perspective. And allows India to feel more comfortable. 74 is the lead. That's the challenge, isn't it, Jeremy, for Kane Williamson? You want to take wickets, you want to take a lot of them, but you probably can't forget the other equation is the economy rate, the run rate that they've got to be very conscious of as well. Southey moving in again. Over the wicket he bowls, full and straight, defending is Pujara, and there's no run.
Yeah, that's true. And I think, how will Williamson maybe use these 2 bowlers? Well, of course, it's speculation. I'd give him a burst together, as he is, to see if they can get maybe multiple wickets and start to get... Certainly they want to get Rahane and Iyer in there as early as they possibly can while they're fresh and the ball's still new.
Pujara. Just stable figure of this Indian side as he leans forward, defends once more from off stump.
So I think it's a case of these 2 bowlers, yes, use them, then having a look at seeing who's going well. That was easy on day 2. That was the day when New Zealand picked up 6 quite cheap wickets, and that was easy because Jamieson wasn't effective. And Southey just kept on going, didn't he, and had the ball moving. It hasn't moved for him so far today. That's Pujara's dismissal we're seeing in the first innings.
He was caught behind. He went wide of the crease. He bowls mid-crease here. The ball just tailing a fraction back into the right-hander, but he's nice and balanced as he clips up towards mid-on, no run.
But you're right, Daniel. It has to be a bit carefully managed. I think if I was Williamson, I'd be watching very closely. They've probably got 2 sessions and a bit to bowl today if things go okay. If it's in the second session, that means they've bowled poorly and India have batted well and they've got a lead that they're more than happy with and just earned more overs.
25 for 1. So now there goes wider of the crease, angling back in no shape away though, so Pujara watches it under the eye into the middle of the bat. That is the end of the Southey over. It's 25 for the loss of 1.
Home, where a handshake is as good as a done deal. Where we reach over the fence to help a neighbour in need. And put in the hard yards day after day to build something for the next generation of Kiwis. Gold Pine's team of outdoor timber specialists are proud to get behind rural New Zealand so they can do what they do best. There's nothing like a pat on the back for a job well done. So here's a big thanks from Gold Pine. Proud to be part of our community.
4 runs, 25 for the loss of 1 wicket. No loss of wicket through 2 overs. You are listening to SENZ's coverage of the Test series between India and New Zealand with Razine. Full delivery by Jameson to start the new over into the pads. Was there a bit of bat too? I think it's missing the stumps. That's probably the most important thing to describe to you. New Zealand don't look interested in challenging. Razine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, Big Range, Biggest Deals are our partners. Huge thanks to their support. Pujara 16, Agarwal on 8. Bit of tail back into the right-hander, and that would have missed leg stump quite comfortably.
Yeah, and you could see Blundell sliding off leg side, couldn't you, behind the stumps.
Through the smog, Jameson appears, bowls very full and straight, defending into the offside. Once more, Pujara.
We can also see the gap between Blundell and first slip, which I don't know whether it's the smog, my eyes, or whether it's or, you know, Ross Taylor's changed his shape. I don't know. But it looks to me, at Jameson's pace, I think that gap looks a little bit wide. And you're up close and the catch goes low, which they've tended to be on this surface, I think he's just a tad wide. I mean, you might be totally wrong, but I would guess to have him a little bit finer than that first slip.
Jameson gets one to leap off a good length and hit high on the bat. Pujara does well to play with soft hands, deflected into the onside, no run.
But just to go back to your point just quickly, I think Williamson probably, while he's using these two, and he needs a little sort of man up the sleeve, a backstop, if you like, for that second session. He doesn't want to get in a situation where both Jameson and Southey are knackered. They're tired, they're fatigued, too many overs, and they've only got spin left. That's not what he wants to confront after lunch.
Pujara cutting powerfully but straight to backward point. Width there and unafraid to hit the ball square. He hit it sweetly, but Patel's up to the task to field.
And there's still that unknown with the spin, isn't there? Don't you think, Daniel? I mean,
yeah.
If wickets are needed and if wickets start to fall and you want more wickets, then I think probably Ajaz Patel is the first choice. He might be the most threatening of the triumvirate, if you like, or 2.5. Let's put it that way. Otherwise, Somerville.
Jameson gets leg side once more, ticked backward of the square leg umpire. Rachin Ravindra will come in from long leg. A little bit wayward leg side, Jameson, to start his spell this morning. 2 more runs to the total, 28 for the loss of 1, the lead 77.
Yeah, not at his best, is he? Not at his best. It's fine to try and bowl at the stumps. Now, if he doesn't change, if that's his action today and he's working with it, then he just has to move slightly wider on the crease and just use the same action, so it should really come across slightly more at the stumps.
Here's another lifting delivery, rearing up from outside of off stump, catching high on the bat. Pujara's bottom hand comes off and it just goes to the right of the man at sort of second, third slip, diving away to his right. Latham fielding with a helmet in that position. That's an encouraging sign for Jameson, less so for the batsman. He got there on the half volley.
Right. That's
sort of dive.
Yeah. It is. It's not Taylor, is it? I didn't think it looked like Taylor. So Nichols, the wider of the two catches in the cordon, and maybe because he can go a little bit wider because of his left hand, Latham, in between himself and Blundell. He would be a left-hander. Can't be easy fielding in the slip region with a helmet on, I would have thought. Here is
Southey with a new over. It's a great start by Southey too. Catching the outside edge of Pujara's bat right on off stump. He was half pressed forward. That's the length you want. 29 without for the loss of 1 it remains.
I guess the only other time I've seen someone in the cordon with a helmet on is when Williamson is batting and he runs that ball down to third man, and David Warner put one on to go up for Australia, up very close to try and catch it.
Southey wider of the crease, angling in and just deflected through mid-wicket from the crease line by Pujara, who adds to his score. He's off to a fast start. He's already up to 20. The score moves to 30 for the loss of 1, and that lead is 79 runs. I couldn't imagine the Mantis at second stop wearing a helmet. Oh, no.
Ball wouldn't usually bounce up quite that high. And through the mist, quite hard to see. And gloom. I heard people, there were stories of people trying to clear the dust off their TV sets as they were watching the first couple of days.
Southey is driven, but a thick inside edge takes it towards square leg. And great fielding by Somerville, diving to his right, preventing what would have been a 4 on this very fast outfield. But sweetly timed from Agarwal, rolling the wrist on that drive, whipping it to the leg. So are you a bit cold this morning, Jerry? You're rugged up, you've got a big thick jacket on?
Chilly here down in Christchurch today, rain. And so I just thought it was more for rain rather than for body warmth. Daniel, as you get into the aged years, you will find that the blood doesn't move quite to the extremities.
Southey over the wicket from wide on the crease, angling in towards off stump, but Agarwal defends, no run. Well, it could be a long day in the Wellington studio too. I see Richard Petrie's already got the blue cheese going. Oof, it's fairly pungent. It's fairly pungent up here. And
to start talking about bacteria and things like that. See if we could put him off a little bit.
It's quite pungent. Southey. He's a little bit shorter outside of off stump, and good carry through to the keeper, no stroke. Good discipline outside of off stump by Agarwal.
I'm assuming that's the cheese.
My assumption is it is the cheese right now, but I do have my suspicions. Richard doesn't have his headphones on, so now he's all of a sudden alarmed at what we're discussing. The cricket, Richard. India's lead is 79 runs. It's 30 for the loss of 1. Mayank Agarwal is 8 not out. He's on strike. Bat raised nice and high. Bends at the knee a couple of times. Waits for Southey, who bowls full and wide of off stump, and there is no stroke. That is the end of the over. 9 overs into the Indian second innings. 30 for the loss of 1.
SENZ promised to bring you sport from home and abroad. With its own channel on the SENZ app, SENZ Football will deliver UK football content, broadcasting talk sport 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Plus live coverage of the English Premier League every weekend. Keep it right across the EPL journey. It's on the SENZ Football channel on the SENZ app. SENZ, it's Kiwi for EPL.
SENZ, day number 4 of the first test between New Zealand and India, in association with Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. Also, Big Barrel, be our mate and join Big Barrel Mates Club. Good start for India. They've added 16 runs in 4 overs. The lead is 79 runs. Pujara is on 20, and he will be on strike as Jameson to continue. He has 4 overs, 1 for 20. And he starts the new over again, drifting leg side. It's full of length and it's turned around the corner. I'll get just one as Somerville. In fact, that's Rachin Ravindra is at forward square leg, runs behind the umpire, collects and throws, but he's running to his right and he's a left-hander, so he was never going to be able to prevent the run being taken. 31 for the loss of one.
A lot of runs to that leg side, or at least if it's not a run, there's a lot of balls going into that leg side, Daniel, isn't there? Around about square leg, or we've seen a boundary to fine leg. Just too many. New Zealand have got to bring their line across if they can. I just feel Jamieson falling over to the off.
I was well wide of off stump, leaning forward into a defensive stroke and playing it towards pointers. Agarwal. We haven't seen the movement in the air this morning as we have seen from the New Zealand seamers. And I wonder if they're thinking, well, if we're not going to get the swing, we're going to have to bowl straight, bring the stumps into play, a bit like the Indian spinners did, Jeremy. And you did ask about the sort of comparison where you got me thinking about that comparison. They were just unnervingly accurate, the Indian spinners, and can New Zealand recreate that? And you looked at Axar Patel's pitch map. He didn't spin the ball prodigiously as Jamieson goes in again wide of off stump and there's no stroke. But he was always making the batsman play, always an LBW and always a bold chance, it did seem, Jeremy.
Yep, and it was just accurate bowling. I think that the right-handers that he was bowling to should really have done a little better. We can talk about that in a moment, about how New Zealand can sort of confront those things, but I honestly felt that the left-handers have got a lot more to deal with in this game than the right-handers.
Jamieson, that's much better on fourth stump line, full of length too, and hitting the inside edge of the bat as it goes into the mid-wicket region, no run.
And it's because the four faster bowlers in this match, 2 for New Zealand and 2 for India, are all right arm over the wicket. And so all their follow-throughs are on one side of the stumps. Generally, I mean, there might be when a left-hander as you bowl a few deliveries at them from around the wicket, but probably 90 to 95% you're on one side of the stumps, and therefore all your feet are on one side.
Jamieson, once more, full round off stump defending his Agarwal.
And they're all, therefore, outside the left-handers off stump. And if the left arm are bowling, and of course India have got 2, you've mentioned Axar Patel, but there's also Jadeja there, firing the ball at probably decent speeds, 90 plus Ks, up to 96 Ks, into those areas and getting things to behave unpredictably, coming back in at you.
Jamieson has this one's 2 for a fraction from back of a length, but right across his stumps, playing it in front of off stump is Agarwal, no run.
I mean, we had
the end of the
New
over.
Zealand. Aye.
Sorry, Jerry, my apologies. The end of the over, it's 31 for the loss of 1. Jerry, while you're there, more from Jeremy Coney. I think Garth Galloway is going to join you.
About around the world, Daniel, you need 2 things. First of all, you need to stay in. And secondly, you need to score runs. Now, New Zealand were good at the first thing generally in the first innings. We had a number of people who could stay in. Latham, 282 balls. Young, 214 balls. Blundell, 94 balls for 13. Somerville, 52 balls for 6. They could stay in. But what they couldn't do is they couldn't find a way to score runs consistently. And that was a bit of an issue and will need to be addressed at some stage in this match or in the next match or in between. Just a little thought for the batsmen, I think. Now, it looks as though we've had enough of the seamers and Ajaz Patel coming in rather too early for my wishes. Let's wait and see how he goes.
Yeah, it is early. 10 overs gone in the innings and only 5 today, Jeremy. Good afternoon. 31 for 1 it is. So Southey just bowling a couple of overs this morning, and I think the Indian batsman will regard that as a victory, seeing him out of the attack this early. The New Zealanders just not quite on the mark, bowling on both sides of the wicket, and I think they'll be disappointed with the way they've started. Here's Pujara facing Patel's first delivery, and he comes forward, turns the ball into the onside and picks up a very easy single. 32 for 1 it is. Pujara 22 and Agarwal 8. I thought that you talked about Jamieson just falling away a little bit and pushing the ball down leg side. I thought the last couple of balls in his last over, he looked a little bit better, a little bit more upright and running a little bit straighter down the pitch before away. And he was able to direct those balls better, but his pace only 131, 132 kilometres an hour, so something not quite right. Here we see an extravagant pull from Agarwal as it's dropped short by, and it was quite short of length by Patel, and Agarwal tries to pull it through the onside. It keeps low, and he didn't really get anywhere near it. Blundell dropped it for good measure. Patel again bowls. Agarwal lets the ball go down the leg side. That's a long way down the leg side. Poor delivery from Patel. Blundell takes it nicely, moving to his left. Agarwal faces. Fourth delivery of the over, nicely flighted. And Agarwal plays to the offside off the front foot. Southey is fielding at a short cover in a catching position there. So 32 for 1. 4 balls have gone in Patel's first over. All of the New Zealand bowlers have been drifting the ball down the leg side from time to time. 9 runs coming from Jamieson's first over of the day. Here's Patel bowling again, and this is a good delivery, and Agarwal is again playing to Southey. Just a little bit of sign of turn for Patel on the third delivery, but it was very short of a length, and Agarwal able to go back and then try and pull it. Kept low, but it wasn't going to do any danger because of the length. And here's a good delivery from Patel. Last ball of the 11th over, and it's Agarwal playing defensively. So 1 run coming from the over, 32 for 1. 11 overs have gone, and you were talking, Jerry, about how New, in fact, we'll take a break now and then come back and talk about the New Zealand batting.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Effin Seltzer 10-pack cans at $24.99. Absolute Soda, Malibu and Cola or Malibu and Passion Fruit 10-pack cans at $21.99. And Scape Grace 10-pack cans range $26.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Yeah. And welcome back to the cricket from Kanpur, brought to you on SENZ. Resene the paint that Kiwis trust in. Big Barrel, big range, the biggest deals are our partners. This is another loose ball. In fact, it's just seeing if there's a wee feather on it. It was a short delivery going down the leg side. Pujara's got inside the line. Blundell's very confident. Williamson's going to review. So just as I say, it was a bad ball from Jamieson. It bounced a little bit and came up in towards the rib region of Pujara. And the question is whether he's feathered it. 32 for 1.
Well, it was round about the gloves. Certainly Blundell looked and nodded very definitely in the direction of his captain. So he feels that it has gone close enough to the gloves. Or is it? Oh, no, it's not. It's come off the hip by the look of it.
It's close to glove. Can you give me ultras to double check, please?
It's gone very close to the gloves, Jerry.
Yeah.
It's away from the body. So
need to see it from the side, don't we? Whether it's past the ball, or past the gloves or not.
If it's had anything, it's the gloves.
Yep.
It's Nico's going to tell us, isn't it?
Stand by.
Out.
Just do it one more time.
Yep. That looks like out to me too. It's the bottom hand. So well, it's kind of the two hands together really. That looks to me as if Agarwal has got a touch, and New Zealand have got a fortunate piece of wicket here to break what has been a fairly average start.
You can get out now.
That's a real bonus for Jamieson and New Zealand. 32 for 2 the score will be. We're waiting for the decision, but it will be that Pujara is out. Caught by Blundell for 22. And Blundell, all credit to him on that occasion, as he's signalled very quickly indeed to the wicketkeeper to his captain rather, that there was an edge off the gloves. Excellent piece of an excellent review by Blundell. And Pujara, it was, you'd never say that for Jamieson, ideally he wanted to direct the ball down the leg side in that way. The difference, I suppose, and the reason that he's taken the wicket is that extra bounce that he's able to get. And I think Pujara just a little bit surprised by it, feathering it, following it with his hands.
Well, Pujara, if you think also, he's looking to play the ball because he's actually got away to a bit of a flyer this morning. Here he is. He's normally a man who likes to settle in. And the replacement of Rahul Dravid, the wall, if you like, looking after everybody else at number 4, 5 and 6 in the middle order. But today he's been knocking the ball around, taking singles. He's got a boundary or two. So he's got to 22 off 33 pretty quickly. And I think he was just feeling he was going to knock that down to fine leg and perhaps pick up another boundary. But it was that extra bounce that's undone him. And he realised the danger, I think, a little late, and just had the hands up ready to play, and it was too late. So he goes. New Zealand fortunate to pick up a wicket because they haven't really been on the money as much as they normally have.
And yet another mistake by the umpires in this match, and we've seen plenty of them. Richard Petrie he'll give us the tally when he comes on, but interesting to see, the standard of umpiring in this game. I know some of the decisions have been hard, but there have been an awful lot of mistakes. Jamieson is going to go over the wicket to Rahane. The Indian captain comes in now. So 4 balls remaining in this over. The first 5 balls. The first one's outside the off stump. Rahane doesn't have to play. Agarwal is 8. Pujara, the batsman, out, caught down the leg side, just feathering a ball off his gloves, getting inside it, trying to pull out in the end. It had followed him, and really, he'll look at his technique as well and think he probably should have dropped his hands and got out of the way.
Yeah, well, the other option was, I noticed he was starting to let go of that bottom hand, and of course, if the hand is off the bat handle, then I'm afraid it's not out. So it's very close. Part of the hand was off.
Well, it might just be the luck that they need. Here's an appeal for LBW as Rahane is caught in front. Not dissimilar to the Williamson dismissal, but just a little bit higher, I think, as it nipped back from outside off stump. And New Zealand looking to review. I don't think they will.
No, I think, again, just a tad short. And because Rahane is a shorter man, plays off the back foot very strongly, moving across his stumps, not getting very far in front really of the popping crease, which is the front line, the white line, of course. Really, you can afford to just pitch that ball up just a tad further. But really, Jamison's just trying to find his line at the moment.
Here he is again, bowling to Rahane outside the off stump, and that's an extravagant shot from the Indian captain, looking really to play the ball over the slips cordon or to thrash it through the offside. It was a shorter ball rising, and it looks like it's climbed over the top of the over the top edge of the bat, horizontal bat shot, high risk.
Well, the Indians have come out playing some shots, haven't they? They've got away to a wee bit of a flyer, but suddenly that wicket, and now this one, and your second ball, he's looked to flash hard to get it through square on the offside, and it's been quite high.
Jamieson, a wicket, and 4 dot balls now, as that one's a very good delivery. Jeremy Coney throwing his hands back in the commentary box.
I thought he was through it.
So did I. It was a Yorker. It was a very good delivery, driven down by Rahane in the end, but a good piece of bowling from Jamieson. He is finding his line now. He is finding his length, and sometimes when you're watching it on TV as we are, I had the impression that was almost through as well. There's just a little delay. So 32 for 2 it is. Lead is 81 runs for India. Jamieson runs in now and bowls. Good delivery, and it sees Rahane treating the ball with respect, playing the ball back to the bowler. The 12th over has come to an end. 32 for 2 it is. The lead, 81 runs. Rahane out is not out on naught. Agarwal is on 8, and Pujara, the batsman, out for 22, and an opportunity to welcome Richard Petrie to the crease. So a mixed start, Richard, but to the commentary crease, that is. A mixed start for the New Zealanders, but they picked up the wicket of Pujara, and that'll give them a boost.
Yeah, big boost. They need, obviously, to pick up wickets, and I think if they've got any chance of winning this test match, which is going to be slim to be fair, Garth, they need to pick up wickets, and they need to pick them up fast. I've done a little bit of analysis, which I'll take you through over the next couple of overs about what needs to happen for New Zealand to win or even draw. There's some interesting stats to know.
All right. Well, I look forward to that. We'll give you a wave when we're ready. Ajaz Patel is going to bowl from the media end. So I look forward to hearing your thoughts on how New Zealand can win. I think that's probably the least likely of the outcomes.
Absolutely.
With, I guess, the favourites being as Patel bowls, and this is short, and it sees Agarwal going back. In fact, just dropped quite quickly on him, and he played back. I think probably you'd say India favourites to win, draw next, and then a New Zealand win in that order. As 32 for 2 it is, shorter, and Agarwal pulls the ball through the onside. Oh, that's a poor ball from Patel. He's just dragged it short. And Agarwal, who's been looking to get onto the back foot and attack, gets a gift, really. He's 12. It's 36 for 2.
Well, Garth, how often did you see the Indian spinners bowl a half cracker and get pulled through mid-wicket for 4 yesterday?
Not at all.
Never. Never. It's happening too often, unfortunately. It just goes to show the difference in class. He probably hasn't played a test match.
Here is the next delivery coming in, and good delivery from Patel, played defensively by Agarwal. It also shows that the Indians have played a lot more cricket than the New Zealand spinners. So hard, as we've said, with Patel coming into this test, and there's a lot at stake. But that ball, which was straight, just keeping a little bit low, and here's the ball just dropping in front of Taylor, who's moved back into that first slip position. But very difficult indeed. We'll hear some more thoughts from Richard Petrie after this over. The balls being got through quite quickly by Patel. But India, fresh out of a series against England, plenty of bowling for their bowlers. And here's Patel coming across, not having played for some time. Here's an appeal for LBW, and that might just show you a hint of desperation. It was heading well down the leg side on that occasion. The spell is 81, 83, 87, 85, 87, the speeds during this over. It's 36 for 2. India's lead is 85 runs, and just Patel getting hammered with that bad delivery. The next shot is a defensive one. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back and hear from Richard Petrie.
Success isn't guaranteed, but sometimes it is written. Written in the pedigree as a brother to a Group 1 winning sprinter. Written in physical prowess as a $600,000 yearling. Written in performance, being able to foot it with the fastest sprinters in Australia, and written in the sire line as son of a champion sire, one of the greatest stallion success stories. Banquo, the first son of written tycoon to stand in New Zealand. Now at Waikato Stud.
Welcome back to Kanpur, where it's a big barrel, big range, and the biggest deals in Resene, the paint that Kiwis trust, who are bringing us the cricket. They're the partners. You're listening to SENZ, and Richard Petrie, you were telling us your thoughts about New Zealand possibly winning.
Well, no, not possibly winning, but what has to happen for New Zealand to win? It's highly unlikely. At the moment, what we've got, before we get to that, Garth, is we've got looks like the third umpire is coming on, bringing a new set of balls out to the New Zealand players. Remember, they had to replace their ball quite cleverly in the first innings, and it made all the difference in the world for Southee in particular, actually. Well, obviously, these balls are going out of shape. They have a ring that they place the balls through to find out if did they swap over then? a new ball?
Yep, they
Must
did.
be.
They've swapped the ball, yeah.
Now, what I found in these situations is that whenever you swap the ball over, the umpires know you are never going to accept a ball worse conditioned than the one that you're swapping. You almost always get a better ball, right? It's certainly rounder. It certainly fits through their hoop, but it's always a little bit newer as well. So, and we noticed this ball, that the first ball they were bowling with wasn't swinging at all this morning, was it?
Jamieson bowls with his new ball, which will be presumably around 13 overs old. It's 36 for 2, no shot outside the off stump. Well, let's come back to this New Zealand position. What do they have to do, Richard?
Well, it's pretty interesting, Garth. I'll give you I'll cut to the chase, but they'd have to bowl India out for about 130, right? That's given that India already have a first innings lead. That would take them to about 180 ahead, right? So I believe for New Zealand to have any chance of winning, they wouldn't be able to be chasing more than 180.
Jamieson runs in and bowls, and Rahane's on the back foot, hopping up as Jamieson just getting a little bit more bounce. Rahane plays it well enough.
So what? A first innings lead of 49. The lead was 63 this morning. No, I'm looking at my wrong numbers here. 49 plus 130. If New Zealand bowled India out for 130, that would be about 180 lead. Now, if you look at the stats throughout Indian, winning Test match winning history.
Jamieson bowls again, and Agarwal plays back down the pitch. Rahane, rather.
Winning on the fourth innings is very slim pickings indeed, Garth. There have only been 9 instances of a team... winning on the fourth innings, only 53 in history in India. Winning on the fourth innings, and
Jamieson bowls now, and there's a feather outside the off stump. I was thinking for a moment as Rahane just followed that ball again. Good bowling from Jamieson, just short of a length outside the off stump, moving away a little bit off the seam, and Rahane fortunate not to get an edge.
Now, Garth, chasing more than 200 on the fourth innings in India, how many times do you think it's happened in history?
No more than a couple. No more than a couple. Here's Jamieson running in and bowling again. Thick outside edge and a good diving save made by Patel, who is athletic in that position. Excellent save diving to his left. 36 for 2. I'll say no more than 2.
No more than 2, chasing more than 200 in India on the fourth innings. Well,
that's
the
what I'll say.
9.
All right, okay.
The answer's 9. 9 times chasing more than 200 in the fourth innings in India. Only of that 9, how many times would India have won those games?
9. How's that? 36 for 2 it is. 14 overs have been bowled, and Richard Petrie's teasing can continue with Daniel McCarty. It's 16 minutes to go in the first hour of play here. 36 for 2. Pujara, the batsman, out for 22. Agarwal is 12. Rahane out is on naught, and you can torment Daniel McCarty.
Well, that is a better escape. That is a Houdini escape there from Garth Galloway. If you get into a tricky situation, you need a lawyer to get you out of a very dodgy situation. Garth Galloway's your man. Chapman Tripp, phone number 03 You have to look it up for yourself. But we'll carry on this on with Daniel McCarty.
Either that or you just took an eternity to get to the point, man.
Well, that's the other option. India have chased more than 200 to win a test in the fourth innings on 7 occasions. There's only been 2 other occasions by a visiting team chasing more than 200.
Well, that is quite telling, isn't it? So, in 2 tests in the history of Test cricket in India, 2 sides not in called India have scored more than 200 in the fourth innings of a test to win. Here's Patel starting the new over and conceding runs as he gets leg side. It's turned around the corner by Agarwal. He moves to 13 with that single. It's 37 for the loss of 2. Do you have details of those tests?
I do, as you well know. That's right. 1972 was, I'll go here, 1972 England. They did it not without trouble. They were 4 for about 109, let's say, and managed to get across the line. The second time was in 1989, West Indies.
87, in fact.
Was it 87?
Yeah.
Sort of just before the start of their reign of terror. Viv Richards, 109.
All right, so you need Viv Richards, is basically what you're telling us.
Well, I would say that would have been a brutal and bullying attack on Indian spinners who would have, at that stage in history, taken their turbans and turned the other way.
Bisham Beatty would have been in that side, I'm sure, 1987.
Not quite.
Right, no, he was in the 72. I've got my wires crossed. Here is Patel bowling wider of the off stump, and there is no run. You are right, England were 4 down. They needed about 100 odd, and it was an unbroken stand worth 100. They got them home. Between one Tony Greig, Tony Lewis, the skipper, the 2 Tonys got the job done. Patel's going to continue around the wicket to the right-hander and gets leg side again into the pad, stifled appeal, but clearly missing the leg stump. So it was a fine job. Yeah, they were up against Bisham Beatty, who picked up 3 of those 4 wickets in the second innings. He was hard to get away. 39 overs, 3 for 50. 39 overs.
3 for 50, yeah.
Patel.
Dante.
Sweetly driven here by Rahane. What a wonderful way to get off the strike. Or get off the mark. Slightly overpitched, wide of off stump, and he hasn't overhit it. He's just hit it so sweetly and out to the cover fence for 4. It's 41 for the loss of 2. The lead is up to 90.
Wonderful shot there. Inside out. Through cover. Yeah, really nice shot. Didn't overhit it, just check drive. But as we know, once it's through this infield, the outfield, or when I say that the grass, the surface, as Patel comes in.
Oh, there's a big shout for LBW. That's got to be out. Richard Petrie's called it before it's even at the pad, I think. That is plumb. Patel has got Rahane. The finger is up. They're going to have a chat. I would not. That looks dead. Just sliding on past the inside edge into the front pad, and the skipper turns and departs. And Ajaz Patel has a huge breakthrough for New Zealand. India 41 for the loss of 3 wickets. And Rahane, after playing a sumptuous cover drive, has missed, and Ajaz Patel has struck.
He has. Pitching about middle, hitting about middle. We haven't seen the replay with the lines and the shading and anything like that, but it certainly looked absolutely plumb. The only issue I wondered about was whether he got an inside edge, but he hasn't questioned it. Ajinkya Rahane is walking off. Dismissed LBW for Patel. India 41 for 3 after 14.5 overs. New Zealand are still fighting. They know the situation. They know they can't afford to be chasing too much. They know if it gets anywhere over 200, the odds are highly stacked against them. So they're either looking for some sort of minor miracle where they bowl them out very cheaply.
And another failure for the skipper, which adds an interesting subplot for Test match number 2, which we've touched on, is they've got some selection issues, or headaches, good ones, because Virat Kohli returns, but the man who replaces Rahane scored 100 in the first innings on debut. Shreyas Iyer, could he have 2 successful innings. We will wait and see if he does. Boy, oh boy, I think they're going to have a long hooey with regards to their selection for the second one, but that is all in the future. Let's not worry about it too much. New Zealand have the breakthrough, 41 for the loss of 3. And reward there for Ajaz Patel for getting it in the areas that we were seeing from like-for-like bowlers in the sense of Axar Patel and Jadeja yesterday.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that was the point you were making earlier. The consistency of the Indian spinners was outstanding. Somerville was consistent, but he wasn't giving it the rip as Patel moves in.
Last ball of the over. Again challenging the inside part of the bat, looking to slide on, hit those stumps, defending Isaiah. The end of the over, a successful one for New Zealand. Patel getting the breakthrough. Rahane gone for 4. It's 41 for 3.
Kogan Mobile's phones are lighting up this Black Friday because right now you'll save 50% off all 365-day plans with Kogan Mobile. Yep, 50% off their small 365-day plans. Now just $80 with 18 gig of data. 50% off their medium plan with 48 gig of data. And 50% off Kogan Mobile's large 365-day plan, just $165 with 180 gig of data. Don't miss out this Black Friday. Make the switch at koganmobile.co.nz/radio.
SENZ coverage of the fourth day's play between India and New Zealand. A successful one for New Zealand. They've picked up 2 wickets in the first 51 minutes. Our coverage with Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. Patel and Jameson have the wickets. India are 41 for 3. Pujara gone for 22. Glove down the leg side. Blundell taking the catch. Blundell absolutely sure, as was Jameson. They reviewed. It was a successful one. And then Patel getting the LBW as Jameson starts bowling short into the armpit of the diminutive right-hand batsman. Agarwal, the opening batsman, on his tippy toes, defends into the onside, and there will be no run. We're just getting ball tracking of the LBW shout, and it's stone cold dead. It's hitting him on the knee roll in front of middle and off, and is going on to hit 2/3 the way up middle and leg. That was a success for the umpires.
Oh, good point. Good point. We started... I mean, is it harsh? Is it harsh to collect the amount of errors that the umpires are making?
Jameson, there's too much width outside of off stump, chopping away to the point region. Agarwal, he's missed out there. He's hit it straight to the man, no run.
Maybe it's not harsh, but it's...
Is it harsh to count missed tackles in rugby?
No, it's not. It's a factor. No. So we've had... By my count.
Yeah, discretion advised.
By my count.
Petrie's maths involved.
Well, I started counting at about 5. So from memory at 5, and then I've sort of been keeping a little tally ever since. But I'm up to 10. 10 umpiring decisions, which the umpires have made a call, and it's been incorrect.
Their best day was yesterday.
For mistakes or for
errors? Here's a full ball nipping back in towards the right-hander, Agarwal, bowling that from Jameson. From wider of the crease on this occasion. Not as much swing for the New Zealanders. That line and length is so important. He got it bang on there. Yes, so 10 errors.
10 errors, yeah. That is notable.
It is a lot.
It is notable.
It's an innings.
It is notable when you're a full-time professional, earning quite good money.
But are they?
These are the 2 local Indian, and I don't know whether you're on the international panel.
Jameson goes short and ducking out of the way as Agarwal.
But I do know that Billy Bowden made quite a nice little yearly wage, when he was on the international panel. They're pretty well paid now. They're paid in US dollars.
Don't be jealous. It's a pressured...
Oh, it is a pressured job. Yeah, no, absolutely. I wouldn't want to do it.
No.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying they are quite well paid. They get a per diems as well. So every time they're away from home, they're getting...
Are they well paid for all the scrutiny they're under?
I think so.
For the critiquing they get from...
If you compare it to what they might be doing if they weren't doing that, I think they're pretty well paid.
Good whataboutism. I like it. 41 for 3. Wide. 2 wide of off stump. Left alone. It's very close to being a wide.
I mean, if they're running their own company earning $1 million a year, well, then maybe it's not that well paid. But barring that, So But anyway, I mean, it is a difficult job, and you're going to make mistakes, and people like me are going to count them when you do, but only out of interest, not out of any malice.
Yeah, that's not like you. You're not a spiteful person.
Well, not particularly. And fortunately, you do have the TV replay. It's just a bit embarrassing when they get overturned all the time.
Exactly. Here is Jameson. Gets one to nip off the seam, but again, it's too far away from the off stump to really have the batsman interested. It's through to the keeper. And that is the end of the Jameson over. It's 41 for the loss of 3. It's interested about this fourth innings successful run chasers in India. Yeah, just 9 over 200. What we've pulled up on the stats here. 2 by visiting teams. We've talked about the England 208 for 4, thanks to a unbroken 100-run stand for the 5th wicket. So that's a bit of a... Well, they made it look easier than it probably was as a result of that. The highest run chase by a visiting side was in Delhi in 1987, as you pointed out, was the West Indies. I've pulled out that scorecard. Very odd match it was. Ajaz Patel starting the new over, round the wicket to the right-hander Suresh Iyer, who just waits and waits and then turns the ball from middle and leg through square leg to get his first run. It's 42 for 3. India were bowled out for 75 in the first innings. Patrick Patterson got 5 for 24. Then the West Indies were bowled out for 127, with Desmond Haynes getting 45. Second top scorer Winston Benjamin, and third top was Courtney Walsh. That's saying something. Here is Agarwal playing with a straight bat. 5 wickets to Chetan Sharma. India reply with 327.
Just on that, when you say third top scorer, he only got 16.
But he got more runs than Richie Richardson. Here is coming down the wicket and hitting high over mid-off. He's got there on the fall, in fact. Premeditated. He's fallen over. Oh, that's rather ungainly. But he's come down the wicket, made his mind up he was going to be assertive. Patel had flighted it up, and he's actually got there on the full and smashed it cleanly. But the problem was, as we get a replay, his balance ball shot, and he slipped over right in the middle of the pitch, right on a good length too.
Yeah, it was right on a good length.
There might be a couple of spike marks in there. So, Minty's moment, a boundary, 46 for 3. The lead is 95. Agarwal is 17 not out. He's an awkward-looking customer, Agarwal. He's almost classical as he gets down very low and then plays a defensive stroke as Patel responds around off stump.
Under roll now, Jazz. Come on. On the go, on the go.
So then India got 327 with Dilip Saka making 100, the captain. And that set the West Indies 276 for victory. Patel, wider of off stump, spinning further away, but no stroke. Good length. And the West Indies chasing 276 for 91 for the loss of 3 when some guy, Viv Richards, came out to bat. Pushed into the cover region.
At number 5.
And made 109 off 111. Game, set, match. So basically this moral of the story is New Zealand need Viv Richards. Back after the break, it's 46 for 3.
In sport, if it happens locally, nationally or overseas, SENZ is there. And it's all on the SENZ app.
Brendan McCullum is on 298.
Subscribe to SENZ's podcast channel and catch up on all of SENZ's shows, plus shows from across the ditch, including Matty Johns, Cam Smith, Andrew Voss, Adam Gilchrist, Ian Healy and Brian Fletcher. Download the SENZ app now and listen anywhere, anytime.
It is 1 minute away from 6 o'clock. SENZ covering the Test series between New Zealand and India. This is day number 4. Our coverage in association with Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. 14 for 1 at the start of play in just under an hour, 59 minutes to be exact. India have added 32 runs, but they've lost 2 wickets, Jameson and Patel, the wickets for New Zealand. Jameson now has 2 for 21, Patel 1 for 19. Change of bowler though, as Tim Southey, he bowled 2 to start, has replaced Jameson. He's over the wicket and getting the outside edge of the bat, and it's gone between keeper and third slip and down to the fence for 4. Bit of movement away from the right-hander. Wonderful length from Southey, as we've seen so often in this test match, and no luck. He's also bowled with he's been a little bit unlucky too, despite getting 5 from the first innings. The half-century is up for India in this innings. It's 50 for the loss of 3, but Iyer, he got away with one there.
Certainly did, and that's the risk you take by not having a first slip. So there is, what would you call them, a second slip or a third slip? Probably 2.5. Well, it's gone straight through the hole between the keeper and slip number 2.5. And what's happening now? Someone's moving in there.
No, that's the 2.5 slip still there.
Oh, still there, is it?
Yep, so they've got a 2.5 and sort of a 4.5.
I wonder if he's moved.
Taylor's at short cover, so it's actually Latham in that position. Southey, wide of off stump. But a hint away. This is positive signs. Southey's first 2 overs, there was no movement. The traditional away swing bowler that he is. A couple of nibbled off early. That will encourage him. And Williamson, although Williamson standing there with that sort of grizzled look on his face, arms crossed.
The lead is...
Sorry, it's Latham at second and Nichols, a little bit screwy. Latham in its second slip, wearing the helmet.
Wearing a helmet.
You didn't even like to wear a helmet when batting.
No.
You'd hate to be in the cordon with a helmet.
Well, I think he's only probably wearing it there because he can't be bothered putting it behind the keeper and then going and picking it up again. I can't think of any other reason why you'd be wearing it in slips.
Well, it's not the whacker in its heyday, is it? It's not fizzing through at head height at second slip. We've come a little bit closer as Southey bowls in an even better ball. That is delicious. Meeting the outside edge of the bat, full of length, swinging away.
Yeah, Southey really is at the top of his game. Look at that seam control. This is the man who got 100 in the first innings, so you'd think he'd be in some sort of form, which he is. But Southey's able to beat the bat on several occasions in his first over back. Not swinging a lot, but just with such immaculate seam control, a little bit is enough.
Southey, and again, full of length, punched nicely up towards mid-off to the left of Williamson. A run here for Iyer. He will go to 6. And 51 for the loss of 3. And the lead is 100. Halfway to Petrie's magic number.
Well,
Should we call it the Petrie line?
Well, no, because what I'm saying is...
Petrie line of 200.
What I'm saying is 180 is what New Zealand need to bowl them out for. Because 200 starts getting a bridge too far.
Okay, so 180 is
so
the
180, you know, they've got to take how many wickets? Another 7 wickets for...
Well, 80.
80 runs. Which, yeah, that's right. You are...
Sharp.
I don't care what they all say about you.
I know. Southey. And again, beats the outside edge of the bat. Richard Petrie alongside me. Can't believe the lack of luck for Southey in this over. It has been wonderful to watch, if not a touch frustrating from a one-eyed New Zealand perspective, that is.
No, I tell you what, I'm not saying, I'm not owing from the lack of luck of Southey. I'm owing from a guy who used to try and bowl that type of ball, and when you do, it is like sex on toast. He does it a lot, and he's really good at it. But
sex on toast?
That's probably not the best metaphor.
Let's say I've ever done that. Full of length, Southey once more. That's much better from Agawali. Defends straight back along the pitch. The end of the over. I think drinks are coming on the field, so we'll take a quick break. On the other side, we'll have Garth Galloway and Jeremy Coney. But the scenario is India are 51 for the loss of 3 wickets. They've lost Pujara for 22, Rahane for 4. Suresh Iyer is on 6 not outs. Agarwal is 17 not out. And the lead for India is exactly 100. Stay with us, Garth Galloway and Jeremy Coney after the break.
Need a hand? Cryptocurrency, it can sound quite complicated, which is why having someone you can depend on to help is great, like Crossgate Capital, a specialist investor in cryptocurrencies. Crossgate Capital takes care of which cryptocurrencies to buy, storage reporting, and keeping track of this fast-moving market. A Kiwi company providing a familiar way to invest in crypto through shares. Think of them as the smart way to invest. Find out more, visit crossgatecapital.co.nz. The PDS is available at crossgatecapital.co.nz and on request. Crossgate Capital Limited is the issuer of the product.
And welcome back to the cricket at Kanpur. 18 overs have been bowled. India 51 for 3. Round 100. Not a round, but a round 100. Exactly 100. Agarwal is 17 not out. Iyer is on 6. Lucky to be there after he just skewed a ball wide of Tom Latham, who was standing in a third slip position, was away to his left. Just going through an area about 1.5 slips would be the best way to describe it. We've seen Gill out yesterday for 1, bowled by Jamieson. Today, Pujara caught by Blundell from Jamieson's bowling for 22. And Rahane, the last man out, LBW to Ajaz Patel for 4. So the game very nicely balanced indeed. New Zealand will probably feel that their line has not been quite as good as they'd want it to be, and then they had that lovely moment for them and a little bit of luck when Jamieson bowled a ball that was going down the leg side. It bounced a little bit more. Pujara looking to get his hands out of the way, couldn't do so. It went through to Blundell. He was given not out. And on review, a good review by Tom Blundell behind the stumps for New Zealand, it was clear that there had just been just that little feather on the gloves. Then we saw Rahane being dismissed, and really, he just misjudged the line of a ball from Patel. It was straight. It didn't do anything particularly unusual. One of those deliveries that went on with the arm, and just a good delivery from Rahane, but a poor judgment from Patel rather, but poor judgment by the Indian batsman, just being caught in line, and he was palpably out. LBW didn't review it. So drinks on the field at the moment. It's 51 for 3. The lead for India exactly 100. And Jerry, it's been an absorbing first hour of the fourth day.
Yeah, well, it's been mixed for both sides, hasn't it, when you think of it? You've mentioned about the start and the slightly untidy line from New Zealand bowlers, the Jamieson and Southey. Southey replaced after a couple of overs by Patel. He too was a bit loose for a start, dragging one way down that was missed because it just went through very low.
Here's Patel bowling, and it's Iyer playing to mid-wicket, Nichols Fields.
Then the good fortune, the piece of good fortune with Pujara getting that little glove, and then secondly, not so much good fortune, I think Patel actually bowled a very good delivery that beat Rahane.
Here's Patel bowling again, and forward is Iyer.
On the front foot, beating with a little bit of drift that came in with the body using the shape to actually get the drift. It wasn't, for example, an arm ball, but it beat the defensive stroke, an LBW, palpably.
Here he is again, bowling well up, but pitched up and driven by Iyer to Patel. You just feel like a situation here. Iyer's looked a bit edgy as he did in his first test innings. Went on to get 105, of course, but he was not the best of starters, and you just feel if Patel can keep the pressure on, he's going to hit. There'll be a chance possibly as he plays a ball off the stumps, giving himself a little bit of room and onto the back foot, hitting it through the offside.
And of course, at that stage, New Zealand had 3 wickets, 1 from last night and 2 this morning. Should have been 4 down though. Should have been 4 in my opinion.
Here's Patel bowling again, and this is Iyer stretching forward and turning the ball off the edge of the bat into the onside.
There is a saying in cricket, and you get a platitude and a maxim because you get it because it is actually worked out over the years. And that is, cover less area in the slips, but well.
Yes, as Patel bowls and driven, or just pushed into the offside rather. 19 overs have gone, 51 for 3. We'll take a break.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Bombay Sapphire or Tanqueray Gin, 1 litre, $44.99. Famous Grouse Whiskey, 1 litre, $39.99. And Bardenay or Le Cuvier Brandy, 1 litre, $37.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big barrel, your local liquor store.
And our cricketing partners, Resene the paint that Kiwis trust, and Big Barrel, big range, the biggest deals, bringing us the cricket on SENZ, and we're grateful for that partnership. 51-3 it is, with Agarwal on 17, Iyer on 6, and it's Agarwal who's coming forward and defending. The run rate dropping now to 2.66, so you'll remember that earlier in the day with New Zealand bowlers just struggling to find their line, it had got up to 3.3, and that was a worrying sign for New Zealand. The last thing they wanted to see is India scoring runs freely. They have to keep the pressure on them to try and take wickets. And Jerry, as you were saying, just watching that dismissal of Rahane again, it was a beautiful piece of bowling by Patel, and nice to see him getting into this innings so early. But unlucky early on. And here's a catch at second slip, taken by Latham with the helmet on. Oh, India into more trouble. Beautiful bowling by Tim Southee. A ball just leaving Agarwal outside the off stump. He's got the edge, and Latham at second slip, diving to his left, holds the catch. India 51-4.
Very good, Southee. Southee's looked much better in this second spell. This one just moving away. It started straight towards Agarwal. It brought him forward. It then moved slightly away. A leg seamer, if you like, and moving away from the middle of the bat to the outside edge. This time, New Zealand have 3 people in the slips, 2 of them in conservative, normal, expected positions. It goes to the second slip, whereas before, of course, they were spread widely. They wanted to cover a wider area with less people. This time it goes, comfortable catch, 2 hands, and the 4th wicket falls. That means New Zealand breaking through again. Overall, while it's 4 for 51, it's 4 for 100 overall. New Zealand still hanging on by their fingernails here in this. If they can keep breaking through like this, they're still in with a slightest chance. It's not going to be easy, but they're giving themselves a chance. They're creating opportunities. So that's good for the New Zealanders. So out comes Jadeja now, and remember he was 50, not out in the first innings, came in, and then Southee got him playing back onto the stumps early that second morning. So now a left-hander is there. It's going to be that Patel can actually bowl into those footmarks and see what happens with Jadeja. Make sure he doesn't drop short and bring the cut into play. Keep bringing him forward. Keep bringing him forward. If that occurs. In the meantime, it's with Southee, and he looks much calmer. He's just picked up a wicket. Everything is good with the world.
His 50th Test wicket against India in 10 matches at an average of 22.9. He likes playing them. Here he is bowling to Jadeja around the wicket, outside the off stump, no shot. But you have to take your hat off to New Zealand. They are a side that play with courage. They never give up. And here they are with India at 51-4. And I think if they wanted a player out, they've got the right one. And now it's Iyer. And I just think they'll fancy their chances against him. We'll see.
Well, he was the one, in fact, who nicked it through slip, didn't he, early on, and there was no one there. The cordon was spread too wide.
Round the wicket goes Southee again, and Jadeja's caught on the pads, Pell for LBW, and he's been given. New Zealand on fire here in Kanpur. Jadeja facing his second ball, got across his stumps a bit, it was full. We're looking to see if he's going to review it. 51-5. Original decision is out now, and the review starts now. Jeremy Coney.
Did it hit outside off stump is the little question that I, as I watched that in my mind. Did he get outside? No, he didn't. It's gone past the bat, past the thing, and in fact, it's hit his back pad. It's missed the front pad. I don't think it's brushed that front pad. It's in between bat and pad. The back leg is quite bent at the knee, so I don't think this is going to actually go over.
It's hit him in the line of middle stump, it looks like.
No bat involved in this decision at all. It's gone past. It looks as if it might hit the leg stump. Yes, it does, and it hits it hard. Out you go. New Zealand 4 becomes 5. 5 for 51. Well done, New Zealand. Umpire, you've got one right.
Yeah, that's right. There haven't been too many of those in this game. Terrific bowling from Tim Southee. I was just saying that's his 51st wicket against India in 10 matches, and before that his average just 22 runs per wicket. Lovely piece of bowling from Southee, remembering having to change and go around the wicket to the left-hander. And India, they would have come to this ground this morning, I think, feeling in a reasonably confident frame of mind, and suddenly with just an hour and a quarter gone, it's Ashwin marching out to the crease. India 51 for 5, 100 ahead. And they've lost wickets today at 32 when Pujara was out for 22. Rahane out with the score at 41. It was 41 for 3. Rahane making 4. Now 51 for 4 with Agarwal out. And now 51 for 5, Jadeja dismissed. Southee, 2 for 10 from 5 overs and 4 balls. Jamieson, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 21. And Patel, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. And New Zealand now able to exert pressure on these Indian batsmen. Terrific performance. And again, we always sound that note of caution because chasing runs is not going to be easy in the fourth innings. But New Zealand couldn't really have done any better than they have now. When you look at the score, 51 for 5, a lead of 100. Iyer has just faced 12 balls and Ashwin new to the crease. Southee over the wicket to the right-handed Ashwin down the leg side. Bad ball. Southee, Blundell rather, takes it.
Just if you remember back to that first innings where Ashwin came in and he played aggressively when India were under pressure as well and had lost some wickets. Any width outside the off stump, he loves to open the blade of the bat and use the offside, square right round to extra cover. So Southee there, not wanting to give him that room, just erred a little bit too far and it went leg side. But 2 wickets quickly. Gosh, the ump will be pleased.
Yeah. And why not? Here's a drive by Ashwin. Good shot. Well, it's a good opportunity to talk about that. We've got a couple of texts here. And you know, I understand the sentiments behind them.
It was Paddy, wasn't it?
No, Albie. Don't confuse. No, Paddy he's dagging the sheep, Paddy.
Oh, yes, he is.
Paddy, thanks.
Good on you, Paddy.
Yeah, your support's been great. And I think you were out at about 10 o'clock last night looking for a calf. So beef and lamb, presumably.
Right, Paddy and Jacko are there.
Yeah, that's right.
Dagging the sheep.
And they've got the wireless. They had a training the other day, but the wireless is up to the match. Now, Albie, who did go to bed with his training the other night, if it's the same person, he's asking questions about the Indian umpires. And he says, when New Zealand are batting, everything is out. Latham Williamson, when India are batting, everything is not out. The overs come to an end, by the way, there. It's 20 overs completed, 51 for 5. Iyer 6, Ashwin out without scoring. And then another one. From Greg, expat, is there an open discussion to be had that given the umpiring in the test, there is little wonder the touring sides have found it so difficult to win in India? Now, here's Patel bowling down the leg side, Blundell nicely taken. Difficult to win pre-neutral umpires and DRS. Yeah. And look, those are good points, but I think, I mean, my answer to that, and Jeremy, people will be much more interested in yours, but there is nothing for these umpires to be gained by, as Patel bowls, and it's a defended shot, by acting in favour of India. Presumably these umpires want to advance. They're being looked at by the international umpires panel and so on, and if they're poor, they're not going to be appointed. But we've got DRS. It reviews all of these decisions when the players choose to do so. Here's an extravagant shot from Iyer coming down the pitch, and Patel won't mind that, as he mistimes a drive into the offside. The only time it really seems to favour a side is those marginal LBWs.
It's the LBWs,
yeah.
isn't it?
So your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I accept your points that you're making.
That's good. That's a start. As next ball is down the leg side again. Patel just drifting. Come on.
I mean, it is not, if they are selfishly looking to do extremely well, which they will be in the game. They're just like players, aren't they?
Yeah.
And they have made errors. There's no doubt about that. They've been corrected by DRS.
Next ball is defended. It's a very...
As you say, and the point is well made, It is that if you get a given out on an LBW, then you've got that extra margin, trimming the bails, trimming the, and going with the umpire's decision. That's the one that really hurts you sometimes.
And all sides are trying to get umpires to give those decisions. As Patel is, poor ball this time by him. He's short outside the off stump. He's just taken the pressure off with a half tracker really, and it's just clipped away to the backward point boundary for 4. Aya is 10, 55 for 5.
Jobs. Ansco have got them. So whatever your reason is for wanting one, they can get you sorted. Let's all go at Ansco right now. They're hiring butchers, boners, labourers and meat packers. You don't need experience, they'll train you up. And with the right attitude, there's plenty of opportunity to progress. The money's good and the team are awesome. So, whatever your reason, joining Ansco can work for you. Hey! To apply or for more info, go to careers.anscofoods.com.
55 for 5. It is all the fives. 21 overs have been bowled. It's been 16 overs have been bowled this morning. We've seen 4 wickets falling, and really New Zealand in as good a position as they could have hoped to be starting today's play.
It's not as if they've bowled that well, actually. They bowled the old good delivery, but it's kind of been more in isolation than putting together a good package of overs, one after the other.
And that might come now the way Southey's bowling, as he's driven beautifully by Ashwin down the ground for, will it be 4? Looks like it will. Beautiful shot from Ashwin, just standing tall. Southey just over pitching a little, but not a terrible ball, but very well played by Ashwin. 59 for 5, Ashwin 4. Just coming back to the umpiring thing. Listeners who have been around for a long time, possibly like Paddy and Albie, they'll remember the days, and Greg, who's listening in, we don't know how old he is, but there's if you look back to the days, there were many stories of umpires having houses burnt down back in the day, and some and they were under a lot of pressure in India. And, if you looked at the LBW statistics for Indian players as against Australian when they went there, for example, the Chappells and so on, as outside the off stump again, over pitching this time, and it's Williamson who has the chase, and he'll be doing well to stop that getting to the boundary. He does about 15 metres inside. Excellent fielding from the New Zealand captain, just showing you that New Zealand hunger. And Ashwin scoring easily, really. 6 runs from 2 balls, 61 for 5. So, but it's a very different environment to what we're talking about now.
Yeah, it is. It's, when you think back to those 55, 56 series, and listening to some of the stories of the players and some of the mistakes that were made, very difficult. But of course, not broadcast, as we're looking at this almost in real time here. It is broadcast around the world. You see reports from Wisden over in England. You see it from Cricinfo. Around the world that goes. It's not possible now for an event to occur.
As Southey bowls and Ashwin drives on the out towards backward point boundary, but Patel has been moved back there wisely with Ashwin, I think, as Ashwin is now 762 for 5.
So, you know immediately if you're interested, you can watch, you can hear, you can listen, you can, you find out the analysis straight away of a game. So it's not possible to do the things that other players in the past have spoken about. Those things can't happen any longer.
And you're not going to advance your career in any way doing it. Interesting. Listeners will remember the Mike Whitney, the LBW Australia. We used to say the same thing in New Zealand about some of the Australian umpires, and the West Indies would say it about some of the New Zealand umpires in 1981 as Southey sees the next ball played into the onside. We always have a sense of justice. There's that lovely story I heard years ago about play carrying on in the gloom in Invercargill, and Glenn Alabaster bowling, looking for 1 wicket for Otago to win the Plunket Shield. And the batsman saying, surely we've got to come off now. And the umpire saying, no, we'll stay on here. There's nothing wrong with the light. And finally, Alabaster got an LBW, and the umpire said, that's out. And we won the Plunket Shield. This next ball is turned into the onside, away to the boundary for 4. This is expensive for New Zealand. Aya is 14. Southey just bowling on both sides of the wicket again. 4-2-1.4 in this over. Williamson geeing him up. Suddenly the run lead is 115.
Yeah.
Doesn't take much to just change those margins.
No, this is one side being in charge for a few overs and then the others suddenly changing the fortunes, and then on the other side sort of catching up a little bit as well. So it's been one, then the other side. It's been a fascinating morning, more from errors sometimes, and then this, although this has been some quite good strokes from Ashwin in particular.
Well, I like the fact that he's going to play his game.
He's playing some shots, isn't he?
Yeah.
But they've been good shots as well, all along the ground, no risk involved in them.
Southey bowls wide outside the off stump, 2 wide, 66 for 5 it is. 22 overs have been completed. Ashwin 7, Aya is 14, Southey 2 for 21, Jameson 2 for 21, Patel 1 for 23. More comments from Jeremy Coney and then Daniel McCarty.
But it's obviously been a component, the umpiring has been a component that has been picked up, and it is going to be up for discussion. So, yeah, look, here's one that's just come in from Garth. Oh, and Jeremy, my dad's in hospital at present. Your test commentaries bring him a lot of joy during the long evenings. Yeah, well, that's right. Thanks, SENZ. JD from Mount Eden in Auckland. Well done. Yeah, we're pleased to know that. That gives us a nice little warm fuzzies for us. Tim Southey now, wickets 51. This is versus India in tests. And astride, of course, the Colossus up at the top, Richard Hadley, was 65.
Patel started the new over, the 23rd of the innings. Advancing down the wicket, Ashwin getting to the pitch of the ball, playing nicely as he finds another single just to the left of mid-off, and Ashwin quickly on to 8. He's been a bit of a thorn in New Zealand's side with the bat in hand, a very important 38 in the first innings. Helping India through to 345. Patel now bowling to Centurion from the first innings. Aya is pushing off the front foot, and again finding a gap and another run, so runs just ticking along at a far quicker rate in the last 10 or so minutes, Jerry. For India, they're up to 68 for the loss of 5 wickets. Come on, Jazzy boy! Oh, boy, this test is so well placed.
Yeah, it's moving around, isn't it, Daniel? One side, then the other.
Patel has 1 for 25. Into the pads of Ashwin.
Come on, Jazzy!
Missing the leg stump.
We go 6 now, Jazz. Come on!
Ashwin loving to get on that front foot, isn't he, Daniel, to get that drive going. Leg side of it, looking to open up the offside.
Waits with the bat raised nice and high. Onto the back foot and punches towards cover point where Rachin Ravindra fields. No run. It's a lovely little story that JD's and listening to.
Yeah.
We wish him the very best. We wish him a speedy recovery. I'm sure a few more New Zealand wickets might help his spirits, but this won't do for Ajaz Patel. He drags the length down with the outside of off stump and going back and across and cutting away to the backward point boundary is Ashwin. He races to 12 off just 9 balls. And it's 72 for 5, and that lead is blown out to 121. Patel looks a very frustrated figure as he stands, leans back, scratching his head. Needs to find the accuracy.
Jazzy.
It's much better on middle and off as Ashwin advancing down the wicket, but just defending on the onside. And that is the end of the over. India are 72 for the loss of 5.
Baz and Izzy sure do love their morning coffee, and now they get to start their day with simply good coffee. Thanks to McCafe, their official coffee partner. Listen to Baz and Izzy chat to Kiwi sporting legends during the McCafe Coffee Catch-Up every Monday, Wednesday and Friday morning. Make sure you're listening live right here on SENZ or catch up later on the app. The McCafe Coffee Catch-Up every Monday, Wednesday and Friday with Baz and Izzy. Thanks to McCafe. Simply good coffee.
SENZ and coverage of this test series between New Zealand and India with our partners, Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, and Big Barrel. Be our mate and join Big Barrel Mates Club. Action-packed first session. 4 wickets have fallen. The runs are flowing too at a far greater rate than we've seen on day 2 and 3. It's 72 for the loss of 5. India lead by 121 runs. We're about half an hour away from lunches. Southey full and wide of off stump. So in 18 overs, 58 runs have been scored and 4 wickets. Made that 18.1 balls, of course.
I think it's time to have a little return of Jameson, Daniel, especially because of the introduction of Ashwin, who seems to want to play lots of shots, almost won a ball, and get his drive going. He's got a cut going. See how he goes to some of the slightly quicker, shorter bowling from Jameson.
Southey beating the outside edge of Ayer's bat. Didn't look like he had much balance as he propping forward, looking to play a straight drive, and once more Southey moving the ball away from the right-hander and past the outside edge. And that's the type of ball.
Yes, a nice delivery.
It really is. I think, as described earlier by Richard Petrie, is sex on toast.
On toast?
Whatever that means, Jeremy. Yeah. I had lots of questions.
Well, yeah.
It was right at the end of
Why toast particularly, I suppose, yeah. Personally, I'd find that quite uncomfortable, I think, unless, especially if it's that thick grain stuff.
Full of leg on off stump, whipped up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I don't know where you get a toaster that big either. There's so many questions.
Yeah.
So many questions. Although, Gerard, I know you're departing after this over. I am a little bit concerned, though, I must admit. I nipped out, grabbed a drink, came back into the booth, and my co-commentator next to me was on the telephone. And the first thing I heard was, well, my family's been in 3 generations of axe fights.
What? Perhaps that's how they cut the toast.
Southey. Full demanding line too. Well played though by Ayer. I'm not embellishing.
Where's
that
Mum?
one word.
Oh, she's out the back. She's out the back cutting the toast with the axe.
She's just had an axe fight. She's now preparing breakfast.
Yes, with a Reisenstein loaf or whatever.
Richard Petrie will join us, and maybe he can explain that and put my mind at ease.
Please don't ask him. Don't ask him. Still worried that poor old dad in the hospital.
Wide of off stump, no stroke, very wide on the crease. So far this morning, Pujara gone, caught down the leg side off the bowling of Jameson for 22. Rahane was LBW bowled, Patel for 4. Agarwal was caught at second slip by Latham off the bowling of Southey for 17. And Jadeja just lasted 2 balls before he was LBW bowled Tim Southey without scoring. Ayers 15 not out. Ashwin is on 12 at 72 for the loss of 5. 121 runs is the lead for India. Southey's just punched into the cover region by Ashwin. He will get a single in fact, it was Ayer, my apologies. He'll retain the strike. 16 to Ayer, 73 for the loss of 5. Jeremy's getting away rather quickly.
Yeah,
and I'm
going to find a sharpener.
As we welcome
a stone, a dry stone.
As we welcome Richard. I'm definitely not going to turn my back on you. Evening, Peaches.
I have to add, I wasn't one of the generation. Well, it wasn't me personally that was involved in any of the family axe fights.
So this is true. I did not misrepresent what you were saying.
It's 100% true. I don't even think the family's apologetic about it. It's caused great merriment. 3 generations have been involved in axe fights in the Petrie family. I have to say that the name used to be Petric originally. The great-grandfather came out from Croatia.
Ajaz Patel around the wicket, starting the new over, full of length on middle and leg, defensive stroke.
And he came out for a reason. He was training to be a priest in the Catholic Church back in Croatia on the island of Hvar. Unfortunately,
Patel bowls once more on off stump, no run.
He was involved in a skirmish with the French gendarmes while a priest and killed one of them, murdered one in an ambush, and had to move to New Zealand at short notice while things calmed down over there.
The church couldn't hide him. Good at hiding some people. Full of length, almost getting through the inside edge and onto the pads. Deflects it to backward square, no run, but that's good from Ajaz Patel.
So he did come to New Zealand and by all accounts was a man of great quite well respected when he came out here.
Probably after that incident, I would have thought so.
Anton Petric.
73 for 5, the leader's 1-2.
Changed his name to Petrie.
Full of length on middle stump, again defended straight back to the bowler.
And then proceeded to produce a family which had a penchant for axe fighting. Mainly within the family.
Oh, not, right. Good.
You know.
No, I'm not sure if good's the right word, but... 1 for 29 for Patel. Angling on to off stump, opening the face and defending his ire as he deflects it to backward point, no run.
So I don't know if that explains anything, but...
I'm not sure if you've put me at ease. You don't carry an axe around in the car or your massive tennis bag. Actually, it's the size of it could hold an axe.
Well.
Last ball of the 25th over, 73 for the loss of 5. Leading a long way forward. Right over the top of that one. The end of the over at 73 for 5. The leader's 122 for India.
If you're a Kiwi racing fan, the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel by SENZ is for you. Whether it's hearing from legends of the industry on Racing Tales of the Turf or keeping up with the current landscape on Breakfast with the Kiwis, you'll never leave without a gem to take away. Wherever you get your podcast and of course in the SENZ app, make the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel priority listening today. By Kiwi racing fans, for Kiwi racing fans, with SENZ.
SENZ and coverage of the Test match cricket in association with our partner Big Barrel. Big range, biggest deals. Well, the biggest deal with the ball for New Zealand in this Test has been Tim Southee. 5-wicket haul in the first innings. He has 2 for 22. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 22. 73 for 5 India. Southee starts the new over to Ashwin, who's leaning forward, defending rather tentatively into the onside. No run. Really has been a joy to watch.
Oh, yeah, it has. I mean, he is getting better and better. I'm not going to use that cliche like a fine wine. That is such a cliche, but he's getting better and better. His numbers that we saw on this TV screen earlier are comparable against India. They're comparable with Hadley. They're both knocking over Indians at about 22 runs per wicket. And whenever your numbers match Hadley's, you're doing well.
Yeah, you're doing something right. 2 slips in behind as he moves and bowls very close to the stumps this time, but Ashwin shuffling across the stumps, defending. No run. He's like a well-sharpened axe.
He is. He's really good. He's probably got more variety than Hadley had. Hadley had just an outstanding seam presentation, which Southee has as well, but Hadley was able to hit the seam and, like a leg cutter. I don't think it was an outswinger he bowled, it was a leg cutter, which was absolutely lethal.
Southee He was wider of the crease, but Ashwin's back and cutting away to the backward point region. It is defended out on the boundary, so no threat of a four, just a single will be taken, but every single now being cheered by the fans as they fill into the green stadium. Kanpur have brought good energy and noise.
Southey, I would say, is slightly more of an out-swing bowler, but he has a lot more varieties. He's got the cross seam. He uses the crease. This may be unfair to Hadley, but Hadley just got in close and just had a magnificent ball.
This one hit uppishly towards mid-on, landing in front of Jameson. Bottom hand came off the bat there of Iyer. He was not in control. He's 321 test wickets now, Tim Southey, so exactly 100 behind the aforementioned Sir Richard. So, no, 4-3-1, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the bowlers nowadays have a lot more variety. Southey's all over the crease and he's changing his grip, and slower balls weren't such a big thing back then. Southey in again.
Full of length, swinging away, but Ayer's up to the task. He drives up towards mid-off. A little exchange of smiles between the pair.
That's the other thing too. They're a lot friendlier with each other these days than they used to be back then too. There's a lot of smiling between bowlers and batters, and maybe they played together in the IPL. They play against a lot, but they look like they're friends. They look like a friend bowling to a friend. Didn't used to be like that.
Southey once more over the wicket, left alone through to the keeper.
You know, if you saw Hadley interacting with the batters, it was usually a snarl. Dennis Lillee was hardly on friendly terms with the batter. He called the batters, his attitudes toward the batters was they are just there, they are just faceless thieves. He didn't even acknowledge them as a human being. They are faceless thieves stealing runs off him. That was the attitude. It's not like that now. They're all earning millions in the same teams, and well, hey, I like you and you like me, and we're all becoming
buddy.
We're all becoming super rich. So I think playing together in the IPL has probably changed the relationships a lot.
Going to see a change of bowler. Jeremy Cody wanted to see Jameson back into the attack. Well, going for the most inexperienced of the bowlers on Test debut, Rachin Ravindra. Interesting decision. Ashwin looked very assertive against Patel, less so against the pace. Interesting to see how he plays this one. Of course, got out to the left-arm finger spinner and AJS Patel in the first inning. Bowled him a beaut. It pitched outside leg. Ashwin tried to go inside and out, tried to drive him. Spun past his bat and hit the stumps. Lovely piece of bowling.
I would say they're looking to take the ball away. They just want to change from Patel. They want to take the ball away from Ashwin. And Ravindra into bowl.
Wait on. Drags his first ball down. Ashwin works him into the mid-wicket region, but at mid-wicket is Patel about 20 metres from the bat, so there's going to be no run. Pulling in long sleeves, got the collars up. Looking the part is Rachin Ravindra in for his first test wicket. More than one if he can get it, as he has Ashwin leaning forward defending.
Well, he was none for 28 off 7 overs in the first innings. Bowled okay, got one to beat the bat. He bowls quite fast and flat.
Very quick through the air as it hurries on to the right-hander, Ashwin, who circumspect as he pushes to mid-wicket. He's probably quicker through the air than the other two New Zealand spinners. Closer towards what we saw from the Indian trio. Under the pads, but going down the leg side as Ashwin tried to hit that two square and misses.
He's just a bit too leg side at the moment. I think every ball would probably have missed the leg stump. He needs to pitch it on about middle and have it straightened from there. I would say he's probably pitching it on leg stump. and it's just running down.
Drags this one down outside of off stump, back cut. Good bit of fielding though. I think that's Will Young diving away to his right. Can't prevent the single being taken, but prevents any more. 75 for the loss of 5. Ashwin to 14. Aya is on 16. Rachin Ravindra will be thankful to Will Young. The lead is 124. New Zealand not going away, fighting incredibly hard as we are very much used to in recent years. Drifting into the pads once more, turned around the corner by Aya, but straight to backward square leg. The end of the over, 75 for the loss of 5 after the break. Garth Galloway joining you, Richard, through to lunch.
Want to be involved in an Irish-UK bred stayer to contest big cups races in Australasia? Fortuna select only proven staying types with strong pedigrees from Tattersale's UK Horses and Training Sale. Leaderboard and Carfief are 2 recent examples with noms for the New Zealand Cup, while 3-year-old Without Envy had a strong recent performance at Ascot in the UK over 2,400 metres. Make your Cups dream come true with Fortuna. Google Fortuna Racing for more. Call John 021 921 460.
And indeed, cricket with SENZ and our partners, Resene, the paint that Kiwis trust, and Big Barrel, Big Range, the biggest deals. And we're very grateful to Big Barrel and to Resene. 75 for 5 it is. It's been a really absorbing morning's cricket. We've got 15 minutes to go until the lunch break, and it's going to be Southey with 2 for 23, running in and bowling. Ashwin is onto the back foot and plays the ball into the offside. So 51 for 5 it was. This pair have added 24 runs without further loss, and the lead now 124. So New Zealand again desperately trying to get to inroads. You heard Richard Petrie saying that the possibility could be 130 runs today and a lead of 180 for India, and New Zealand might have a chance then. And here's the next ball driven by Ashwin. And Richard, a lot has changed since you and I were last on together, and that remote possibility is a real one.
Yeah, it's still there. I mean, 75 for 5. It'd be another... Need 124, so another 60 runs. If they can pick up 5 wickets for 60, which is not unreasonable, then we have about a 185 run lead, which is a possible. It's probably a 50-50 number.
Southey bowls and a good delivery. It's short, and it sees Ashwin going onto the back foot, trying to catch up with it with a pull shot through to Blundell. Don't think Southey will mind seeing them playing horizontal bat shots like that, Richard.
No, all the batters have struggled in this test match from both sides. Anything short. I mean, it hasn't caused too much trouble, but none of them have been timed. I don't know if anyone has played a hook shot and hit it for 4. In fact, I do know. Ajaz Patel did, but it was completely uncontrolled. You could say it was a lucky one.
Southey again, and this one jumps a little bit, and Ashwin takes his bottom hand off the bat with discomfort. A sign of what's ahead for New Zealand when they bat, possibly. But that looked uncomfortable.
So, yeah, 60 for 5. If New Zealand were to get the next 5 wickets for 60 runs or less, my estimation anyway is 180 is possibly a gettable score. We've seen that 200 is probably unlikely.
Southey bowls slow ball through this gap between first slip and gully and down to the boundary for 4. So the second slip where Tom Latham took that catch earlier to see Agarwal being dismissed has been removed. And now, unfortunately for New Zealand, 4 more runs as Southey bowls the ball outside the off stump. May not have carried to a second slip, although when Latham was there, he was standing very close indeed. Oh dear, it might have. That's disappointing for New Zealand. 79 for 4, the score.
Yeah, setting the slip positions is really a little bit of gambling from Kane Williamson. As to exactly where to put them, Garth, I don't know. You've capped it a fair bit, but it really is sometimes a bit of guesswork.
It is, but isn't it about taking wickets, really? Because New Zealand have gone on top. But here's the next ball cut and saved in the gully by Nichols. But isn't it about taking wickets at the moment? You know, these as the over comes to an end, 79 for 5 it is, Ashwin 18 and Iyer is 16. I liked it, and it was too late because we heard Jeremy Coney bemoaning the fact that Iyer, when they were on 46 for 3, he nicked Southey through sort of 1.5 slips and Latham was at third, and he had said earlier, you've got to come in. And then they had 2 slips in, and suddenly they've reverted to 1 again. And it just seems it's about taking wickets, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely it is. It is. I completely agree. It is about taking wickets to give yourself a chance. I mean, that would give you a chance of winning, let alone drawing. So it's not like Southey's bowling badly or doesn't put it in the right place.
Here's Ravindra bowling, and Shreyas pushes into the offside.
So they're having a go with Ravindra. You know, none for 28 in the first innings. His bowling figures off 7 overs. He bowled okay. He's straight. He's flat as he comes in.
Goes out wider and pushes the ball back to the into the cover area. Does Shreyas Iyer.
Noticeable, none of the New Zealand spinners turn it as much as the Indian spinners. Ajaz Patel probably the most.
There's a nice shot from Ravindra, which will see Iyer picking up his 17th run, just right, pushing it wide of Southey in that short cover position. 80 for 5. No, there is quite a noticeable difference between also the variety as well, Richard, as we'll just watch this next delivery. The Indians spinning the ball more and having more variety, as this next ball's a good one, and it sees Ashwin's outside edge taking the ball squirting to point.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, Ashwin's variety is outrageous. He's got so much variety, he doesn't even know which side of the wicket to run. Jadeja has a lot of variety. New Zealanders seem to have far less variety.
Down, Tom.
Onto the back foot is Ashwin. Good shot this time is Ravindra, just dropping the ball too short, and it's a chase for Patel from mid-wicket to his left and back about 30 metres off the boundary, and we see Ravindra then just practising his action and a bit frustrated with himself. Again, some of these runs just coming too easily for India. New Zealand have been good but not great, and they've picked up wickets, but again, too many scoring opportunities as we see Ashwin going inside out this time and driving a ball to cover point. The end of the over, 82 for 5 it is, Ashwin 20, Iyer is 17, the lead 131. We'll take a break.
We've all got good sides and bad sides, quiet sides and backsides, but our farm sides deserve a little attention too. Farmside is connecting rural New Zealand with unlimited broadband options. If you're Googling baby names for lambs, video calling Nan from the haystack, or making sure everything works out on the land, no matter where you are, how many you are, or what side you're showing, you can connect with your Farmside. Call 0800 Farmside. Farmside, connecting rural New Zealand.
Big barrel, big range, and the biggest deals in Resene, the paint that Kiwis trust. They're bringing you the cricket on SENZ, and it's been enthralling from Kanpur. The first session of day 4 with India starting on 14 for 1, 82 for 5 it is, the lead 131, and we're going to see another change in the bowling with Southey being replaced by Will Somerville. So 7 minutes remaining before the lunch break, and I assume that Somerville will just get 1 over. He's going to be bowling to Iyer on 17. Run rate now 2.82, so just creeping up again. It got to 3.3 early on and then dropped down to 2.5. India just benefiting from a few loose balls, and here's a short delivery from Somerville, and it allows Iyer just to go back and turn the ball with a straight back off his hip to mid-wicket. Iyer is 18 with that single. Ashwin 20. And Ashwin has been the player who really has done the damage from New Zealand's point of view. Only 20 off 27 balls. But in the context of this innings, with Agarwal out for 17, here's Somerville bowling again, short, and Ashwin goes back and across. But Agarwal 17 off 53, Gill just 1, and then Pujara 22, Rahane 4, Jadeja out without scoring. Then Ashwin's 20 from 28 balls has been a really useful contribution. Coming in at number 7 for India, it's 83 for 5. But here's Somerville bowling again, getting a little bit of turn, short of a length, and Ashwin with plenty of time able to just go back and push the ball into the onside. I'd like to see Somerville just getting the ball a bit wider outside the off stump and seeing if there is any turn for him out there. See if he can squeeze one between bat and pad. Here's a ball that stays a little bit straighter. Somerville getting through his over quickly, and Ashwin is very watchful indeed as he goes back, wary of that ball and not following it as it straightens up. It doesn't turn into the right-hander, rather just carries on straight after landing. Here's Somerville again. This is a ball that he floats up nicely, and it did turn a little bit, but the line was middle and leg. The over comes to an end. 83 for 5 it is. We'll have, I think, maybe, in fact, one more ball remaining. We might have, we'll certainly have one more before tea. The issue is whether or not we can get a couple. Here's Somerville flat and fast. Ashwin defending. He's 20. Iyer is 18. 83 for 5.
Yeah, I'll just give you an interesting stat here and the difference between Ashwin batting. Ashwin's 20 off 32 balls. You take someone similar on the New Zealand side, and what I'm doing here is trying to compare the difficulty of batting, sort of in the middle or late order. But Tom Blundell scored 13 off 94 balls. Ashwin scored 20 off, it's gone off my screen, whatever I said before, but 13 off 94 balls. And it was an absolute struggle for Tom Blundell, who I don't know if he faced any of the quicks, but he was facing spinners. And it was incredibly hard work for all the batters at that stage. It was like they were facing grenades. The ball was spinning, some of them weren't spinning, some of them were bouncing, some of them were staying low. I just think that is how good the Indian spinners are in India. Completely different game as Ravindra comes in.
Bowls outside the off stump and hit by Iyer, backward a point. 83 for 5 it is. Iyer is on strike. It's Ravindra bowling flat and fast and too short, and it's clipped down to Taylor just in front of him at first slip. So again, Ravindra not drawing the player onto the front foot. Blundell and Iyer are having a friendly chat. But that was a ball that saw Iyer easily able to go back on the back foot and just clip that to slip. Here's a better ball from Ravindra, and it sees Iyer having to play forward defensively, very much looking like with 3 minutes to remain, he's seeing his way through to the tea break, lunch rather. Ashwin is on 20, Iyer is 18, and here's Ravindra bowling, good delivery, and Iyer drives the ball back to him. It's full, landing on about leg stump and pushed back with no real pace on the ball. And just looking into the Indian dressing room, we can see Saha, who didn't take any part yesterday, as this next ball is defended again by Iyer. He's taken his helmet off, has a cap only on, his first Indian test cap. Gained 105 in the first innings, and here he is battling away 18 from 47. And this ball is driven by Iyer. Can't beat cover point where Nichols is fielding. It's 31 overs have gone. 83 for 5. We'll take a break.
The
The land of the long white cloud, home of thoroughbred champions and the Karaka experience. Karaka's iconic sales has for years unearthed the next generation of racing royalty. From blue blood thoroughbreds to other exceptional types, international buyers converge on Karaka each summer, seeking their next champion. Let New Zealand bloodstock open the door to Karaka and experience the passion and expertise of New Zealand's top breeders. The journey begins at Karaka, nzb.co.nz.
83 for 5, India. 4 wickets have fallen in the first session this morning. It's been balanced, though, by Ashwin with 20, Iyer 18. And the cricket coming to you from Razine, the paint that Kiwis trust in Big Barrel, Big Range, the biggest deals. The last over before the lunch break. Here's Somerville bowling wide outside the leg stump and carrying on further away.
Well, the good thing about that ball, it turned. Pitched on about leg stump and turned well down leg. But I know Shane Warne always talked about to the spinners. Back in here, Garth.
Somerville bowls defended.
The big thing with Shane Warne was turn the ball. Your number one job, if you're going to be a spinner, spin it. You know, if you're going to be a fast bowler, bowl fast. If you're going to be a swing bowler, swing it.
Somerville bowls outside the off stump, and that's the line that we've been wanting him to see, and unfortunately Blundell misses it. There'll only be one by, but that was the line outside the off stump, and it drew a false shot from the batsman. Buys it is, but Ashwin lucky not to get an edge for the first time off Somerville's short spell, having to play at a ball outside the off stump.
It went straight through.
Here he is bowling again, a little bit of turn.
Yeah, a little bit of turn. I tell you what, though, I think he really is trying to rip it in this final over before lunch, and that is a good sign. See if he can turn the next one.
Here he is bowling again. He's flighted and just does turn a little bit, but again the line is on leg stump and turning down the leg side. So Iyer is able just to wait and then turn the ball easily into the onside. No change to the score. The lead, 133 runs. It's 84 for 5. Last ball before lunch being bowled by Will Somerville. He goes around the wicket this time, and it's another ball down the leg side. Disappointing end, and Iyer just kicks it away with his pad. The end of the session. So India go to lunch at 84 for 5. You'd suggest there that the morning session has been, well, it's New Zealand's in the sense that they picked up 4 wickets, but India have managed to get away a little bit in terms of the runs as well. So they started the play at 14 for 1, and the first wicket to be dismissed was, remembering that Gill was out yesterday for 1, we saw Pujara. He was caught by Blundell from Jamieson's bowling, a delivery that just went down the leg side. Jamieson just drifting it down there, and fortunate to get a glove as Pujara couldn't get his hands out of the way. He was nicely taken by Blundell, who reviewed the decision when it was given not out and reviewed it successfully, needless to say. Pujara out for 22. It was 32 for 2, 41 for 3 when Rahane just failed to pick a straighter ball, a ball that just carried on with the arm. Beautiful piece of bowling by Ajaz Patel. Rahane out for 4. It was 41 for 3. Real excitement for New Zealand when it became 51 for 4. Agarwal out by Latham, pushing at a beautiful delivery from Southey, just leaving the right-handed batsman. Latham took a comfortable catch at second slip, had his helmet on. He'd been fielding in close, but that didn't trouble him. He took a good catch, and Southey picked up a wicket. Agarwal making 17, and then 51 for 5 it became. And at that stage, India had a lead of 100. 51 for 5 when Southey, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, managed to just get the ball to nip back off the seamer, but Jadeja caught in front. He reviewed it, and he reviewed it unsuccessfully. Southey picking up his second wicket in the over, and at that stage it was very exciting indeed from a New Zealand point of view. India leading by 100, 51 for 5. But since then, we've seen a partnership of 33 runs unbroken between Iyer, who is 18, and Ashwin, who is 20. And they've done a pretty good job for India against a slightly mixed New Zealand attack. Southee, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 27. Jameson, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 21. Patel, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29. Ravinja, just 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. And Somerville, a couple of overs before lunch, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 1. We'll take a break now, and then we'll be back with Daniel McCarty, Richard Petrie, and Jeremy Coney to review the session.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Gordon's 1 litre or pink citrus or orange gin, 700ml, $34.99. And Woodstock Black Heart Negrita Rum, Russian Standard, Label 5, Kahlua or Malibu 1 litre, $34.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
In sport, if it happens locally, nationally or overseas, SENZ is there. And it's all on the SENZ app.
Brendan McCullum is on 298.
Subscribe to SENZ's podcast channel and catch up on all of SENZ shows, plus shows from across the ditch, including Matty Johns, Cam Smith, Andrew Voss, Adam Gilchrist, Ian Healy and Brian Fletcher. Download the SENZ app now and listen anywhere, anytime.
Investing in property is not a hobby. You need to understand the business and have a tailored investment strategy from people you can trust. At Property Apprentice, we're independent financial advisors who won't just try to sell your property. We can help you to understand what you need in order to help you to achieve a stronger financial position for retirement. Come to a free event, text ticket to 268 or go to propertyapprentice.co.nz.
Fertmax NZ promotes, sells and supports the use of NZ-made UAN nitrogen and sulphur blends and have done for over 20 years. The nitrogen-efficient blends grow the grass farmers need, keep you under your nitrogen cap while saving you money on your nitrogen spend. Working throughout the country, Fertmax's hands-on business approach means they work with farmers to ensure their success. For more information, call Fertmax on 0800 337 844. Fertmax, where experience counts.
Is your horse a fussy eater, can't put on weight, has loose manure, anxious behaviour, or is prone to tying up? Poseidon Equine has the answers. It may be a problem with your horse's gut, the engine of your horse. Engines need the right fuel to fire. That's why Australia's leading stables report outstanding transformations with Poseidon Equine's digestive supplements, now available in New Zealand. Visit poseidon-equine.com to learn how to best fuel your horse's engine. Poseidon Equine. True health begins in the gut.
Get your pulse racing with Harness Racing. hrnz.co.nz is the home of harness with industry info, previews, tips, profiles, fields, expert analysis and much more. You'll be able to keep up with every meeting, every race. And if you want the action, get to the trots. See the four-legged athletes and the flying sulkies. There's nothing quite like it because Harness Racing is where excitement lives. So set the pace with NZ Harness Racing. For everything Harness Racing, visit hrnz.co.nz.
Whatever you grow will save a bro. Whether you sport something full and luscious, or if it's more along the lines of borderline disastrous, it really doesn't matter. All moustaches raise awareness, raise funds, start conversations and save lives. Because Movember is about so much more than just sporting a stache. Their work in mental health and suicide prevention, prostate and testicular cancer has never been more important, and they've never needed Kiwis more. So donate now at Movember.com. Your dough could save a bro.
Baz and Izzy sure do love their morning coffee, and now they get to start their day with Simply Good Coffee. Thanks to McCafe, their official coffee partner. Listen to Baz and Izzy chat to Kiwi sporting legends during the McCafe Coffee Catch-Up every Monday, Wednesday and Friday morning. Make sure you're listening live right here on SENZ or catch up later on the app. The McCafe Coffee Catch-Up every Monday, Wednesday and Friday with Baz and Izzy. Thanks to McCafe. Simply Good Coffee.
You're listening to Test Cricket, New Zealand versus India on SENZ.
With Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, and with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates.
8 minutes past 7 o'clock on a Sunday evening. You are listening to SENZ and the Test match series between New Zealand and India. We're at lunch on day number 4, and what another gripping encounter we have seen between these two sides. Yesterday was slow going as far as scoring rate. 181 runs scored over the course of the day. 11 wickets fell, but it was gripping, magnetic. The Indian spinners couldn't take your eyes off them. It seemed like a wicket was possibly a ball away. And that was only after New Zealand's opening pair put on 151. So it has been a game of ebbs and flows. And at lunch, India 84 for the loss of 5 wickets. Ayers 18 not out, and Ashwin is on 20. Play resumes in about 31 minutes' time. Stay with us in association with Razine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. And Big Barrel. Be our mate and join Big Barrel Mates Club. My mates are in here. Our expert comments in the form of former New Zealand Test captain Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand international Richard Petrie alongside me. Jerry, we said on this at the start of the day's play, New Zealand would have to do something special if they were to keep the slim chances of winning this test alive. Well, I think overall, 27 overs bowled, 70 for 4 in that session. We probably couldn't have asked for much more. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah.
I think he's popping his mic on.
Yeah, I think so. That's true. I thought I heard Mike's on. But anyway, I'm on again now. People are turning off in droves. Yeah, look, I think a little bit of good fortune wasn't there. New Zealand started, a little bit loosely with Southee and with Jamieson. And then suddenly, and then Southee came out of it after a couple of overs. Jamieson getting a slightly short one, and then picking up the wicket of Pujara down leg side off the glove was a bit of good fortune, I think, really. However, they certainly would take that. And then Rahane just missing one from Patel. Obviously beat him just in a wee bit of flight and movement back in. That was a slight surprise to me that he was dismissed in that manner. But well done to Patel, who was used very early in the session, really. In fact, if you look at that session, Southee bowled 8 overs and Jamieson bowled 5. So it's 13 of those 27 overs. And now because of that and the spinners that have been used for the rest, New Zealand kind of are positioned, as you and I were talking before, Daniel, they've got Southee and Jamieson who haven't been over-bowled at all in that first session. So they're ready to come back. And I think with particular reference to Ashwin, I would get stuck into him. I think that he looks, to me, unhappy with the short ball. He's been hit on the hand once. He tried to pull one from Southee once with the short ball, and he looked uncomfortable. And I would really start to get into him. Peaches is getting tired.
Fighting words.
His turn.
Well, not tired. I'm excited. There's just a lack of oxygen in this small room that we're in here, and unfortunately, Daniel McCarty's sucking up most of it. So what little oxygen I have there. Yeah, no, I think good summary, Jeremy, as always. Look, my estimation, I don't know if it's right, is that if New Zealand could bowl India out and have it 180 to chase, I think they could get that. Now...
Well, actually, you said not just get it, it was a 50-50.
Well, I think 50-50.
I'd argue that's a bit generous, but hey, you're a positive guy. I'm a bit of a negative Nelly, and we all know that.
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, we don't know, but that's my guess anyway. And your guess is it's 75. Even a 180 chase is 75 India, 25 New Zealand. It remains to be seen whether they can get 5 wickets for another 55 runs. I think it's possible. It is possible. It's the tail we're bowling to here. Jeremy's right. You got to go all guns blazing. If you can knock a hole in the top here, the Indian tail is nothing particularly special, not particularly brave either. So, it's definitely possible. You've got your Southies, you've got your Jamieson. still relatively fresh. If we look at the first innings, and I know the wicket's changed a bit, but it hasn't changed that much, because looking at what we saw from the spin bowlers, when I watch Somerville and Ijaz Patel and Roshan Ravindra, I'm not seeing a lot of turn. I saw a lot of turn from the Indians, and I saw our guys jumping around, and, Blundell scored 13 off 94 balls and was really just hell-bent on defence. I'm not seeing that from the Indian players. So we know that New Zealand's strength is pace. We know that India's strength is spin. In the first innings, pace took 8 wickets. This is New Zealand. Pace took 8 wickets for 116. Spin took 2 wickets for 178.
And those last 2 wickets were wickets 9 and 10, weren't they?
Tail enders, right? So I don't think much has changed in the second innings. We are relying, or when I say we, New Zealand is relying on their 2 seam bowlers to do the bulk of the work. They may get some support from the spinners, but I wouldn't be counting on too much. Patel may pick up a couple, and Somerville may chip in, but really you're relying on Southee and Jamieson to do the bulk of the work again, I would expect. And so you've got to gear your whole attack after lunch around that, because that's your best chance of cutting through and getting a smaller run chase than a bigger run chase, because we've seen by the stats to chase anything over 200, the odds aren't particularly good.
So you're with Jeremy. You're starting with your 2 quicks after lunch. Are you going to go after Ashwin too? I agree with Jerry's sentiment that he looks very comfortable. It's too easy for him against the slower bowlers.
Yeah, no, I definitely. You've got a guy at 6'8", so throw a few at him, hit him in the gloves. Some of them, when you go back to pull, and he does go back, he tries to pull, but no one's been comfortable with the bounce off the track. They just don't know how much it's going to bounce when it's dug in short. And it's 6'8". It's going up somewhere high around your throat, but you just don't know how high it's going up around your throat. And Jeremy will, it does hurt when it hits you. This cricket ball does hurt. Jeremy had his, albeit it might have been a bit quicker, but he had his forearm broken in the West Indies. Guys all look to pretend that they don't like the short stuff. No one particularly likes it. No one particularly likes being hit. But it's coming off slower in India. I know that for a fact, but all the same.
I thought India used the short pitch bowling, Jeremy, judiciously, but very well. They troubled Ross Taylor, who struggled to sort of pick up the length, because it is inconsistent, and that's a real challenge in of itself.
This ball is 32 overs old. It's not going to come off as fast as it did this morning or last night. And so it sticks in the pitch a lot more, and therefore even in a short ball, even if you see it and you want to play it, your stroke is too early, so you're trying to hold it back, or you've gone through with the shot and it's still coming at you, and your body's in the place of of where the ball is coming still towards you. It is very hard to pull the short ball, I think, on a pitch like this, when it sticks into the surface and you're expecting it to arrive and it doesn't, and yet the ball is still coming at you. So they are quite useful things, I think, to use. I think, when you look at what remains, Saha, Axar Patel, Ishant, Umesh, and that's not totally strong, is it? New Zealand just need to break this partnership, and one end could possibly be open for them. As far as Somerville is concerned, our spinners are having to bowl to right-handers. The only left-hander we have seen so far is Jadeja. All the rest have been right-handers. We are bowling on the better part of the pitch. All our spinners are bowling and landing the ball on the better part of the pitch. That's why we're not getting quite so much turn. If we were able to bowl it at Jadeja, we would have found, I think, that Patel and co could actually bring the ball back in with the aid of the footmarks. So that's the difference, and that's where something we need to think about when we bat. We try to keep, if it's at all possible, to keep our right-handers facing their left armers. Now, I don't believe we played Axar Patel that well, actually.
No.
He came wide on the crease. He had a low-slung arm. Yes, he was accurate, no doubt about that. But if you get forward and you come across your stump slightly and get forward outside off stump, you kind of rule him out a bit. He got wickets when our guys stood on middle and leg and stayed there. And that's what we've got to handle.
Absolutely. The thoughts of Jeremy Coney and Richard Petrie, more to come in part 2. We will take a short break. Stay with us. This is SENZ's coverage of the Test Series between India and New Zealand in association with Big Barrel. Be our mate and join Big Barrel Mates Club and Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. If you've got a comment or want to contribute to our lunchtime discussion, now is your chance. 8833. Text in. Chance to put a question or a comment to Jeremy Coney and Richard Petrie. Back with more shortly.
Imagine landing the catch of the day right on your front doorstep. Well, with Taki Timu Seafoods, you can. Head to takitimuseafoods.co.nz and order the freshest, most delicious seafood that Hawke's Bay has to offer. Chill packed and delivered overnight. We're talking John Dory fillets, kawai, or how about some salmon, even oysters. Just so good. Fresh, frozen, or ready to eat. You choose with Taki Timu Seafoods. Check takitimuseafoods.co.nz.
Hockey's little boy's taken the lead on row and pulls away to win the Guineas.
It takes special horses to win special races.
Mr. Rosser has to find Reduce Diggs. He lunges and wins.
And those special races give us special stallions.
Front, Super Seth is flying. Alligator Blood stopping Super Seth from the clouds. Super Seth has put in a mighty lunge.
Super Seth, the first Caulfield Guineas winner at stud in New Zealand in 3 decades. Standing at Waikato Stud.
From Auckland to Ashburton, Wellington to Queenstown, you can hear SENZ anywhere in New Zealand. Head to the Listen Live page at senzradio.nz for the radio station frequency nearest you. Plus, you can download the SENZ app and listen wherever you are, anywhere, anytime.
Want to be involved in an Irish-UK bred stayer to contest big cups races in Australasia? Fortuna select only proven staying types with strong pedigrees from Tattersales UK Horses and Training Sale. Leaderboard and Car Fief are 2 recent examples with noms for the New Zealand Cup, while 3-year-old Without Envy had a strong recent performance at Ascot in the UK over 2,400 metres. Make your Cup's dream come true with Fortuna. Google Fortuna Racing for more. Call John 021 921 460.
If you're into cars, now's the time to get into Repco. Because we're bringing the Bathurst! Yep, that's right. We're kicking it up a notch with high-octane deals on the best gear from all your favourite brands. So you can get into the spirit of Bathurst just like we are. Repco, bringing the Bathurst!
Fertmax NZ promotes, sells and supports the use of NZ-made UAN nitrogen and sulphur blends and have done for over 20 years. The nitrogen-efficient blends grow the grass farmers need, keep you under your nitrogen cap while saving you money on your nitrogen spend. Working throughout the country, Fertmax's hands-on business approach means they work with farmers to ensure their success. For more information, call Fertmax on 0800 337 844. Fertmax, where experience counts.
Get your pulse racing with Harness Racing. hrnz.co.nz is the home of harness with industry info, previews, tips, profiles, fields, expert analysis and much more. You'll be able to keep up with every meeting, every race. And if you want the action, get to the trots. See the 4-legged athletes and the flying sulkies. There's nothing quite like it because Harness Racing is where excitement lives. So set the pace with NZ Harness Racing. For everything Harness Racing, visit hrnz.co.nz.
This Movember, join Phil Tatarangi for the Whisker Series. Phil talks with leading sporting minds and names about their experiences with mental health and seeking help to play on. Movember is much more than just sporting a stash. It's about starting meaningful conversations about men's health. Whether you grow, move or host a good time for a good cause, your dough will save a bro. Donate to Movember now and enjoy the Whisker Series with Phil Tatarangi. Available on the SENZ app.
This summer, we're forecasting long, cool days and perfect sleeping conditions at your place. Talk to a Fujitsu accredited installer about finding the right air conditioner for you. So get the right fit and fit a Fujitsu.
Fit a Fujitsu. You're listening to Test Cricket, New Zealand versus India on SENZ.
With Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. And with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates.
You are with SENZ and, of course, SEN across Australia. We greet you with warmth, our cousins, listening around Australia, but our coverage on SENZ of this test series between India and New Zealand with Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. A few comments coming in via text, also via our social media. A couple of them here, loving it. Got guys synced up with SENZ perfectly. That is just heaven. I like the sound of that. While Dennis says, really enjoying the commentary as I buzz around collecting milk. Thank you, Dennis. 8833 is where you send your text messages to. I think from Australia you use 0428 675 843. We got one here, Jeremy. Listening from Perth, 32 degrees.
Oh, yeah?
And I'm in the gym getting some squats in. I'm hoping the game swings the Kiwis' direction. Can I get your Ashes predictions? Well, nice little self-brag in there that you're doing some squats.
Yeah.
As far as that test series between, a couple of the also-rans of international cricket, it's hard to go past Australia and Australia, isn't it, Jerry?
Yeah, I think you'd favour them for a start. Of course, new captain, Cummins, fast bowler. Seems a pretty level-headed bloke, doesn't he, really? Good bowler. Haven't been many fast bowlers as captains, Daniel. We can't think of too many, I wouldn't have thought. And I see Smith's been made the vice-captain. Yeah, no, I was thinking more from Aussie.
Interesting. From Australia.
And Smith being vice-captain, I just wonder how people might feel about that after the Sandpaper Gate. Has there been enough time? Should we bother to go there again? Is it the future? All those kind of issues. That will be, I'm sure, debated.
We probably don't have enough time to litigate all those matters. Quite a vexed topic, fair to say. Back to this test match, if you're just tuning in, 84 for the loss of 5 at lunch. India adding 70 in that middle session, but losing 4 wickets. Ashwin's 20 not out. We spoke briefly about how New Zealand should go after him. Jeremy wants the seamers to start. And also, maybe the odd short pitch ball, fair to say, he doesn't appear to like it generally, and this is an awkward paced pitch, and batsmen have struggled with that horizontal bat stroke looking to pull and hook during this game. I want to talk about the other bloke, though. He's a centurion, Richard, from the first innings. Iyer again is playing well within himself. Have you detected many weaknesses in his game? How would you go about attacking him if you're Kane Williamson in the New Zealand side?
Well, the only thing that springs to mind about him is he does look a little loose and flamboyant, but I think there's a very good reason why that might be.
Which is?
And that is, I'm just reading something here on ESPN Cricinfo saying he hasn't actually played a multi-day game, meaning anything longer than a T20 or a one-day game. He hasn't played anything but that form of cricket for the past 3 years. 3 years. So he's been drawn in. He said when he turned up to this game, he didn't know he was going to play, and he calls everybody Sir. So Rahul Sir, who's the Rahul Dravid, the batting coach, said, you're going to play in the test match. And he said, well, the last match I played was of multi-days was 3 years ago, which was the Irani Trophy. And they said, well, don't worry about it. Just bat how you'd normally bat and go out and score 100, which is what he did. So it's remarkable. So the only thing I would say, and he looks good, but he is quite a little bit loose outside off stump, and maybe in New Zealand conditions he might be found out a little bit faster. But I would say keep the slips in. They toyed around with having huge gaps between the slips this morning, and several catches went through the holes, unluckily. But I guess with Aya, keep the slips in there, bowl outside off stump. He will play at the wide ones, and maybe that's how you get him out. He's still a little bit flamboyant because he's not used to leaving the ball.
Jeremy, that's quite remarkable, isn't it? He's not played more than a one-day game, or T20, in 3 years, and he's come in and scored 100 in the first innings and is 18 not out in the second on a reasonably awkward wicket against a pretty good attack, especially the seam department. My mind's sort of boggling. I don't know how you feel about that little tidbit we've been given from Peaches.
No, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I didn't realise that he hadn't played more than just the short formats. He did give New Zealand a few little half chances, let's call them those. Nothing went to hand quite in the first innings. So I agree with Peaches about outside off. I think he does flirt a little bit out there, and I do think the slips should be placed in a way which is cover less area but cover it well. I think that, and it's old advice, but it's old advice because it actually works. To shimmy around and guess, to me, doesn't quite, do it. The other thing I think is tight bowling. If he is used to these short formats and hitting the ball with tight bowling, force him to play in a way that he's less accustomed. Make him pat the ball back. Make him take a risk if he wants to play a big shot. Force him into that kind of feeling. If Somerville is going to be used, I thought Somerville was starting to turn the ball towards the end of that last session. What do you think, fellas? And I would like to see either two modes from him. I'd either like to see over the wicket, pitching outside off, with a 4-5 field, 5 on the onside, 4 on the off, and go from outside off and then coming back into the stumps. That is one way to bowl off spin. It's the Aussie way, actually. It's Lyon and all that lot that were before him. And then the other way is he bowled one ball around the wicket right at the end. That should be with a 3-6 field, 6 on the onside, pitching on off stump and straightening, and bringing LBW into play. Those are the two obvious ways that off spinners operate, either side of the wicket, and that's what we should be trying to do, I think, with him if we're going to use his bowling.
And just be consistent like the Indians. So that's the other thing. There has been pressure relieving balls offered. Not all of them have been taken. Well, but you don't have much rope here.
No, particularly I think Patel has sprayed around a bit more than Somerville. But Somerville, I don't know what you think, Jeremy, but I think he's kind of bowled it off stump, and it's really hasn't. A lot of it hasn't got much turn. When it has turned, it's turned down leg or towards leg stump, and a lot of the balls they're playing to the onside. Whereas if you bowl the line that Jeremy's talking about, it's pitching outside off stump. If it does turn, you've got a chance of going in between bat and pad and hitting the stumps. But the problem is if you bowl it middle and off or off stump and it turns and you go, oh, great, one went through the top or one turned, it doesn't matter because it's missing leg stump anyway. So
he's only bowled 2 overs. See if he can make that adjustment. I know. He's actually spun the ball. 20 overs in the first innings. I don't think he really turned any. No, he
didn't. But it's a defensive line bowling 2 straight. Bowl outside off stump, it's an attacking line. Bowl at the stumps, it's a defensive line. Start attacking.
That's the thoughts of Richard Petrie, the Axeman, and Jeremy Coney, bringing you analysis during the lunch break of this test match between India and New Zealand. Day number 4 in association with our partners, Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, Big Range and Biggest Deals. It is now 28 minutes away from 8 o'clock. We will take a short break. We'll revisit some of the highlights of the first session for those who didn't catch up with all of the action, and there was a bit from a New Zealand perspective, grabbing our 4 wickets before the first ball of the second session with Jeremy Coney to join me, Daniel McCarty, when play resumes shortly. Stay with us here on SENZ, back with plenty more.
If you're into cars, now's the time to get into Repco. Because we're bringing the masters! Yep, that's right. We're kicking it up a notch with higher
Immunisation protects you and your community against infectious disease and can help safeguard future generations. That's why Chemist Warehouse is proud to be administering COVID-19 vaccines in selected stores across New Zealand. With plenty of spaces still available at the huge Sylvia Park store, now's the time to step up and roll up your sleeve. Whether booking your first or second dose, log on at bookmyvaccine.nz and secure your role in safeguarding all Kiwis from COVID-19. Chemist Warehouse NZ, Auckland.
If you're a Kiwi racing fan, the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel by SENZ is for you. Whether it's hearing from legends of the industry on racing tales of the turf or keeping up with the current landscape on Breakfast with the Kiwis, you'll never leave without a gem to take away. Wherever you get your podcast and of course in the SENZ app, make the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel priority listening today. By Kiwi racing fans, for Kiwi racing fans, with SENZ.
Imagine landing the catch of the day right on your front doorstep. Well, with Taki Timu Seafoods, you can. Head to takitimuseafoods.co.nz and order the freshest, most delicious seafood that Hawke's Bay has to offer. Chill packed and delivered overnight. We're talking John Dory fillets, kawai, or how about some salmon, even oysters, just so good. Fresh, frozen or ready to eat, you choose with Taki Timu Seafoods. Check takitimuseafoods.co.nz.
The land of the long white cloud, home of thoroughbred champions and the Karaka experience. Karaka's iconic sales has for years unearthed the next generation of racing royalty. From blue blood thoroughbreds to other exceptional types, international buyers converge on Karaka each summer, seeking their next champion. Let New Zealand Bloodstock open the door to Karaka and experience the passion and expertise of New Zealand's top breeders. The journey begins at Karaka, nzb.co.nz.
New Zealand has some of the world's best boating and fishing right here in our own backyard. And we all know how important it is to protect the things we love. If it goes in, on or across the water, PIC insurance brokers have got you covered. From dinghies to yachts, jet skis to cargo. Being on the sea is way better than going overseas, and great advice from PIC's expert marine insurance brokers can help you stay out there, enjoying our little piece of paradise. PIC Insurance Brokers. Great advice that works for you.
Tradies and home service businesses. You could be saving up to 14 hours of paperwork a week with GeoNext. It's a job management app to help you create quotes, manage your schedule and jobs, send invoices and get paid faster. All from one app. It's free to get started at trygeonext.com. Say goodbye paperwork, hello more free time. That's right, save time, save money, do heaps less paperwork. Get the job done with GeoNext and get started today for free. Go to trygeonext.com.
Read the label, take as directed, Sleep Drops Auckland.
Struggling to get proper shut-eye? Sleep Drops are New Zealand's only specialist range of sleep and stress support supplements. Sleep Drops products offer 100% natural support if you're having problems falling asleep, staying asleep, or experiencing tiredness and stress throughout the day. Award-winning products for all ages, lifestyle stages, and sleeping challenges. Try New Zealand's #1 selling sleep range. Visit sleepdrops.co.nz.
You're listening to Test Cricket, New Zealand versus India on SENZ.
With Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, and with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates.
Yeah, big thanks to our supporters, Resine, the Paint, Kiwis Trust and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. You are with SENZ coverage of the first test of two between India and New Zealand. We're at lunch on day number 4. India 84 for the loss of 5. Their lead is 133. They started the day's play at 14 for the loss of 1. Pujara 9, Agarwal 4. It didn't take long, though, for New Zealand to have some success in the first session on day number 4.
Out. Just do it one more. Yep. That looks like out to me too. It's the bottom hand. So well, it's kind of the two hands together really. That looks to me as if Agarwal has got a touch, and New Zealand have got a fortunate piece of wicket here to break what has been a fairly average start.
The grass, the surface as Patel comes in.
Oh, there's a big shout for LBW. That's got to be out. Richard Petrie's called it before it's even hit the pad, I think. That is plumb. Patel has got Rayane. The finger is up.
But unlucky early on. And here's a catch at second slip, taken by Latham with the helmet on. Oh, India into more trouble. Beautiful bowling by Tim Southey. A ball just leaving
Agarwal outside the off stump. Round the wicket goes Southey again, and Jadeja's caught on the pads. Pell for LBW, and he's been given. New Zealand on fire here in Kanpur.
That they were at that stage, with India slumping to 51 for the loss of 5. But then Ravi Ashwin joined Suresh Iyer, and with a pretty handy scoring rate through to lunch, have taken India through to 84 for the loss of 5. Ravi Ashwin is 20 not out, and Iyer is on 18. 84 for the loss of 5. The lead is 133. We're just moments away from play resuming. The wickets this morning, Pujara caught down the leg side off the bowling of Jameson for 22. Rahane LBW bowled Patel for just 4. Agarwal was caught at second slip off the bowling of Southey for 17, and the last to go, Jadeja, a second ball duck. 84 for 5, the two teams wandering back out into the middle. There was some cricket played in Dunedin today, part of the Super Smash competition, double-header in Dunedin, starting off with the Otago Sparks taking on the Central Hinds. The Sparks batting first, made 134 for the loss of 6. Susie Bates leading the way, the skipper opening up with 64 of 52 balls. The target of 135. The Hinds fought hard, but ultimately fell 8 runs short. Otago winning the game by 8 runs. Watkin made 32, and Atkinson, batting about number 7, I think, made 37. 4 wickets to Jensen, taking 4 for 20 for Otago. They got the victory in that one. Whilst in the game that followed, the Otago Volts up against the Central Stags at University of Otago Oval. Batting first, the Otago Volts posted 184 for the loss of 4. Hamish Rutherford smashing 82 of 47 with 4 fours and 7 sixes. 185 the target, the Central Stags. Well, got home. They won by 5 wickets, getting home with exactly an over to spare. Dane Cleaver, 114 of 54 balls, 14 fours and 4 sixes. An extraordinary match-winning innings by the wicketkeeper batsman of the Central Stags. That's the action from Dunedin and the Super Smash. Rachin Ravindra has the ball. He's going to bowl after lunch. Interested to get the thoughts of Jeremy Coney, which I'm pretty sure I know the answer. After this first ball, we are ready for play to resume. Bowling around the wicket. Bowling to Ashwin, who comes forward and drives into the cover region. What's the thinking here, Jerry?
Oh, dear me, I don't know, Daniel. I thought of all the spinners, I thought he looked as if he was turning it less than everybody else.
Driving.
He's coming onto the bat, isn't he? Sorry, my fault. It just doesn't seem to be turning at all for him. He is quicker through the air. Maybe is he changing an end for somebody? Don't know.
That's a much better line from Rachin Ravindra on off stump, was pushed into the cover region, no run.
I mean, to be fair for him, I mean, he's bowled, this is his fourth over, and he's had 4 runs only from his bowling. So he's doing a job for Williamson.
Yeah, but he's width outside of off stump, and it's short too. Back cut down to the fence for 4. Just about to say he's a young spinner. He's learning his craft, and he sort of just has a tendency to bowl a looser from time to time. Probably should have got that out 2 balls earlier, Jeremy. Now I just look like one of those hindsight guys. 4 to start the scoring in the second session for India to Ravi Ashwin, who's been quite a nuisance in this game with the bats. 38 in the first innings and now up to 24. It's 88 for the loss of 5. The lead, 137. Ashwin waits for Ravindra. Around the wicket he continues. Looking to repeat the dose. He's cut it and found the field. Lucky there for New Zealand.
What I don't get is, we're in a very tight match, Daniel, and we play our half spinner to open the session.
He's pushing Ashwin onto the back foot here. To a reasonably full ball. He finds a way to push it into the coverage at the end of the over that has cost 4 runs. India 88 for the loss of 5. The lead is 137. Jerry, we've got to commend Richard for sticking his neck out. He has a number in mind, the Petrie line I'm calling it. 180 is the number he is throwing out where he feels comfortable New Zealand chasing. I think I'd probably be happy chasing 1. But that's my state of mind. Do you have a number in mind?
You're like that, are you?
Yeah.
Well, I think New Zealand will give that a reasonable go. I don't see any reason why, okay, you can go through a list of bowlers and say there are 4 or 5 good reasons. But, I mean, I think that, while our openers exceeded expectations in the first innings, there were a lot of batsmen who missed out on some things, aren't there? And I'm thinking of Williamson, for example.
Will be Southey, the second over after lunch. And straight away catching the outside edge. It's gone between the 2 men, catching him on the wicket. It's slip in a gully and down to the third man fence for 4. We have said that a lot today and throughout this test match, but commend Tim Southey. He's found a line and length straight away, 92 for 5, the lead 1-4-1.
Yep, and he's found an edge. It was along the ground, to be fair to the batsman. But I wonder how many the gully has stopped. I don't think this pitch is a gully pitch, to be really honest with you. It's not as if there's going to be bounce from out there to get a glove or to get a slice drive with the pace of the ball and so on. I think it would be better if you're going to have and commit 2 fielders to a cordon, have 2 slips and that's it. If you want the third man, you can put him in if you're worried about that.
Southey over the wicket. Big shot for LBW, long way across his sire, maybe just drifting leg side. I'd like to see this one again. He's gone a long way across. Height is not an issue. New Zealand don't look interested in reviewing.
Was it leg side? But I agree with you. You only get a fleeting look at this, folks, and you just think, boy, that looks reasonably close. Look, see, that line is trailing in and it straightens a wee, but it's got a big edge. There it is. There's the reason.
There we go. That's the reason. But it was adjacent, shall we say.
Yep, it was.
Wonderful to see, Jerry, that you haven't had to cut in front of Garth Galloway at the cafeteria today. Elbow him out of the way like you did yesterday, embracing your inner Ravi Ashwin.
Correct.
At least he's learned his lesson that he's...
stopping him from using the fork, and getting around me. That's the way to do it, you see. But then, of course, I was spoken to by the umps, who are the sole judges, I might say, the sole judges of fair and unfair play, the umpires.
Not the guy bending the rules. 93 for 5. Ashwin on strike, drives nicely up towards mid-off. Williamson tumbling over, can't take it cleanly, and that will allow them to complete the run. I know he was quite a talking point yesterday, and we disagreed. Well, 2 or 3 of us did. 3 or 4, I think, disagreed with what he was doing yesterday, Ravi Ashwin. But I've been really impressed with how he's batted in this test, Jeremy. Those 38 runs in the first innings were really valuable. Once the Iyer and Jadeja sort of partnership was ripped out, Saha, Patel, Yadav, if they didn't add much, Sharma at 38 from Ravi Ashwin. Very tidy knock. This time it's Shreyas Iyer leaning into a push into the onside, turning it up.
Yeah, and that's why
there will be no run.
I think, Daniel, I wouldn't let him settle again, and that's why I mentioned over the lunch period, I thought that just give him something he might not be quite so comfortable. He seems very comfortable to me, getting on the front foot. The big backlift is up. The drives are coming. And he's moving the score along quite quickly, 25 off 40 odd,
Iyer again repeats the dose, pushing up towards mid-on, no run.
And the partnerships are happening quite quickly. And so he's actually so far produced 2 little cameos that have brought, the people are batting around him. He's supplied some confidence to them in the way that they bat as well. So Yeah, he's done a terrific job for India with the bat.
So too Shrey Shire has 23 not outs, 100 in his first test innings. In the first innings, he's pushing into the cover region. Hesitates, then is called through by Ravi Ashwin. Nice bit of play between these two to take a single to end the over. India are 95 for the loss of 5. The lead is 144.
Need a hand? Cryptocurrency, it can sound quite complicated, which is why having someone you can depend on to help is great, like Crossgate Capital, a specialist investor in cryptocurrencies. Crossgate Capital takes care of which cryptocurrencies to buy, storage reporting, and keeping track of this fast-moving market. A Kiwi company providing a familiar way to invest in crypto through shares. Think of them as the smart way to invest. Find out more, visit crossgatecapital.co.nz. The PDS is available at crossgatecapital.co.nz and on request. Crossgate Capital Limited is the issuer of the product.
SENZ and coverage of the Test series between New Zealand and India in association with our partners, and we're very thankful for their support. Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. Well, it wasn't about switching ends. Archon Ravindra is going to continue. 4 overs, 1 made, and no wicket for 8. No is the call from Jeremy Coney, and that's not to do with anything.
Oh, well,
to do with the dinner I think Garth Galloway has brought you. Here is the first ball of the over. It's a half volley driven into the cover region, but it's heavily packed with a shortish cover in Nichols, and behind him is Latham, who fields, and there will be no run.
But I think the point still stands that you've got such a critical session here where New Zealand have fought their way. They're trying to keep hold of this game with their fingernails. And the only way they can do it is by picking up wickets.
It's well bowled from Ravindra, round the wicket on off stump. Well, we are legitimately in one of those sessions that we tried desperately to avoid tagging, Jeremy, a crucial session.
Well, because it's a close game, isn't it, at the moment? I mean, an overall lead of what, about, I don't know, 140 perhaps?
Flat in, shorter from Ravindra, and calmly played into the cover region by Iyer, no run.
And you don't use your experienced bowlers now. New Zealand have got to be a bit careful, because another 20 runs perhaps, and suddenly the pressure they've developed and spent all the time just dissipates.
One score on off stump, Fuller of length this time, defending his Iyer.
So it's a wee bit of a gamble from my perspective. I mean, it might work. Gambles have worked before throughout the game, haven't they? But I've got to say, he's not really turning the ball.
Down, Raj.
It's very full, almost a Yorker length, dug out, pushed back towards the bowler.
I'm trying to think why, Daniel. Can you think of a reason why? He's bowled 4 overs in the first innings, and now he's into his 5th. Yes, he's bowled 5 overs and he's had 8 runs off them at the moment.
There's a little bit wider of the crease, spearing in towards middle stump, but sedately pushed into the covers, no run. And that is the end of the over. 5 overs, none for 8 for Rachin Ravindra. Made an over, 95 for the loss of 5. The lead is 144.
I mean, he's played more, hasn't he, against... he's played more recently rather than in terms of Ajaz Patel and Somerville. You know, he's been touring, in other words. He went to Bangladesh and he went over to the UAE, even though he didn't play. I guess he was bowling in the nets and so on. But you know, it is quite a big call to use your new player who's on debut, hasn't picked up a wicket yet in the match, to bring him in a critical session like this, a decisive, you know. Well, let's wait and see. Maybe they know more certainly than we do.
Here's Southey bowling short, and it's pulled nicely. Not trying to overhit this one by Ravi Ashwin. He's pierced the gap at mid-wicket, so he's passed the first test as far as the short stuff. He's 29, it's 99 for 5. Oh, just not getting up enough. A nice sort of height around upper chest area. He's found the ball. Sweetly coming off the middle of his bat and going for 4.
And the width of it, Daniel, it wasn't at the body at all. It was just nicely out that he could sort of just get a solid pull stroke, but it went through wide mid-on effectively. That's how far he had to sort of fetch it from outside off.
So 4 conceded by Southey first ball. He goes full and wide and swinging away and beating Ravi Ashwin. That was a lazy, comfortable type shot. I feel like I can score a runner ball. Just go leisurely with the hands, nothing else. And Southey beating the bat for, I've lost count in this test.
Yeah. That's that rolling kind of seam that Southey uses as well. It looks like it, as far as from the batsman, and one that's going to move away, but it just holds its line as it carries on straight.
The lead is 148. Southey full on off stump. Well played by Ashwin on this occasion. He pushes back to Southey. So New Zealand persisting with a couple of catches behind the wicket. They've alternated between sort of one slip lining up at a regulation second or third, and then a gully. We saw them make an adjustment where they brought them a little bit narrower, closer to the keeper, and then Latham took a grab at second slip. A short mid-wicket, these really are only men close to catching position. And Southey goes short again. It's pulled away towards forward square leg, but Rachin Ravindra is back. As New Zealand clearly have listened to our lunchtime wrap and taken on board the advice
so far
offered by only a couple of balls in, Jerry. 100 is up.
Yep.
Ravi Ashwin goes to 30 as a result. So 100 for the loss of 5. And this partnership proving a thorn in New Zealand's side. It's worth 49 runs. Remember, they came together with the score at 51 for the loss of 5. But Ashwin, the moment he got there, he was assertive, he was scoring, taking the initiative away from New Zealand. Southey now to Iyer, who's right in behind and defending into the cover region. No run.
Yeah, I think the only thing I can think of about not using Jameson is that, he's going to follow Southey, in other words, so that New Zealand want to extend, in other words, the period of their threat. Their 2 bowlers who have picked up most of the wickets, Southey and Jameson. They want to sort of not use them together and then nothing. They want to just put one on and then the other.
Southey goes very wide, angling in, driven into the cover region. No run. The end of the over, the 36th of the Indian second innings. They lead by 149 as they are 100 for the loss of 5.
Christmas is the season of giving. But if you can't give a gift in person, just visit copelands.co.nz. You'll find festive faves like truffles, fruit tarts and traditional Christmas cake. Copelands have a wide range of quality baked goodies available online just for Christmas with shipping nationwide. Send the gift of Christmas to your loved ones around New Zealand and Copelands will deliver. Shop online now at copelands.co.nz and have a magical Christmas with Copelands.
Product. SENZ and coverage of the India-New Zealand Test Series with our partner Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. 100 for 5 India. They lead by 149. Partnership is worth 49 runs. It's come in 98 balls. So it's very quick when you consider 181 runs were scored yesterday as Rachin Ravindra continues from around the wicket, angling into the right-handed batsman Ravi Ashwin, who defends in front of his pad. Straight back to the New Zealand debutant. Real sign of big spin. He bowls leg stump, turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. There was one in particular he got to really grip and turn and beat the outside edge of the bat. That was in the first innings. It's been pretty much straight on to the 2 right-handers. Continues around the wicket. Once more Ashwin a long way forward. Get into the pitch of the ball right over the top as he turns to mid-wicket, and there will be no run. There is just a slip in place, then a deepish gully, a cover, a shortish cover, a mid-off, mid-on.
Oh, Chan.
Ravindra bowls quickly through the air on off stump. This is nice, tight bowling. That is what he's been asked to do. He's doing a good enough job. He's not conceded much since lunch. That one poor ball outside of off stump that was cut away in the first over he bowled. Followed that up with a maiden. Another one quickly on to Ashwin, who's right in behind, pushing back to the bowler. No run, and he's close to bowling another maiden here. This one turns from outside leg stump back to the right-hander and actually clipping the pad, I think. He was trying to turn that very square on the onside chair. I mean, I think that might have spun back and hit the back pad. That is a positive sign. Well, it was going a long way down leg. So the end of an over and a good one by Rachin Ravindra. The score remains 100 for the loss of 5. The lead is 149. More from Jeremy Coney. And then it is Garth Galloway who is joining you, Jerry.
Yep, okay, well, that's 6 overs for 8. So he's doing a job. Just the question in your mind is that, is he actually... I mean, that last delivery was a beauty. Let's be fair to him. He got it to turn from about leg stump across the face of the bat and made the batsman look a bit awkward, and the batsman was surprised because it's the first one that's happened. And so, if he can keep doing that, that's ideal. He's really, doing a good job for his side. But as I say, that's the first one in 6 overs that he's got to actually turn from a different part of the pitch. And it's just a wonder are they playing these two in after lunch a little bit, because it hasn't been difficult until that last delivery.
No.
This partnership's building now, Garth.
Yeah, it is.
From 51 to 100 now.
So 49-run partnership. It's 100 for 5. And it just seems an in-between sort of approach, really, at a time where, as Southee runs in and bowls, and again, not for the first time, we see Iyer taking the bottom hand off his bat as he flicks the ball into the onside. Looks like he was surprised a little bit by the bounce, but it didn't seem to jump too much. He's 25, Iyer. 101 for 5. The lead now 150. I just thought that after lunch, New Zealand would come out and try and take wickets. That was the key. Batsmen starting again, and we've seen in this match a number of wickets falling shortly after the resumption of play. We saw it in the New Zealand innings, and we've seen it in the Indian first innings as well. It's quite hard to get established again, and here's Southee bowling to Ashwin, right home over the wicket, and this is a good delivery, and Ashwin comes forward, just covering up as the ball landing on off stump and nipping back in a little bit. But you're right, that last ball from Ravindra was a good one, and Ashwin stared down at the young spinner, stared him out, really. It was a good competitor, with the young fellow looking as if to say, oh, I was so unlucky there. Ashwin just stared straight down at the pitch. The days when fast bowlers were the ones who had all of the aggression have gone. 101 for 5. We've seen plenty from Ashwin during the game, and it's quite endearing in a way. He's a great competitor as he's onto the back foot, pulling this next ball, which is short of a length from Southee, behind square, and they're just going to pick up a couple more runs. So Ashwin is 31, 102 for 5. The partnership now just over 50 runs. Excellent partnership with Ashwin's 38 in the first innings, and now here he is contributing 31. He was a nuisance with the ball. He argued with the umpires in relation to the Agarwal coming in under the shadows. He's run across in front of the umpires. He's made an absolute nuisance of himself. He's a great competitor, and getting under the skin a little bit as it's going to be Iyer on strike. Still in his first test, 130 runs in both of his innings, and still unbeaten in the second. And again, here he is playing forward. He's actually, for me, Iyer, it's not surprising when you've got 105 to your name in the first innings, but he's looked more comfortable early on in this innings than he did in the first. I just thought he was a bit loose.
Well, he doesn't, because Ashwin in this particular partnership is scoring quite nicely.
Yeah.
There's very little pressure on him to try and play the big shots and be the principal contributor to the partnership to get it going.
Yeah.
I mean, Ashwin's accepting all that responsibility. He's an experienced player, and Shreyas is just sort of hanging in the background and being sucked along, in the slipstream, if you like, of Ashwin.
Southey again, a defensive shot on the back foot to Iyer. Well, yeah, and Jadeja is more than capable of adopting that role as well. He didn't in the second innings. He was out for just a couple of balls getting naught. But India are lucky fortunate to have them at 6 and 7, because if they're in trouble, you know that they can still chip away. And here's Ashwin, top scorer in the innings now. Iyer at 25 not out. Ashwin is on 31 not out. Pujara the next on 22.
And if Southey bowls another shot, well, it's Shreyas on strike here, isn't it? It's not Ashwin. Got to make it an effort ball.
Outside the off stump, no shot from Shreyas Iyer. 102 for 5. We'll take a quick break.
There's no one quite like you. You're one of a kind. At PIC Insurance Brokers, they know that stock standard insurance packages just won't cut it. You need tailored solutions that are right for you. PIC Insurance Brokers will get you sorted, whether it's your health, your home, your business, even your car or boat. Your broker works with you to make sure you have the right cover. And should the time come, they're right there with you at claim time. PIC Insurance Brokers. Great advice that works for you.
Coney and I had an animated conversation. You might have heard the honour. We're agreeing that there's no disagreement. No one's running across in front of me while I'm having my dinner. India 151 runs ahead now. 102 for 5 it is. But we're just talking off air about why we're surprised that Jamieson didn't open with Southey after lunch. Here's Ravindra bowling, and just give themselves the best chance to take a wicket.
Well, so far we've seen from Southey, who's obviously the main one, and it seems as though Ravindra is going to do the tight work and not give too many runs away throughout his spell, and he's doing that job for his captain. Yep. So let's be fair about that. But I thought they need to claim wickets here, New Zealand, and not allow India to get in and form a little partnership and keep it going. And Southey, if he's going to bowl short balls, it's got to be effort balls.
Here's Ravindra again bowling just short of a length, and Ashwin plays into the offside. Yeah, no, I agree, and they could have just Southey and Jamieson could have bowled 3 each.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, Jamieson's bowled 5 overs today.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's injured. I don't know. So that might be the reasoning, and if it is, then that would explain things. Here's Ravindra bowling again. He's certainly found a nice line and length, Ravindra. He's bowling more tightly than he did in the first innings.
You're right, and that one turned just a little bit too. Actually, we're just having a shot of Jamieson there, and he's doing some stretching exercises. So maybe he's preparing. But it looks as if the ball's starting to turn from the better parts of the pitch.
Here's Ravindra bowling again.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And he is doing the job. I just don't think it's the job that New Zealand needed straight after lunch. And so, fair enough to him, as you say. He's bowling tightly.
You could bowl Southey 3 with Jamieson.
Yep.
Keep Jamieson going. Take Southey out. Then you could bring your Ravindra or somebody else in.
Here he is bowling again. Defensive shot from the batsman. Absolutely.
Certainly, Ashwin is watching a little more closely since the ball has started to turn for Ravindra. So 5 dot balls this over, none for 8 off in the 7th.
It would be lovely to see him pick up a wicket as he bowls, and Ashwin comes down the pitch, and that's all a little bit easy as he turns the ball down to mid-on, just turning the face of the bat and driving it. Somerville, who comes in off the boundary there, 103 for 5. Ashwin 32, Iyer 25.
Yeah, more of an arm bowler, I think, of Ashwin at the moment. It's not a,
Ravindra?
Ravindra, Ravindra, not Ashwin. But it's to Ashwin. And just using his whole body a bit more, as I mentioned before, that very important part for a spinner, to try and use your body to help you get spin imparted on the ball. More revs on it through the body. It sounds weird. You're obviously holding the ball in your hand.
Yeah.
But you actually weight from the back foot through the front foot as you plant it, and then rotate the hips and the whole body to try and get the front arm coming through and using the body to try and generate turn. And you also get, because the ball's rotating more, then you get a wee bit of drift and drop as well, just a little bit. And
but that's
really important.
That can be the time a batsman walks past it.
Yes, absolutely.
Lays up in the air. Just those moments where the deception comes in. And we saw it very well executed, really, from Ashwin, who's just a master of revolutions on the ball, dipping, dropping, and also able to drift the ball with the arm away from the right-hander into the left-hander, straighten it up, move it away. Lovely variations.
He's a complete spinner, isn't he?
Sure is. And so different to the spinners. Here's Jamieson, who've been calling for him. Here he is back into the attack, and the first one short. And so different to the spinners we were talking about off air. I'm thinking about, offies who played for New Zealand, Peter Petherick, Gwen Alabaster, Bracewell, obviously, who had more variation and drift than those two.
And drop.
Yeah. And we remember those deliveries he bowled to Alan Border a couple of times where he bowled them through the gate, and right-handers. He was a very good bowler, John Bracewell.
Yes, he was.
But the offies in those days, I remember going
They had off spinners, basically.
They just bowled off spinners, and you were taught. So I went to a coaching clinic with Peter Philpott, who you'll remember as onto the back. Oh, this is close. In fact, he's bowled him. Jamieson's got the wicket. We asked for him to come back in, and he's done the job. 2 balls in. Ashwin's onto the back foot again, just showing he doesn't like the ball short. That was short of a length. He went back and across and almost ran the ball down the face of his bat into his stump. So Bale falls off. That's enough. 103 for 6.
It's just that off. He didn't really go back to it, does he? He's back in his crease with the back foot, but he's a little bit uncertain, and it's therefore the bat has played it straight down and by his feet, and then rolled backwards over the back foot and then into the one stump, and one bail is removed. So there's the partnership breaking. Have New Zealand just wasted maybe 3 or 4 or 5 overs there before they've got him on? Maybe they, as we were suggesting, maybe they could. It's easy to be wise after the event, isn't it? But maybe if they'd both started, Southee and him, pull Southee off after 3 overs, keep one of them going, the other one has a spell. What we've seen from New Zealand is they have decided to bowl the young spinner, Ravindra, from one end, and Southee, and then once he's had 4 or 5 overs, taken him off and then brought Jamieson in. So they've tried to elongate the number of overs that the 2 faster bowlers, our better bowlers, are able to provide. But in doing so, I think they've just reduced the impact. And New Zealand, let's be fair, they need wickets.
I think so. And the interesting statistic, as we're into, what are we, 25, over half an hour since the lunch break, and Jamieson has bowled 5 overs and 2 balls today, as Southee's bowled 11 overs. It doesn't make sense to me, but this next ball is short outside the off stump, and it flies through. 103 for 6. I'll finish off. I was just talking about Peter Philpott and going to a coaching lesson with him. He was, of course, an Australian leg spinner. Used to come out to New Zealand in the 1970s and run coaching clinics. He seemed like a real novelty in those days. A lovely man and a very good spin bowler. But as an off spinner, the only thing was the off spinner, the orthodox one. Maybe vary the amount of spin a little bit, and an arm ball. Just a little outswinger, and you try to disguise your action as much as you could. Some would push it through very fast to try and surprise the batsman. The more subtle would just drift it. And they were the 2 variations, 103 for 6. The game's changed as Jamieson bowls outside the off stump through to Blundell. 1 ball remaining, 2 balls remaining in this over. So Saha is the new batsman. And remember that it was Bharat, the keeper, Shrikant Bharat, who was on the field yesterday with Saha off with a sore neck. He's able to bat, and India will need him. It's beautifully balanced at the moment. It's 103 for 6. The lead's 152 runs. New Zealand desperately trying to make further inroads, and if they can, it'll be a fascinating thing. But they're hanging in there. That one from Ashwin, it did come back a little bit. It bounced. It ran off the face of the bat and down past his pads. Here's Saha playing a poor shot outside the off stump, feeling for the ball.
I think those slips with Saha just, again, not looking comfortable outside that off stump. The slips have got to come closer. You do not want the ball to go between keeper and slip because there's quite a reasonable gap there. It depends very much on the width. You see how he's playing away from the body there?
Yeah. Wanting to get bat on ball.
Yeah, and even if you get a kind of an outside middle, that might just carry, and that's where... Latham's got to come into that gap.
Here's Jamieson again, and Saha is coming forward, pushing it to square of the wicket to point where Patel fields the end of a successful over. Well bowled, Kyle Jamieson. 103 for 6 it is. Saha yet to score, and Aya 25.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Join Trailtown's Radio Hour of Power, the world's first bicycle tourism radio show with Vandy and Deets. That's me.
Find out where to ride, eat, stay and play right across New Zealand and Australia.
The Trailtown's Radio Hour.
Sundays on SENZ, brought to you by Evo Cycles.
52 runs for the partnership between Ashwin and Iyer, and who knows how important that's going to be, as it's a short delivery from Ravindra, and it keeps short too. Goes low along the ground, and onto the back foot was Iyer, picking up a run as it bounced up over slip. Razine, the paint that Kiwis trust, and Big Barrel, big range, and the biggest deals bringing you the cricket here on SENZ. That ball just keeping low again, and Iyer showing the perils of playing cross-batted shots when that happens. And then ironically it bounced into the pitch and up over Taylor, which enabled them to take the run. That's good for Ravindra though, because it brings the new batsman Saha down on strike. And he's coming forward again, wanting to get bat on ball. He does, as that turns and bites a little bit from Ravindra, but it's too wide, and it means that there's a chase for Young down to the third man boundary. Young running from a gully position, and Saha presumably picking up 3 runs. Yes, indeed, 107 for 6. So again, Ravindra just getting a bit too wide outside the off stump. And we're sorry, we've got a text coming in saying, I love listening to the cricket from India, but the noise of the crowd is so intrusive, I have to turn it off. That's such a shame. That's a real shame. We'll see if we can turn it down. Way beyond my payroll, I'm afraid to say, but noticing your issue there is onto the back foot is Iyer clipping another ball into the offside. Saha can obviously bat. He got 100 against Australia in 2017 at Ranchi, so clearly a player of some ability, averages just over 28 in Test cricket, but it's Iyer who's on strike in his first Test match, and again another ball that goes square of the wicket. It's Young fielding for the second time in the over, 107 for 6. So no question that Ravindra, none for 13, 2 balls remaining in his 8th over, so he's doing a job for New Zealand, and he's certainly started to find a little bit of interest. That ball's too short and it's clipped back by Iyer. But as he settles on the right pace and line, I think he's more interesting, and things are starting to happen a little bit more for him. All a learning experience for him. The debutants are bowling to each other, as this time it's Iyer who again plays defensively. 41 overs completed, 107 for 6 it is. Saha is 3. Iyer is 26 to lead, 156 runs. All right, Richard Petrie. Can they bowl out India for around that lead of 180 that we talked about earlier in the day?
Well, of course they can. I mean, the lead's 156, so that would be about another 25. They need 4 for 25. Well, that's certainly doable. The Indian tail is not necessarily the most feared tail in the world, so they will have to break this partnership, obviously. Probably the 2 most accomplished. I see Saha was averaging, I think I saw around very high 20s or low 30s, so he's obviously quite a reasonable player. And obviously Shreya averages over 100.
Jamieson bowls now, good delivery, which is searching to get underneath Saha's bat. Doesn't do so, but a nice full Yorker on about leg stump. And one might think that the next one might be a bit shorter. 3 for 21 for Jamieson.
Yep, and the good thing for New Zealand anyway is they've got 2 major strike weapons in Southey and Jameson. They took 8 for 116 in the first innings, and they are operating sort of back-to-back.
107 for 6 it is as Jameson bowls again, and Saha is pushing the ball to mid-wicket.
Jameson's he's in his 9th over now. He's got 3 for 21. Pretty good figures, really. I mean, those are the type of figures you would expect to see on a green seamer. Southey, pretty similar. So those two New Zealand bowlers have done incredibly well on conditions which really aren't meant to suit them. They're meant to suit the Indian spinners, and yet they've still been able to strike.
Here's Jameson bowling again outside the off-stump, no shot. Well, they've been a lot better, haven't they? Southey and Jameson than Ishant and Umesh, you'd have to say. And conversely, the Indian spinners hold the upper hand by a margin.
Absolutely. Yeah, so, I mean, it's been an intriguing game, Garth. I mean, it really has. It's there hasn't been a boring session yet, which we often see sometimes on the flat wickets of New Zealand. And batters go and score double hundreds.
There's a defensive shot from Saha, 107 for 6. Here's a couple of texts coming in. It's lovely. I do enjoy the communications we get. Nick here, regarding the crowd in India, I love hearing the crowd. Adds atmosphere. Keep up the great work, SENZ. Another one here, please don't turn the crowd noise down. We had no crowd noise last night and it wasn't great radio. And then Nick also saying, don't listen to that grumpy old mole about the crowd noise. Turn it up. Keep the atmosphere going. So no one is the same. Everyone likes different things, and that's how we like it on SENZ's Cricketers. Here's a lovely drive from Saha, but it won't get him off the mark. Again, Saha is looking for to play the ball, isn't he? Searching for it a little bit, Richard.
Yeah, he is. He's the number 8, so his technique's not going to be as tight. He's obviously quite a competent player, but he's facing a guy 6'8", which is kind of hard sometimes to judge the length and sometimes the line. So they're fighting hard. New Zealand fighting hard.
Really interesting stuff. Here's Jameson again, trying to make further inroads. Runs in and bowls short, and Saha doesn't like that. Onto the back foot, plays it safely enough in the end. 107 for 6 it is. Saha 3, Iyer is 26. The lead, 156 runs. Jameson has 3 for 21 from 10 overs, and after this break, it'll be Daniel McCarty with Richard Petrie.
Treat your horse like royalty with Majestic Horse Floats. Since 1938, Majestic Horse Floats have grown to be the largest equine transport company in New Zealand. With fully staffed and equipped depots in Auckland, Bulls, Christchurch and Invercargill, Majestic have your horse transport needs covered across the country. So give your horse the royal treatment. Call 0800 435 6287 or visit majesticfloats.co.nz. Majestic Horse Floats, proud to support the New Zealand racing industry.
SENZ coverage of India versus New Zealand, the 2-match test series. Test match number 1, we're into day 4. India a 107 for the loss of 6. Rachin Ravindra to continue. He bowls wide of off stump. It's short 2 and it's just delicately back cut down to the boundary for 4 by Shrish Iyer. He moves to 34. It's 111 for the loss of 6, and that lead is 160. In our coverage with Razine, the Paint, Kiwis Trust and Big Barrel. Big range, bigger steals.
Yeah, unfortunately, these type of runs are really annoying for Kane Williamson. It's just an easy shot. It's short and wide, and you just run it down to third man.
Got to find a way to get rid of Iyer. Indra bowls fuller, much straighter, turn to wideish mid-on. There is no run. Very excited to be alongside you, Richard, at the best of times. But now, after you finally opened your soup, the banquet of food that you helicoptered in to get us through this test, is it as average as I suspect?
It's quite nice. It's quite nice.
Just a slip in place, very wide, almost on a 45-degree angle was Indra hustling it through. It good pace defending his eye right in front of his eyes. There is no run. In full and straight in a defensive stroke from Aya. New Zealand have picked up 5 wickets today. If you're just tuning into our coverage on SENZ, the details after this over, because debutant Ravindra in again from around the wicket, spearing it in towards leg stump, turn to mid-wicket. The field is positioned. So 27 runs have been added in 10.5 overs since lunch, and just the 1 wicket. Ravi Ashwin. And then out. Pushing back to the bowl at the end of the over, so 5 good balls and that 1 errant one put to the boundary by Suresh Iyer, who's 30 not out. Saha's 3. It's 111 for the loss of 6. India started the day at 14 for the loss of 1. They lost Pujara for 22. He was caught, glove down the leg side off the bowling of Jameson. Blundell taking the catch. It was not given. They challenged and the decision overturned. He departed for 22. Jinka Rahane was LBW bowled Ajaz Patel, playing all around one, hit dead in front. Absolutely no doubt about that. He was gone for 4. Agarwal was caught. Latham at second slip off the bowling of Southey for 17. Ravindra Jadeja, half century in the first innings. Well, he only lasted 2 balls in the second. Tim Southey getting him again. Nice bit of bowling. 1 wide, then angled back in. Trying to whip it through mid-wicket was Jadeja, and he was out LBW. Jameson starts the new over, goes short into the ribcage of the short right-hander. Saha just gets inside the line and deflects it down towards long leg, collecting the run. It's 112 for the loss of 6. And then Ravi Ashwin, old Jameson. Misfortune for him. How would you paint the picture of that dismissal?
I would paint it by saying that it was a short pitch ball outside our stump that Ashwin decided to play. It didn't get up, which brings your bottom edge into play, and
Jameson goes much fuller this time, turned up towards mid-on. Looks disappointed he hasn't cashed in there. It was a half volley.
Yeah, it was a product of a ball which didn't bounce as much as Ashwin wanted it to bounce, or thought it was going to bounce. So he, instead of hitting the middle of the bat, it hit the bottom edge of the bat. Played on to his front leg, then unfortunately took a change of direction and rolled gently, ever so gently, back towards the stumps, doing nothing more than just having enough impetus and energy to knock one of the bails off.
So calmer is Ravi Ashwin playing on.
Well, if you believe that what he was doing yesterday was evil.
Full ball from Jameson. This is whipped elegantly through mid-wicket. There is deep forward square leg in the form of Ravindra, who's crossed smartly to prevent just 2. Prevent it going from the boundary, so just 2. 2 more to Iyer. He's 32. It's 114 for the loss of 6. The lead is 163. Southey has 2. Jameson 3 wickets. And Patel the other for New Zealand. And it's Iyer they've got to find a way to get rid of. The Centurion from the first innings is 32 not out and looking rather untroubled. The towering figure of Jameson past the umpire, goes right across his stumps and flicks it from middle down towards long leg where Somerville fields. But another run taken, 115 for the loss of 6. The lead 164, Iyer to 33.
Jameson here just going too much at the wickets, and Iyer's come right across the stumps really. I mean, Jameson put his hands up as if, you know, oh, if you'd missed that it would have been LBW, and it probably would have, but if anything it was leg stump. Jameson standing there, 2 hands in the air in front of his face as if he comes in again.
Wide of off stump, full of length, pushed calmly into the cover region, no run.
So Jameson, he's only into his 11th over, 3 for 25. He's bowled pretty well today. Southey's bowled very well. Between the two of them, I think Southey's still got 2 wickets.
Southey 2 for 41 off 13 overs. Jameson has 1 ball remaining in his 11th. He has 3 for 25. Patel 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29, the wicket takers. Number 12 on his back. Jameson goes short and wider outside of off stump. That was an effort ball. Left alone. The end of the over. 115 for the loss of 6. The lead is 164.
Need a hand? Cryptocurrency, it can sound quite complicated, which is why having someone you can depend on to help is great, like Crossgate Capital, a specialist investor in cryptocurrencies. Crossgate Capital takes care of which cryptocurrencies to buy, storage reporting, and keeping track of this fast-moving market. A Kiwi company providing a familiar way to invest in crypto through shares. Think of them as the smart way to invest. Find out more, visit crossgatecapital.co.nz. The PDS is available at crossgatecapital.co.nz and on request. Crossgate Capital Limited is the issuer of the product.
29 minutes after 8 o'clock, SENZ's coverage of India versus New Zealand. Delighted to bring it to you. Live and free right around New Zealand, wherever you may be listening. A very warm welcome and big thanks to our partners, Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. In fact, I think it's that time. I'd love to hear what people are doing late on a Sunday night and where they're listening to us from and what they're doing. You'd probably...
Within reason.
On a Sunday night...
Yeah. For most people, Sunday night's a lazy time.
Be in your cryo chamber.
I'd be watching Cry Chamber.
Regenerating after the weekend.
I'd be watching TV.
Yeah, you would be. Yeah, dominating the couch?
No, I get given a certain seat. I've got told where I can't sit. I've been given a place where I can sit. The dog sits in the middle.
So the dog is higher on the hierarchy than you?
I wouldn't say that.
Sounds like it to me. Somerville's coming into the attack. The off spinner starts full of length on middle stump. They've got long on back, so comfortable single as I just nudges it into that gap. He goes to 34. It's 116 for the loss of 6 wickets. So, yeah, let us know where you're listening from, what you're doing, your name, out of the country, or the world for that matter. Flick us a message via our social media channels, or if you like text, 8833. Always enjoy hearing from you.
I've got a question here for you, Daniel.
I'm not sure whether or not I can answer it.
You will be able to answer it. It's an opinion one.
Excellent. Got that covered.
It's a better line for some.
It is. Now, 5th stump, looking to turn the ball back into...
Correct. And if it turns, you attack the stumps. If it doesn't turn, you attack the outside edge. So it's more of an attacking line, that 4th, 5th stump, than what he's been bowling, which has been too straight.
He's got a man under the helmet too, but the problem is he's dragged this one down short, and Sa's just letting it hit the face of the bat on the angle and finds a gap at 3rd man. Will Young sprints off from backward point, but they'll trot back for an easy 2 runs. Saha moves to 6. It's 118 for the loss of 6. The leaders creeping up towards the Petrie line, 167.
167. So in the first innings, the pace bowlers, there's only 2 of them, took 8 for 116.
Wider of the crease, Somerville goes much straighter too on middle stump. Turn 2, the man under the helmet, Latham.
So here we go. I'm going to make a big point here. In the second innings, the pace is taken, of the 6 wickets, the pace is taken 5 for 56.
Somerville loops this one up wide of off stump, leaning forward, Saha defends.
Score is 118 for 6, 5 for 56. Now, in hindsight, here's the question. Would Wagner have been a useful option?
118 for 6. Somerville is off spin. Here's a full toss. It's slapped away through mid-on. Down to the boundary where long on fields. Another run, 119 for the loss of 6. Well, yes, because in my 11 that I wrote down before the game, he was in it.
Right. What do you think?
I had left out Rachin Ravindra. I had gone bowler heavy.
Right.
I'd gone bowler heavy. I had Jameson at 7.
Okay, so you sacrifice Rachin Ravindra's 13 runs that he scored in the first innings, and you replace it with a bowler who, I mean, in hindsight, I don't mind saying that, but Wagner would have got wickets if Southey and Jameson have taken 8 for 116 in the first innings and 5 for 56 in the second. You'd have to assume Wagner would have been in on the party as well to a greater degree than what the spinners have contributed. So maybe there's an argument here that just because you're playing in spin-friendly conditions.
Jameson to start the new over to the right-handed Saha, who's right across his stumps, defending from the crease line with a straight bat. No run.
They are spin-friendly conditions. You still have to be a bloody good spin bowler to get them.
They haven't played a lot either.
No. Well, that's
But that's something I think you need to factor in too.
Well, you can factor that in and say they haven't played a lot either. And they haven't. They haven't played for, Patel hasn't played for 6 months.
Jameson drags the length back and it's defended right under his eyes by Saha.
So there's possibly an argument or something to think about anyway for Stead and the selectors that even though the conditions are supposedly favour spin bowling, they've still favoured the New Zealand pace bowlers. And if your strength is pace bowling, pitches which break up and have inconsistent bounce are good for spinners, but they're also good for the quicks as well if you're good enough. If you're really good at a quick bowler, you'll take wickets on almost anything. If you're a really good spinner, you'll certainly take wickets. Either.
Jameson goes short. This one hits the rib cage of Saha, goes behind the wickets. Very fine, and Blundell is athletic as he gets across to his left and fields. And Saha did not look particularly comfortable playing that one. He tried to get inside the line. He didn't get across far enough and just let it hit his ribcage with the bat sort of raised high above his head.
So what I'm saying is the quality bowlers on both sides have taken wickets on this wicket. New Zealand pace bowlers have taken 13 of 16. Obviously the Indian spin bowlers have been able to use the conditions as well. So maybe the second test is something to consider. Maybe you go in with 3 seamers and back them to get wickets on inconsistent bouncing pitches.
The question begs then, who drops out? Because in this innings alone, Rachin Ravindra, and I know Somerville's bowling at the moment, Ravindra's been favoured more heavily. He's bowled 9 overs to Somerville's 3. So is it Somerville missed out? Here's a good bit of bowling here from Jameson, nipping it back, getting the inside edge onto the back leg as Saha was a long way forward. So Jameson goes up, sort of inquiring. There was never any threat of an LBW, but that's a good channel.
I think it was an inside edge. Maybe. Inside edge onto the back leg. You're not going to see it. But I would have thought Wagner would have, Wagner gets wickets on anything, and he might have made a bigger contribution than the spin bowlers.
Jameson wide of off stump, no stroke on this occasion.
Or hindsight, but it's not hindsight now that the game is played out. With the second test coming up, it's too early for to be thinking about that now, but it's something that we can bring up, and I don't know what the listeners think about that. What do you think? Do you think New Zealand's strength is pace bowling? You should go in with 3. You can still have 2 spinners, but if you're a good pace bowler, you still can pick up wickets on these wickets, even though they're supposed to be for spinners. But New Zealand pace bowlers picked up 13 of 16.
Jameson looking for another. He goes short this time, getting well under the ball as Saha. That was better as far as dealing with the short stuff from Jameson. The end of the over, it's 119 for 6. The lead is 168.
Man needs meat. But if you've got a beef with beef, well, Jack Links now has pork. and they've gone the whole hog. With slow-cooked ham jerky over hickory smoke and a dash of maple and brown sugar. Yeah, it's like the South in your mouth. Get a pack or a box if you want to be a little porky. Jack Links, feed your wild side.
Product.
Lost the sound here. Can't hear Daniel.
It's beating the outside edge of the bats is Somerville. For 19 for the loss of 6. Beating the outside edge of the bats. Sorry, I think slight technical issue. I think we're on here. We are. That's nice. Somerville.
Down, Summers.
Flighted outside of off stump, but it's just turned with the bottom hand by Shrishaya past the bowler. Too long on. We've even got some messages from Australia for you, Peaches. First time texted at SENZ. Listening via the app. Respect and admire New Zealand cricket. Most cricket fans do. Thanks and hello from Hamilton, Victoria in Australia, near Victoria and South Australian border. From Dave. Thanks, Dave. He also drops in go Paddy Cummins.
Keep your...
Fight your tongue.
I'll hold that one back.
That was a nice message, Richard.
Yeah, I know. It was a nice message.
Yeah. Can you say that one? Can you say that name?
Brelligon.
Victoria in the shed. An Aussie who's kicking back. A few Robs, Rexlers and Bitters loving this commentary. Thank you, Richie. Very kind of you. Full wide of off stump, leaning into a defensive stroke once more. James writes in, he's travelling from Timaru to Christchurch, tuned in on the AM. Great stuff. We've got an athlete here. Having a good run by Lake Wakatipu near Jack's Point. Conan in Queenstown.
Doesn't get better than that,
Conan.
Doesn't get better than that.
That is a great Sunday night. Here is Somerville who's going to get Saha onto the back foot. That was full. That was straight. That is what we saw a lot from the Indian bowlers. If we can just repeat that. It's that length where you're not sure whether to go forward or back. Nice stuff from Somerville. And he follow it up. 2 balls remaining in his over. It's 120 for the loss of 6. Again, he's going to go close to the stumps, but bowls a little bit wider, just changing the angle, left alone from Saha. Someone writes here, we're travelling home to Kapiti Coast after the HK under-17s. Played Taranaki under-17s in a pre-Central Districts tournament cricket match. Stratford left home at 6:30 a.m. and nearly home now. A long day with a lot of cricket and still love listening to you guys now. Here is the next one from Somerville. A rather agricultural looking sweep by Saha. Gets the bottom edge of the bat. It goes to backward square leg. There will be no run. A big shout out to parents and supporters of junior cricket who spend days like that. You're all huge to the sport. We all thank you for that. Keep your messages rolling in to 8833. And Richard wants me to read the text where someone apparently completely agrees with him. Don't know why that is the case. I will say more from Richard Petrie, and then joining you is going to be Garth Galloway.
Well, I can't read that one.
I think drinks are coming out on the field, eh? Yeah, are you right? Are we allowed to take a break? Stay with us. Plenty more to come. Our coverage with Brazine, the Paint, Kiwis Trust, Big Barrel, Big Range, biggest deals. 120 for the loss of 6, India. They lead by 169 runs. Shirish Iyer, 35 not out. What a debut this man is having after 100 in the first innings. New Zealand have removed Ashwin, the other danger man. Back with more with Garth and Richard Short.
G'day, Adam Gilchrist here. I used to love playing against New Zealand. They'd always step up. Stephen Fleming, Baz McCullum, all those boys always produced a good. Shane Bond, God, he used to terrorise me. But used to love it. What a rivalry. Off the field these days, I'm starting to go through my contact list and you can hear some of me chatting with some of the biggest names in sport. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the In Focused with Adam Gilchrist podcast. It's on the SENZ app.
And welcome back to Kanpur, where it's 120-6. Drinks are on the field, and fascinating day of Test cricket. Iyer is 35 not out. Ashwin is on, Saha is on 7. Ashwin out for 32. And the lead now is 169 runs for India. The bowling figures: Southee 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 41. Jameson is 3 for 25 from 12 overs. Ajaz Patel 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29. Ravindra 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17. And Somerville 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6. So 120 for 6 it is. A lead of 169 runs. And Jeremy, again, as we start after a mini break on this occasion.
Yes.
We're going to say it again, aren't we? Pressure, wickets.
It's just getting to the stage. You just sense, don't you, 169. Iyer looks comfortable. He looks, almost batting better than I thought he did in the first innings. Now, that's quite hard when you're on your debut and you get 100, isn't it? But he looks more comfortable almost at the crease, and as if the confidence he's got from that innings, he looks a little bit more relaxed. He's got a very strong bottom hand, and so you see a lot of his back shoulder. But nevertheless, he's I think his sort of timing of his innings, has just seemed a bit more comfortable today. And then other players around him. Ashwin is on the screen at the moment, sitting back in his comfortable chair with his shoes off, socks off, those big Ashwin toes that go with the family, like big fingers, getting the grip. He could bowl with his feet. It's getting to the stage 170 over the next 40 runs, 45, 50 runs, perhaps. That's the kind of area that New Zealand really have to dismiss India. Otherwise, it starts beyond that getting a bit more uncomfortable. I don't know how you feel about that, but 220, 210, 220, 230, then it's starting to get, this is a toughie, this one. This is a battle.
I agree, and I think and I'm not agreeing for the sake of it. I just think you're right.
Well, you can agree for the sake of it if you want.
All right. It's a bit dull, though, isn't it? No, I do agree. And the reason I agree is I think that we heard Richard Petrie talking. He's been away in the library talking about the teams who have been successful winning 200.
Oh yeah,
and more.
Yeah.
Here's Patel bowling
and his work
after drinks.
Tell you what, a lot of he has been in the library. You're right.
And I think he went in there at 2 a.m. This morning after the finish of play yesterday.
Probably have a library at home, I would say, the way that Peaches, is so interested in literature.
Yeah, I'm pleased he's gone because there's a person who's texted in saying he agrees completely with Peaches.
Well, that's good. Yep. That's good. I can see here. If Wagner was playing, we might be in our second innings now. Jamie from Upper Hutt. There you go.
Well, I wonder if he's a teammate of Petrie's in that.
Well, he could be fifth. He could be a fifth,
fifth grader. 120 for 6, Richard Petrie.
It's sort of a name, Jamie from Upper Hutt. You're in number 3. You can bat number 3 now next week.
And you can open the bowling.
Yes.
And I'm probably going to do...
After me, of course.
And I'm doing next week's game as well. I'd like one text a day. Here's... the next one from Iyer comes forward and just defends.
Look, there's
Patel bowling.
There's one from Traralgon. I played at Traralgon. That we went to everywhere except the big grounds in those days. Traralgon, Wagga Wagga, all sorts.
Yeah. Here's another one down the ground down the pitch a little bit as Iyer playing defensively.
Flies, Wagga, in Traralgon. Wagga Wagga though, bigger than kookaburras.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You couldn't appeal. through your teeth. You had to suck it in. Otherwise, they'll fly. That was the game when Chatsfield went down.
120 for 6. We'll hear about that in a moment. Make this ad break quick.
Immunisation protects you and your community against infectious disease and can help safeguard future generations. That's why Chemist Warehouse is proud to be administering COVID-19 vaccines in selected stores across New Zealand. With plenty of spaces still available at the huge Sylvia Park store, now's the time to step up and roll up your sleeve. Whether booking your first or second dose, log on at bookmyvaccine.nz and secure your role in safeguarding all Kiwis from COVID-19. Chemist Warehouse NZ, Auckland.
Product. And welcome back to the cricket. We're about to hear about poor old Ewan Chatfield.
Yeah, he did.
Who only recently retired from playing cricket. 120 for 6.
It's an emotional moment for him.
It would have been. Saha 7, Aya 35. But he's able to tell all his passengers in that corporate cab about his career.
Yeah.
If you're listening, Chats, hope you're well.
Hey. Yeah.
Anyway, he went down at Traralgon.
He did at Traralgon. He made the mistake of not keeping the teeth closed as you appealed. And sure enough, one of these beasts, honestly, they have very large flies and they stick to you, they as if you're at the next meal or you haven't washed for a while.
Both possible.
Yeah. And one got lodged in the mouth, so he went down in a fit of mouthing and coughing and
wing flapping.
Yep. And there ensued on the pitch, just beside the pitch, about a 3 or 4 minute operation as Chatfield was put onto his back. And the 12th man, who happened to be John Bracewell, on that particular day against Traralgon, Wagga Wagga, sorry. Traralgon reminded me of it.
Well, you've moved a long way
I have. You're right.
120 for 6 it is. Somerville bowls and Saha defends.
And as I say, out came suddenly Bracewell as the 12th man, and Chats actually, I think, probably almost nearly died as Bracewell aeroblasted the back of his throat.
Murdered the fly with the aeroblast. Here's some black flag. Here's the next ball is pushed into the short leg. No change to the score. 120 for 6.
Yeah, it was.
Not for the first time. Charlie Chatfield, of course, with John Lever hitting him in the head.
Correct.
And he did nearly die that time. Had to have his tongue pulled.
That's correct.
Out.
That's correct. That was a frightening.
Yeah,
frightening. 1974.
And nothing funny about that. As forward as Saha, 120 for 6 at Eden Park. John Lever, left armour.
No, right. No, the right arm, the fast bowler from Lancashire.
Wrong lever.
Yes, that's right.
Left,
wrong
right,
levers.
Right,
yes, exactly. And New Zealand were 9 down when they started. Yeah. Jeff Howarth, that was the game when Jeff Howarth got 200s, I think. And he anyway, Chats batted for about half an hour.
Somerville bowls. Down the pitch comes Saha. He's got impatient, and that's so close to mid-wicket, and Somerville looks disappointed. We'll see if it went through the hands. There was a jump from the fieldsman there. Unfortunately, we can't see who it was. The screen, the shot just moving away. 124 for 6, and Blundell has got that webbed glove across his face as if to say, was that the chance? It's Saha who came down the pitch, struck it, and oh dear, straight through the hands. Yep, not good. Not good with India. 124 for 6, and Saha, having been pinned down, exactly what New Zealand wanted to do. He's played a loose shot, and sadly, Nichols has dropped him.
Nichols, up above his head, 2 hands. Saha got a good connection. He's in it, kind of a shortish, straight mid-wicket.
Over the wicket is Somerville bowling again. Saha's going to go bigger, longer, much further this time. Into the stand for 6. That's incredibly frustrating for Will Somerville. Saha playing bravely there. Just a cross-batted slog, but getting underneath it. Not going to be put off by being dropped the ball before the lead now. 179. Saha 17.
Just a bit full that length outside the off and going with the turn. So in other words, a right-hander and coming back in and a slog sweep really. Quite a straight stroke over wide long on. This is a much better contact.
Well, you could go back to Chats, perhaps. Terrible moment, wasn't it? I mean, you got the fly out. So Bracewell's got the fly out.
Oh yeah,
His
that
tongue's
was
back.
some years after
It was.
the Eden Park episode. Chats, and nobody in the Eden Park Stadium in Auckland because New Zealand were 9 down and we're going to lose.
Oh, it's just, I still remember it. It was 9 or 10 as some balls, next balls turned into the onside. Listening on the radio, and it was just no one likes. I mean, it really was in the days.
No helmets, of course, in those days,
No,
Garth.
I was just about to say. Probably gloves with spikes on the hands.
Yes, the nipples, the green spiked nipples.
A thigh pad if you're lucky.
Yeah, or the Friday Flash.
Yeah, that's right. Shove that down for the racing men. I used to...
Ken Rutherford.
Well, when Dad was commentating, and I talked about Randall, being run out by... Sorry, Chats, we're at you again. It's not all about you, but I do remember, and I was...
Backing up at Christchurch.
Yeah.
That's another match altogether.
And New Zealand were hammered in that match by 174 runs, but... And Chats, as England were trying to set a total, did the man-cad that we were talking about the other day. But Alan Richards was on air, and I can remember sitting up there as a schoolboy. I used to go and sit up at the back near the commentary box in number 1 stand.
You're talking about the man-caddy sort of thing at the moment?
Yeah, and I can remember...
Down south?
Oh, no, we've gone south.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. Here's, but it all involves Chats. As down the ground comes Aya, plays a good drive, 131 for 6, 130, 1 for 6. Aya is 36. And I can remember Alan being so horrified. But the other thing about Alan Richards, is that he always had the races on in one ear. And there were quite a few of them. You talked about the Friday Flash down the old...
Oh, yeah.
Down, lots of cricketers were, and still are, huge racing fans as the defensive shots played by Saha. But Alan used to have, you'd be talking to him and he'd be on air. He'd be listening to a
race.
Horse. Yeah.
So he's inside his the cans that you normally
one of the cans
wear
would be off, and he'd have the radio
the transistor
on.
with the little thing inside.
And we'll have the first from Cambridge, and amazing, really. And Bruce Taylor also when he was umpiring. Here's the next ball outside the off stump, no shot from Saha.
The interesting thing with Alan, when he was doing that, is that his voice would start to get more and more excited as the race was obviously drawing to a conclusion.
Even though it was a dull draw.
Yeah, I know, and even though it was a dull maiden over or something like that. And he's playing there, and it's played back down the wicket. And obviously the race is just finished, and then it's big smile, and he turned around, having made $1.23.
That's right, a lot of money in those days.
Yeah.
Here's Patel bowling again to Saha. He comes forward and plays into the offside. It's 131 for 6. Yeah, well, we remember Alan fondly, good North Shore football man, and the mainstay, one of the mainstays of the commentary team in the 1970s and 80s. And terrific fella, Alan. Remember him very fondly. 131 for 6 it is. 1 ball remaining, and it's pushed into the offside. Saha is 17. Aya is 36. And we'll just take a break with India ahead by 180 runs.
If you're a Kiwi racing fan, the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel by SENZ is for you. Whether it's hearing from legends of the industry on racing tales of the turf or keeping up with the current landscape on Breakfast with the Kiwis, you'll never leave without a gem to take away. Wherever you get your podcast and, of course, in the SENZ app, make the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel priority listening today. By Kiwi racing fans, for Kiwi racing fans, with SENZ.
Big barrel, big range, the biggest deals, and Resine, the paint that Kiwis trust. They're bringing us the cricket from SENZ, and lots of lovely texts coming in with people's, rightly praising SENZ, who only got the rights to this game recently, cobbled together a pretty...
hastily thrown together.
3 days.
They just looked up in the phone book.
You want
3 guys
like Coney and Picton come down, drive your mother's car, push it into the offside here. No change to the score. 131 for 6. Yeah, it's a pretty haphazard lot, but it's lovely to be able to broadcast this even from a studio in Addington with a little screen. It's great fun, and I think it brings the romance of radio back to people, which people love the game in that way. Here's the next ball being played off the back foot by Aya down the ground. So 181 the lead now. So counting them one by one as they get up towards that 200.
It just is turning, this game, isn't it? just has a feeling that India are looking much more comfortable.
Yep.
Shreyas now 37 off 94, so it's not as if he's, really whacking the ball around, and he is an aggressive player. And the same with Sahar, not 17 off 40.
Somerville bowls just wheeling the ball over, and no turn again as it's whipped into the onside.
It's not what I mean, because those numbers suggest that, yes, they're staying in, but they're not really putting New Zealand to the sword at any stage. But there's an absence of threat, I guess, watching this. And those people have been telling us they've been watching on Sky, but they've had SENZ on. You'll know what I'm talking about.
Somerville bowls well pitched up, and Sahar is playing forward. Well, we saw with that drop catch, a real opportunity there, and that was a bad one. And then Sahar, and there he is, just stretching his neck, hitting the next one for 6. And I just wondered if that's a sense. Well, we've got Aya here, who's a good player. We can build around him, but I'm happy to take it on and see if I can just move things along a little bit as the next ball is turned into the onside. And, the lead. So let's look at this, Jerry. The lead's 181. 1 hour to go before. In fact, 40 minutes now until the tea break. So in terms of the game, 200
40
ahead
minutes,
at tea, say,
about,
210.
Say, eight overs.
Yep. Here's the next one from Somerville, pushed down the ground. Or just down the pitch, rather, by Sahar. He's 17-37 for Aya, 1-3-2 for 1.
8 overs. What's the run rate at the moment?
2 point. Let me
about
just
3. They're getting up to 3.
2.5.
2.5. Okay.
Sorry, 2.58. Yep.
Yeah. All right. So 20 runs in 8 twos are 16 and another 4, about 20 runs more, so there's the 200, isn't it?
Yep.
Ahead.
And then 2 hours play, so 30 overs, say.
And so they could push on a bit after, unless wickets fall, and that's what New Zealand are hunting for. They haven't used Saudi for a while, have they? They gave him a few overs first on his own.
Do you get him back in with Jameson and slow things down a bit before tea?
Well, are New Zealand going to, they can slow the over rate down a little bit if they want, but they're bowling spin at either end at the moment.
Patel goes around the wicket, bowls to Aya, who comes down the pitch, hits the ball straight down the ground, and then just loves the look of it. You could just tell with that arrogant walk, and I don't mean arrogant in an unpleasant way, arrogant in a lovely, haughty sort of way, as he chipped the ball nicely up over the bowler and just over the boundary at long on for 6. Straight shot, and India making their intentions clear.
Yeah, there's a terrible absence of luck about that stroke. Just a little shimmy down the ground and getting to close enough to the pitch of the ball. Not really close, because otherwise you can't loft it, but just about the right amount, and it seemed a natural kind of
arc
extension of where he'd got to. So Aya shows us just a little glimpse of his power.
But he's comfortable doing that because the ball is not turning, and we're not seeing those same mysteries that we saw from the Indian bowlers. So, and I don't think the pitch is getting better as Patel bowls, and this has drifted up and pushed into the offside, just squirted off the outside edge, 138 for 6.
New Zealand spinners are very much slower through the air than we saw their Indian counterparts. They were fully maybe 7 or 8 Ks faster, up to 10 Ks sometimes.
Here's the next ball clipped into the offside. Oh, it's misfielded there, but it won't cost any runs. It's Nichols who's perhaps still thinking about that drop catch at mid-wicket a couple of overs ago. 139 for 6. Aya is 44. Boys, it's a sad day that Aussies are bringing cricket commentary to the airways, but gee, thanks to Hutchie and the team in Melbourne for kickstarting SENZ. We're all loving it, not least giving the pensioner Jerry something to do.
The pensioner. Well, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, Mike.
Yeah.
It's Mike, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. That's why I'm here, mate. I mean, you got no money.
Next ball is defended. No, it's good. It's good. We were able to bait you down to just dangle a little
buy a loaf
carrot.
of bread now, Mike. It's great.
Tell you what, mate, he came quickly, went off it. In the car, straight down. So he could work all night stuck in a room
on
with me.
On the phone, agreeing as I was coming down.
Next ball's played to cover. 139 for 6 it is. Saha is 17. 44. We'll take a break after this, and then Daniel McCarty will join the merry way. He's
mowing the highway.
It's good. Is Saha turning the ball into the onside. It's 18 for him, 141 for 6. And India's leads now 189. So a break, and then Daniel McCarty and Jeremy Coney.
Kogan Mobile's phones are lighting up this Black Friday because right now you'll save 50% off all 365-day plans with Kogan Mobile. Yep, 50% off their small 365-day plans. Now just $80 with 18 gig of data. 50% off their medium plan with 48 gig of data. And 50% off Kogan Mobile's large 365-day plan, just $165 with 180 gig of data. Don't miss out this Black Friday. Make the switch at koganmobile.co.nz/radio.
4 minutes after 9 o'clock, SENZ and coverage of the New Zealand-India series in association with Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. Good period for India. They are now 140 for the loss of 6. Remember, they were 51 for 5. 51 for 5. Firstly, it was Suresh Iyer and Ravi Ashwin combining for a good partnership. Now, Iyer has found a willing partner in Saha, who's on strike, facing up to Somerville. Hooks him into the onside, wide of mid-on, where there will be a single taken as Southey has to come around. 141 for the loss of 6 wickets. The lead is 190. Out today, Pujara for 22, Rahane for 4, Agarwal 17, Jadeja without scoring, Ashwin 32. 141 for 6. Southey has 2 wickets, Jameson 3, Patel 1. Somerville still wicketless in this test, continuing over the wicket. That's not going to bring about one because that's pushed down the leg side, and kicking the ball away is Suresh Iyer. Who's just a few runs away from joining a reasonably exclusive club. I don't have the exact details off the top of my head, but 150 on debut. It's pretty special. He's on 44, waiting for Somerville. Goes back onto his stumps and turns it to mid-wicket. There will be no run as fielded by Nicholls. It was a very sharp chance a few overs ago. I think previous Somerville over. Hit to Nicholls at mid-wicket. New Zealand needed something special. Fuller of length, wider of off-stump. Just turn comfortably through mid-on. Southey has gone back towards the boundary. There is a run taken, 142 for the loss of 6. Big thanks to everyone who's contributed. All the listeners, plenty of messages. Can't get to them all. Although a special shout out to our mate who was talking about, well, no, Jerry was talking about the flies, weren't you? He's got back to us, Jerry. I've officially lost it.
Oh, yeah.
Laughing tears streaming down about the fly. Richie. Here is Somerville. Getting one to grip and turn and not bounce, but the problem was it pitched a long way from the stumps and has spun past the keeper down the leg side. And they're going to get some byes, but that's a worrying sign. That was off a better part of the pitch. If it's that's spun and kept very low.
Yeah, it just seems to me that Somerville is bowling the wrong line from over the wicket. Daniel, normally when you're over the wicket as an off-spinner, you really would like to pitch outside off so you threaten off-stump. See, that's too straight.
Saha chipping it into the mid-wicket region, and another hand on it by Nicholls. This is a great attempt just to get the fingers on it. So he's leapt high and it's grazed his fingers. Luck in the last short while, not with New Zealand. But Saha trying to be aggressive, clipping it into the mid-wicket region and just grazing the outstretched left hand. It would have been a worldie if he pulled that one in.
Yeah.
More runs for India and for Saha, who looks like he's received the message. Let's get on with it. The lead is 194. It's 145 for the loss of 6 wickets, and Saha at the end of the over is now on 20.
Yeah, that's a good point, Daniel. as if some little message. They've had an idea of a target in mind, and then after that, we can start to attack. As you pointed out a moment ago, 51 for 5, and now almost 150 for 6. This has been substantial from Ashwin and Sahar, but of course right throughout that the common thread is Shreyas.
Come on, Jazzy!
Shreyas Iyer on 45. He's at the non-striker's end as Ajaz Patel continuing around the wicket, starting the 54th over of the innings. Gets into the pads of Sahar. He deflects him into the vacant square leg region. Another run, a soft run. 146
Daniel,
for the loss of 6. The lead to 195.
The other thing as I watch this, it's all very, there's no spiteful kind of spit and, about the spin bowling. It's all very kind of rounds rather than, jumping at batsmen. Do you know what I mean by
very
that?
Full. I do. Very full, and that one goes backward a square leg, and there is another run taken.
It's not that
47 for the
everything
loss
is
of 6.
curves. Whereas I'd like to see vroom into the wicket, jumping out and moving it, and if it's going to turn at speed. The bodies aren't working hard enough to create those problems for batsmen.
Oh, Jazz!
See, it's all gentle, isn't it?
Leisurely. I was going to describe it as leisurely, that one. It's just thrown up there. Seemed to be too many revolutions on it and just padded back towards the bowler. It remains 147 for 6. Patel.
Oh, Jazzy!
In angling towards off stump from around the wicket. Just 82.2k. It's noticeably slower than the 3 Indian spinners. We mentioned Jadeja's average ball is over 90k. I think XR Patel was right on 90. Ravi Ashwin, 89 was his average. It was a wider delivery, spinning further away, no stroke needed nor offered. And Patel, I would hazard a guess, Jeremy, would be probably mid to low 80s would be his average speed. Then again, it's wider, angles at leg side, and beats both bat and pad, and Blundell has to go towards the leg side and collect. The end of the over, it's 147 for the loss of 6.
G'day, Cameron Smith here. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the Matty and Mates podcast. It's Matty Johns chatting to his mates, talking rugby league.
Tommy Turbo, he scores. It was Cleary. It was Teddy. It was Turbo.
Plus a lot of things that have nothing to do with sport.
Randy,
Matty.
what is that type of champagne you're drinking at the moment?
I know that. Let's not get carried away. And while you're there, subscribe to the Captain's Run. Get them both by downloading the SENZ app. Product.
India 147 for the loss of 6 wickets. Their lead is up to 196. This is SENZ in coverage of the India-New Zealand Test Series with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, Big Range, biggest deals. New Zealand need to break this partnership. Stating the obvious, Richard Petrie joins me in commentary. We're well past the Petrie line. Your target of 180. It's now 196. Turn you on, shall I? That's nice of me.
We're now rapidly approaching the danger line, that 200 run mark, which they're probably going to pass with some ease.
The danger zone, we'll call it. Was there a song around the danger zone? That would have been your ilk. I could see you rocking out to that.
Top Gun.
Yeah. You would have rocked the Aviators.
I don't recall them.
No?
But I do recall that...
Mirrored Aviators, Sunnies?
No.
Never?
No, it was more of an Auckland thing, though.
Okay.
I do,
You're too modest. Too humbler. Man.
Yeah, at the time I do recall the Auckland fast bowlers wearing the Aviators and their white jeans. It was a big thing up there. Wasn't really my look.
White jeans?
White jeans. Yeah. Willie Watson.
Somerville starts, fires that one, and that's a bit of pace through the air, and it does sort of bounce a little bit and makes Iyer look a little bit awkward as he just defends in front of him. It was 95k too. Somerville. Come on, Summers is the call. New Zealand just 1 wicket so far in this session. Somerville bowls a half volley clipped into the mid-wicket region. Diving away to the left is Tom Latham, and there's no run. Good bit of fielding.
New Zealand bowlers and fielders, they're still working hard. This game is just starting to eke away from them right now, but not through lack of effort.
There's a back cut from well outside of off stump down towards the third man row. Long chase from the point region is Young. He will get there. They will come back for at least 2. Yep, just 2. 149 for the loss of 6.
Schreier, 100 in the first innings. Looks like he's odds-on favourite to get a 50 at least in the second innings. And we were talking about it earlier. He hasn't played a multi-day game. In other words, anything more than a T20 or a one-day game. He hasn't played one of those in over 3 years. Quite remarkable.
This partnership worth 46. The one prior, 52. We'll ring around these two partnerships for firstly the 6th wicket, and now this the 7th. Drawn onto the front foot, and he tries forcefully, but straight back to Will Somerville. Fields. Partnership of 46 off 92 balls. So 3 runs and over. It's a good scoring rate in the context of this game. Somerville in again, leaning forward and then just dabbing it into a gap at point. It's quality. Iyer, he moves to 49, and the 150 is up for India. 150 for the loss of 6 wickets. And 1 more run will take New Zealand into the danger zone, because the lead is 199. And the energy is picking up inside Green Stadium. And the crowd is starting to swell as well. Looks like the biggest crowd of this test match. They do love a winner. Here is Somerville moving in again. Bowles on off stump. Defending is Saha. Will he continue to attack the right-hander? He's taken a fancy to Somerville on a couple of occasions, but he finishes the over with a bit of respect. 150 for the loss of 6. The lead is 199.
Well, we talked a little earlier about playing 3 spinners, and was it a mistake to leave Wagner out? I've just got some numbers here just for people to consider. Pace bowlers in this test match so far have taken 13 wickets, and there's only 2 of them, bear in mind. Taken 13 wickets for 182 runs, average of 14 runs per wicket. Spin bowlers in this game have taken 3 wickets, 257.
These are New Zealand bowlers.
New Zealand?
New Zealand bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you. At an average of 85 runs per wicket.
So there's a difference of 71 runs.
So when I say, would it, in hindsight, it is hindsight, and would Wagner have done better? Absolutely.
Patel starting the new over. This one does turn a fraction from outside of off stump, but playing with soft hands, opening the blade and pushing it to backward pointer's iron. There's no run.
Come on, Jazzy!
Come on, lads, is the call from Blundell behind the stumps. He's got Taylor to his right at first slip. Patel bowls leg stump. Push back to the bowler. There's no run. .49 to Iyer. He waits for... pushes and runs immediately because he's got a half century to go along with his first innings 100 on debut. What a performance. Raise your bat, young man. He acknowledges the crowd. He turns 360 degrees. His adoring faithful stand, applaud, and acknowledge a brilliant debut. 50 not out and counting. 151 for the loss of 6. It's 50 off 109 balls. He's hit 5 fours, 106. Patel bowls flatter to Saha, who goes back and leaves the bat. The ball hits it. It's with very soft hands.
Yeah, he's batted very well. He's a real talent. He's obviously played quite a bit for India in the one-dayers.
Saha dancing down the wicket and hitting firmly straight back to the bowler. And Ajaz Patel does exceptionally well to field a ball that was speeding along. The lead is 200. We're in Kenny Loggins territory. Outside of leg stump, Patel darts one into Saha. He defends. That is the end of the over. 151 for 6.
Vespa, progeny running at better than 10%, black-type horses to runners from limited opportunity. Vespa's talented first crop includes Southland Guineas winner Chiquito.
Still Chiquito, digging deep, finding Tweety, it's Chiquito's Guineas.
A stakes-winning sire already this season, Vespa has also produced Sir Colin Meads Trophy winner Waikari.
Wakari's fighting off the favourite. End of the line, Wakari and Kosciuszko.
Vespa, 5,000 plus GST from Valachi Downs.
SENZ coverage of the India-New Zealand Test Series. This is day number 4 of the first test with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Big barrel, the big range, biggest deals. 151 for 6, India. Iyer 50 not out. And he's just getting a helmet delivered. Change of bowler. I think Tim Southey's going to come into the attack and replace Will Somerville, and not a moment too soon from my perspective. The last 25, 30 minutes has been a little bit easy.
It's been easy. They've just milked the bowling, and they've just taken sort of India from 180, 170, 180 up to 200 without really taking a chance, without being under pressure. They will be now with Southey bowling. But one thing I'll say, none of the players on the field, including the fielders, they're still going. They're still fully intent. It's just they just don't have, once Southey and Jameson aren't bowling at the crease, they just don't have the ability to either knock them over or restrict the scoring.
Well, Southey has 7 for the match. Can he do it again for New Zealand? He starts over the wicket, bending one back into the right-hander, Iyer, who's across and turning into the mid-wicket region. Wouldn't that be nice if it all of a sudden miraculously just started reversing around corners?
Doesn't seem to happen these days, ever since the sandpaper gate, does it? The Aussies stopped swinging the ball after that. Their bowling averages, runs per wicket, went up by about 10 runs per wicket each after that. I'm not saying anything.
Are you dealing in facts?
Yeah, well, it's a fact. They stopped swinging.
Southey bowling mid-crease over the wicket and the inside edge. Tentative prod forward from Iyer. A little bit unsettled as Southey comes back in and starts off demanding of the batsman. Excellent. Getting a nice little highlights package of Iyer. Shots all around the wicket. He's played the late cut well, leg glances. The odd slice of luck, but he's good hitting the ball straight, powerfully off the slower bowlers. And what I've enjoyed, the body language has not changed. He doesn't get too high, he doesn't get too low. Looks almost bored out there, the facial expressions. He's 50 not out, waiting for Southey. Bowl's full and he pushes up towards mid-on and there's no run. There's Somerville playing a game on his own. He throws it back to the stumps. The batsman was at the non-striker's end, was well behind the line, and Somerville's given it the odd. Oh, so close.
Trying to keep themselves going. They're still fighting hard, New Zealand. Bowlers are running in. The fielders are chasing hard. They haven't given up. They're just looking for that breakthrough. They thought they had it earlier in the game. Certain points in this game where New Zealand were looking good for knocking them over early. Of got some more emails as Southey comes into bowl.
It's a good bit of bowling too. Full and straight, challenging that off stump, and I can only defend. More messages from people around the country where they're listening from and what they're doing. I'm a little bit jealous of this one. Hi guys, lazy Sunday, hot spa, cold beer, mountain view, radio on the cricket, pure bliss. Thanks heaps. Kevin Farmer, Ruapehu. I love the fact 2-word sentences basically throughout that whole message. My type of bloke.
Yeah. He's a man's man, I'm sure.
151 for the loss of 6. Lead is 200. Southey wider of the crease angling in, and there's a nice delicate back cut once more by Iyer, finding Ravindra in the deep. He strolls up to the other end, collects one more. He's 51. Lead is 201. 152 for the loss of 6.
In fact, that's almost poetry, really. I mean, we're not giving him credit, old Kevin Farmer from Ruapehu. You're right, they are 2 sentences. Hi, guys. Lazy Sunday, hot spa, cold beer, mountain view, radio cricket, pure bliss. Thanks heap, Kevin Farmer.
Oh, Kevin Farmer Ruapehu . So one word sign off. One word sign off.
That's his poem.
That is fantastic. Here is Southey, and again, very fallen. And a tail back into the right-hander again.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, not a lot, but enough to keep him interested, I'm sure. 152 for the loss of 6. More from Poet Petrie. And then through to tea will be Garth Galloway with you.
Sure, I was just going to read out that other text while Garth is getting himself sorted. But from being stressed with assembling my new outdoor furniture this morning, I got back to the task as light falls. Although I'm now feeling much better about my Black Friday sales purchase going together, as well as the cricket score, and also giving hope. Well, he might have changed that one. I live near Warkworth, near Auckland. Rob. So he might have sent that in maybe an hour ago when things were looking a little better. At 8:38. What's the time now? Yeah, a while ago, 50 minutes ago. Garth Galloway jumps in the seat.
Jumping all over the place down here in Christchurch. It's you obviously haven't seen me move lately. Here's the next ball bowled by Patel, round the wicket and defended. Just down the pitch. So things in India's favour now. Ebbs and flows as Patel bowls. Down the pitch comes Iyer and hits the ball towards the long off boundary. Just seeing if it's actually got off across the boundary. No, it's 4 runs. Good shot though. Iyer with just 15 minutes remaining until the tea break. Not afraid to come down the pitch and hit through the line. He's 55, and again, I think, Richard, an indication that the spinners just not turning the ball enough.
No. I mean, that's an inside. It's a fantastic shot. Inside out over extra cover. I think that is the hardest shot in the book. People often talk about the on drive being the hardest shot, but I don't believe that for a minute. That inside out over extra cover with the ball spinning away from you. When you've danced down the wicket, if you miss it, you're out. Takes a lot of confidence that. You have to be on about, you have to score about 150 at least in a test match to feel comfortable playing the inside out over cover shot, and he's looking pretty comfortable, Garth.
On before tea, lads. Come on, boys.
He has, and he's 100 short of having scored 150. So he's looking very comfortable. And it was a good shot, Richard. You know, I see. But the thing for me is that, I mean, you're absolutely right. You come down and the ball's supposedly turning away from you, so you expose the risk of a stumping. And we saw Latham coming down the pitch with the ball turning into him and getting into trouble. But I think the point is, just watching Patel, Iyer feels very comfortable doing it. A, he can get to the pitch of it because of the speed, and B, there's just not much turn.
No, that's right. And he has scored 150 in the test match.
Yes.
Yeah, terrific effort. And this innings has been quite in contrast to the first innings. He's 55, 156 for 6. The lead 205. And you can hear Blundell saying, come on, let's have one before tea, lads. They need a wicket now. The game's slipping away, and India being given the control or seizing it as Eyes onto the back foot, playing the ball back to Patel. So 4 runs in this over. So I suppose now we start to turn our minds to what might happen after the tea break as Patel bowls short, and it's too short. It's a free hit for Iyer. He's too good to give that one away. Along the ground, square of the wicket for 4. Short, dragged down, poor delivery. Iyer 59.
Yeah, short, wide. Absolute help himself. Schreier's played it with one hand. Sort of a cut shot, trying to reach it. And it's raced away to the boundary. An absolute, really disappointing delivery from Patel. He won't be happy with that.
Here he is bowling this time into the leg stump, and it's turned into the onside by Iyer. 160 for 6, so creeping up. 209 the lead, and Iyer 59, Saha 21, and we'll just take a quick break.
Get $18 deals for Big Barrel's 18th birthday. Woodstock 5% 10-pack cans, Cruiser 12-pack bottles of cans, Smirnoff or Karuba 5% 12-pack cans, and Cody 7% 12-pack cans. All $18.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Resine, the paint that Kiwis trust in. Big Barrel, big range, the biggest deals, bringing you cricket on SENZ. Cricket from Kanpur in India. Just 11 minutes remaining in the second session of the day. A day where fortunes have varied, but I think it's fair to say that as they head into tea, India will be happier than the New Zealand side. Just managed to put together a very good partnership indeed between Saha, who's on 21, Iyer, who's on 59. The last wicket fell when the score was 103. And remember that they lost 2 wickets also on 51. That's when New Zealand really were cock-a-hoop on top. Here's Southey back into the attack bowling. And this sees Saha going across the stumps and just pushing a ball to mid-on.
Yeah, so New Zealand's hope now lies. 200 is getting to a stage where it's going to be very difficult for New Zealand to bat and knock off the score in the 4th innings. They still do have some hope. I mean, it is 4 wickets and they can lose them quickly potentially, but too many more runs is going to be a bridge too far. Southey in. Southey bowls. This is a short ball and it climbs quite nastily on Saha. It really did, and he just put his hands up in front of his face. I think it gloved him. It managed to drop down in front of him, so harmless enough in the end, but a nasty one, and he didn't play it particularly well. Just caught the top of the bat. Watched it, in fairness, till the last minute, and then threw his head back. No one in close under the helmet, so it's 160 for 6, and Southey just bending his back a little bit more on that occasion. He has 2 for 42. Here he is now running in and bowling at the media end of Green Park. And again, Saha is just turning the ball into the mid-wicket area. So what sort of total do you think, with the pitch playing the way it is at the moment, Richard, what are India going to set New Zealand? Well, I think they've got enough time, don't they? They've got enough time to score maybe another 40 runs. I would have thought... Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult. I mean, I think where they are now is going to be difficult. Another 40, 50 runs will be very difficult.
They've got one of those, 40 or 50 runs, as Saha squirts a ball to square leg, 161 for 6.
Well, that said, Garth, what they may do, they may think, maybe 250 lead is going to be enough, but they may go a little further if they think they've got enough time. Don't forget they've got all day tomorrow. Why would you, 250 will be tough, really tough, but maybe they go, well, we'll go a bit more. We go 280. We know they're not going to get that, so that takes the game away from New Zealand. It still gives us enough time to bowl them out.
Southey bowls. Iyer plays to cover. Yeah, I agree. I mean, they could come out after tea. Let's assume they're, 215 or so ahead at the break. they could come out and look to, I mean, it would be against the run, obviously, but smash 50 in an hour or so, take 10 minutes and then have 50 minutes at New Zealand, 260, 265 ahead. I think, I'm sure you're right, Richard. It's not going to be a total that can be attained by New Zealand, and then suddenly the batsmen are forced into that defensive frame of mind. And the problem with that is, as we saw with Blundell, eventually a ball has your name on it, as Daniel McCarty said when he was dismissed.
Well, how many runs today? I might try and find that out. But it's really interesting to see the runs each day going down as the wicket deteriorates. I'm not sure whether yesterday I think it was about 180.
157 and so far. So they started at 14 for 1 today, 161 for 6 now. So 147 runs so far as Southie's full. Driven nicely and running on the shot as Iyer. Williamson picks it up and throws, but Iyer was well down the pitch by the time he took off. 162 for 6. Iyer is 60. The lead 211. And we've probably got a couple of overs remaining before the break.
Yeah, so New Zealand will just be holding on in those 2 overs, just trying to keep it tight. They'll be feeling that this game is just slipping out of their clutches. They probably get the feeling that after tea, India are going to go on and look to create a lead that they know they won't be able to get. And their mind will start to go on to the basis that we're now going to be playing this game. The best we can hope from it is a draw. And we're going to start thinking about how we are going to bat for 3.5 sessions. Half a session maybe tonight, maybe a bit less, depending on how many runs India want to score, and then 3 sessions tomorrow. So still a lot to play for, because if they can draw the test, all comes down. It's only a 2-test series, so it's by no means... a draw would be a very good result, Garth.
Oh, a draw would be fantastic. I think New Zealand would take a draw in these circumstances. They can bat, so they'll have 90 overs tomorrow if the weather permits and time, and say 10 overs this evening. If they can bat 100 overs and survive, that would be a very commendable effort against this Indian attack. I agree with you. And that would, again, give them a huge lift as they head into that second test. But it's a long way away, and we just haven't seen the variations with the New Zealand spin bowlers that we saw with the Indians, and I just think it's a skill thing.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not as good as the Indian spinners, let's face it. That's the bottom line.
Jamieson coming back into the attack with, and he'll just get 1 over, presumably, before the tea break. This one is played into the offside. Ravindra Fields, 1 more run to Iyer, 61. 123 balls, a really good knock from him.
Oh, he's batted very well. I mean, Shreyas came in at a time when India were struggling. They were teetering. And to come out to back up his 100 in the first innings with another 50 in the second innings is kind of a dream come true for any test debutant. And Saha, can't forget him. He's batted very well as well.
Sure has, as he gets across the stumps a little bit on this occasion, and plays a ball that was pitching on about off stump and carrying straight on just into the mid-wicket area. Remember that Saha was dropped by Nicholls at mid-wicket, a shot that Nicholls might have been a bit surprised about. He came down the pitch to Patel's bowling and hit across the spin, and it was Nicholls with both hands up in the air, just parrying the ball away to the boundary. Should have catched it, should have been taken, and we've always admired Nicholls' fielding. Just taken by surprise a bit, I think. It's been a long day as Jamieson bowls short outside the off stump. No shot from Saha, but he's done well, Saha.
Yeah, he has. He's really supported Shreyas. He's on 22 off 66 balls. He's had to fight pretty hard. He's had a little bit of short stuff thrown at him. But he's taken it. he's realised the importance of this innings, this partnership, Australia, and it's been an excellent partnership. It could have gone a lot worse. Managed to steady the ship.
Jamieson's pace down a bit, 131, 128. 128 is the next ball again, is just short on off stump and rising up. Yeah, well, I'm just wondering if the session might go a little bit longer. You'll remember yesterday that we had an extra 5 minutes in the second session, and I wonder if we might see that again.
Possibly. Jamieson, he's into his 13th over. Southey's bowled 15, Jamieson 13. Coming towards tea on the second day, so he'll be a little bit tired.
Bowls now, and this is a good delivery, and it sees Saha going back. It was quite full. Saha decided to play it on the back foot and just push the ball into the offside. Another text here from Brendan. Evening, gents. Busy day putting up the Christmas tree, and did a roast dinner and just started listening to the guys from the beautiful Wairarapa. It is beautiful too, Brendan. And I'm sure all those around you will be pleased that the tree's up. And I bet they enjoyed that roast dinner as well.
Absolutely.
Curry down here for us. I made one at home, Richard, and brought it in for Jeremy. He seems to have enjoyed it. 163 for 6 it is. That's a beautiful delivery from Jamieson. Bent his back and surprises the little wicketkeeper, who throws his head back as the ball whistles past his nose. 1 run from the over. 163 for 6 it is. Saha is 22 and Shreyas Iyer is on 61. The lead for India, 212 runs.
Well, we were told that Saha had a bad neck. He's just thrown his neck backwards to avoid that bouncer, and it doesn't seem to be any issue with his neck at all. So whatever was wrong with it, it's miraculously been righted. If he had a bad neck, well, he had to swing his head back. What happened there is quite a good bouncer from Jamieson, sort of straight at the helmet. He's had to jump in the air, the old arched back. The head has been flown backwards just to stop the ball from coming into the grill. Very athletic manoeuvre. One that his chiropractor would have been very pleased to see, that flexibility and motion within the neck. We're going to get Tim Southey coming in from the media end now. Tim Southey, 2 for 44 off 15.
Well, I wonder if that movement might have just helped put his neck back into place. 163 for 6 it is as Southey bowls, and just overpitched on the onside. 4 runs. Iyer in good form now. And just a loosener really from Tim Southey, just drifting into the pads, and Iyer waiting, standing tall, beautiful balance, turning it wide at mid-wicket for 4. 167 for 6. Iyer 65. Lovely shot.
Yeah, this is a beautiful shot, but it's a half volley on leg stump. And for a man who's scored over 160 runs in this test match, it's not something that's going to trouble him, even if it's from Tim Southey. No hint of swing. Just kind of what Tim Southey enjoys. When the ball's swinging, he's in trouble as he comes in again.
The Peel caught behind here. Iyer might have got a little glove on it, so he's gone down the leg side. He's been given out by the umpire. He's just gone and tried to pull a short delivery. It wasn't Southey's best effort. And it was going down the leg side. He's played a pull shot, got a really just off the bottom of the gloves, through to Blundell, and Iyer is leaving. So New Zealand, is it too little, too late? They've finally picked up the wicket of Iyer, out for 65, 167 for 7. And Tim Southey, who's toiled away manfully, picks up his third wicket at a cost of 48 runs. Been reviewed, has it?
It has been. Looks like the decision is pending, but having said that, Iyer, and it looks to me like it's definitely clipped the bottom of the glove. I mean, it's not a great ball. It's a short, long hop down the leg side where he's just tried to paddle it around the corner, but he's got just clipped his glove on the way through. I can't help thinking, as I see this, Garth, short delivery, which has troubled Aya. Mainly not because of the pace or venom, but because of the lack of bounce and the inconsistent bounce. And then we saw a ball from Jamison in the previous over that almost took off Saha's head. Once again, not quick, but they just don't know how it's going to bounce. The thing I keep thinking is, what would Wagner have done on an inconsistent bouncy pitch? And maybe it's too early to bring that up.
Oh, I don't think so. I think it's a reasonable question, and these are the things that we won't ever know, but they're fair questions, and I think that they're all questions that will be being considered as the selectors consider the second test. I mean, at the moment, obviously, there's a job to be done with ball still and with bat, but I think there will be changes for the next test, and the makeup of the team will be difficult. But I don't think the three spinners approach has worked here. I think the idea of taking in three spinners was the right approach. India did it, but I don't think we have the skill levels. And some of the texts that are coming in are just saying, as they've just headed off to tea now, so look, I'll just give you a scoreboard and then we can take a quick break. Only 2 wickets falling in that session. We started at the first to go was Ashwin, 103 for 6. When his wicket was out, he was bowled by Jamison for 32, just the second ball in Jamison's innings, bowling spell. Ashwin and Iyer had come together when the score was 51, so they put on 52 for the 6th wicket. And then we saw a very good partnership indeed, possibly a match-winning partnership between the keeper, Saha, and Shreyas Iyer. They took the score from 103 for 6 through to 167, so a partnership of 64 runs before Iyer, who we've just seen dismissed, caught by Blundell down the leg side from a Southee delivery for 65. The bowling figures: Southee 15 overs, 2 balls, 2 maidens, 3 for 48. Jamison 13 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 26. Patel 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 49. Ravindra 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17. And Somerville 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. We'll take a break with the news that at tea, India 167 for 7. They lead by 216 runs.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Tiger Kingfisher or sold 12-pack bottles, $18. Rochdale Apple Cider or Wakachingi Beer, 12-pack bottles, $18. And Export 33 or Carlsberg, 24-pack bottles, $36.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Jobs. Ansco have got them. So whatever your reason is for wanting one, they can get you sorted. It's all go at Ansco right now. They're hiring butchers, boners, labourers and meat packers. You don't need experience, they'll train you up. As long as you're reliable and pretty fit, you'll fit right in. The money's good and the team are awesome. So, whatever your reason, joining Ansco can work for you. Hey! To apply or for more info, go to careers.anscofood.com.
G'day, Adam Gilchrist here. I used to love playing against New Zealand. They'd always step up. Stephen Fleming, Baz McCullum, all those boys. Marcus Stoinis, Ash Barty, the world #1 tennis player. Jamie Dwyer, Kathy Freeman, if you don't mind. Kate Campbell, Mark Leishman, Colin Funky Miller. I reckon he got 10 wickets in a test against New Zealand. There's a stack more. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the In Focus with Adam Gilchrist podcast. It's on the SENZ app.
Investing in property? Know the facts. At Property Apprentice, we surround our clients with the professional help they need to get the right financial advice for their individual situation. Don't get sucked in by slick sales pitches from anyone who just wants to sell you a property. Learn from a company that's been helping Kiwis to achieve their financial goals since 2010. Come to a free event. Text ticket to 268 or go to propertyapprentice.co.nz.
Is your horse a fussy eater, can't put on weight, has loose manure, anxious behaviour, or is prone to tying up? Poseidon Equine has the answers. It may be a problem with your horse's gut, the engine of your horse. Engines need the right fuel to fire. That's why Australia's leading stables report outstanding transformations with Poseidon Equine's digestive supplements, now available in New Zealand. Visit poseidon-equine.com to learn how to best fuel your horse's engine. Poseidon Equine. True health begins in the gut.
Treat your horse like royalty with Majestic Horse Floats. Since 1938, Majestic Horse Floats have grown to be the largest equine transport company in New Zealand. With fully staffed and equipped depots in Auckland, Bulls, Christchurch and Invercargill, Majestic have your horse transport needs covered across the country. So give your horse the royal treatment. Call 0800 435 6287 or visit majesticfloats.co.nz. Majestic Horse Floats, proud to support the New Zealand racing industry.
Fertmax NZ promotes, sells and supports the use of NZ-made UAN nitrogen and sulphur blends and have done for over 20 years. The nitrogen-efficient blends grow the grass farmers need, keep you under your nitrogen cap while saving you money on your nitrogen spend. Working throughout the country, Fertmax's hands-on business approach means they work with farmers to ensure their success. For more information, call Fertmax on 0800 337 844. Fertmax, where experience counts.
If you're into cars, now's the time to get into Repco. Because we're bringing the masses! Yep, that's right. We're kicking it up a notch with high-octane deals on the best gear from all your favourite brands. So you can get into the spirit of masses just like we are. Repco, bringing the masses!
You're listening to Test Cricket, New Zealand versus India on SENZ.
With Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, and with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates.
It is tea time on day number 4 of the first test between New Zealand and India. Kanpur, the setting in the northern reaches of the subcontinent. India well and truly on top, you would think. Now we'll get the thoughts of Jeremy Coney in just a second or two. But the state of play at tea, thanks to very good partnerships in the last couple of hours for India, has seen them progress through to 167 for the loss of 7. They were 51 for 5. But firstly, it was Ravi Ashwin alongside Suresh Iyer, and then Iyer picking up things with Saha, advancing the score through to 167 for the loss of 7 wickets. That means the lead for India currently stands at 216 runs. It has been a seesawing game throughout. I'm sure all New Zealand cricket fans are hoping it will move back in New Zealand's direction at some stage. So stay with us. Our coverage in association with our partners, Resine Colour Shops, for expert paint and colour advice. And Big Barrel, be our mate and join Big Barrel Mates Club. Former New Zealand Test captain Jeremy Coney is alongside me, Daniel Riccardi, as we review the middle session of the day and ponder what lies ahead. Jeremy, excellent first session for New Zealand. Before lunch, picking up 4 wickets. They toiled in the middle session, but unfortunately, that man again, and I do want to highlight him first, 100 on debut, and then he has backed it up. And a little bit unlucky, it has to be the way he has been dismissed, but Suresh Iyer has just played a brilliant hand to give India the ascendancy here.
Yeah, he's been excellent. I mean, he has looked comfortable at the crease. Don't forget, he doesn't look like a man who's on debut. And here he is batting in what has been quite a tight test match. When he came out to bat, you know, he was number 5, I think, so 3 down, and wickets were falling around him. Yes, he had the confidence of knowing that he had scored 100 in the first innings on this pitch just a couple of days ago. This was a different innings. I thought this was a much more mature innings. Daniel, I don't know whether you feel that from watching it. I thought the first innings was just slightly had a hectic component, a youthful, I'm not certain how I should play, what shots are acceptable, how I should dominate the way that I might. This isn't a T20. It feels different. It isn't a one-day game. I know I have some issues with the way I hold the bat because I've got a very strong bottom hand, and so I'm really not kind of an elegant sort of player, but I'm very effective. And there was all that components thrown in as a sort of an admix or a mélange into that first innings until he sort of forgot all that and just remembered he had to hit the ball, and you saw some of the nice timing that comes so instinctively, I think, to a player like Iyer. But I thought that was all behind him, actually, in this innings. He looked a much more dominant figure, even though perhaps he wasn't scoring at the same rate. I don't know whether you agree with that, but that's the feeling that I am left with now, and that first innings has been kind of the making of him. And who knows where he can go to with the assistance of someone like Rahul Dravid to sort some things out.
I completely agree with you, Jeremy, and I feel he's played within himself. There were a few more reckless shots, as you rightly point out, in the first innings, but he's looked so composed. And we probably can't mention the stat that Richard brought up during the commentary, that he has not played more than a one-day game or a T20 game in 3 years. So he's not even played first-class cricket in 3 years. He's into the test lineup, and he has compiled 170 runs over these two innings. In comparison, the remainder of the Indian top five, so the other four batsmen in that top five, have combined for 160 in this test. He's got 170 by himself. Right. So brilliant effort. Conversely, what has New Zealand done right or perhaps wrong in this middle session to not really build on the good effort of the opening session?
Well, I know we've harped on about this, but it is obvious to everybody other than us who are listening or watching the game, I'm sure, that really, if there's any menace or intimidation about the New Zealand attack, it tends to reside in two players, two of our bowlers. And not to use them immediately up front when the game was so tight seemed a bit of a mistake to me. I thought even if you wanted to spread them out so that you had one of them bowling for longer, you could still do that because Southey could have three and then come off, or Jamieson could have three and then come off and then come back. So you still had a chance to have a pocket of, say, at least 6 overs at the start of a session, such a key session as that, especially, you know, when you'd had 5 wickets and you know, you were back in the game and you needed to, if you had any chance in the game, you had to finish India off in that session. So I thought it was a mistake to go to a spinner straight away and to go to a spinner who's your youngest spinner and hasn't even taken a test wicket yet. So I thought that was a mistake. The spinners have bowled 18 overs in that session, and Southey and Jamieson have bowled 10 overs in that session, in the key session of a match. I mean, they're always key, aren't they? Because, why? The game is close. That's why it becomes, as soon as you get two teams competing like mad in the test match, there's always the next session is an important one.
Indeed. The thoughts of Jeremy Coney. It's 4 minutes away from 10 o'clock. We will get to a break. The third and final session on day number 4 is fast approaching. Stay with us here on SENZ. Our coverage of the series between India and New Zealand continues in partnership with Big Barrel, Big Range, Biggest Deals and Rosine, the paint Kiwis trust. Back with more after the break.
Tradies and home service businesses. You could be saving up to 14 hours of paperwork a week with GeoNext. It's a job management app to help you create quotes, manage your schedule and jobs, send invoices, and get paid faster. All from one app. It's free to get started at trygeonext.com. Say goodbye paperwork, hello more free time. That's right, save time, save money, do heaps less paperwork. Get the job done with GeoNext and get started today for free. Go to trygeonext.com.
The sneaky thing about hair loss is it happens slowly. You start with lush, thick coverage and one by one, the hairs start to abandon you. They don't make a fuss, they just slip out in the shower, waft off in the wind, or just quietly decide to stay in bed. You don't even notice the thinning happening until you do. Ugh. The good news is the sooner you reach that point, your turning point, the sooner you can regrow your hair with Ashley and Martin. Make today your turning point and visit ashleyandmartin.co.nz.
Man needs meat, but if you've got a beef with beef, well, Jack Link's now has pork, and they've gone the whole hog. With slow-cooked ham jerky over hickory smoke and a dash of maple and brown sugar. Yeah, it's like the South in your mouth. Get a pack or a box if you want to be a little porky. Jack Link's. Feed your wild side.
Read the label, take as directed. Sleep Drops Auckland.
Struggling to get proper shut-eye? Sleep Drops are New Zealand's only specialist range of sleep and stress support supplements. Sleep Drops products offer 100% natural support if you're having problems falling asleep, staying asleep, or experiencing tiredness and stress throughout the day. Award-winning products for all ages, lifestyle stages, and sleeping challenges. Try New Zealand's #1 selling sleep range. Visit sleepdrops.co.nz.
The Sport of Kings, where stories are shared, champions are crowned, and celebrations are big. LoveRacing.nz is your home for everything thoroughbred racing. Let us take you behind the scenes of the sport we love. Join us in celebrating the heroes of our sport, both two-legged and four, as they realise their potential and live out their dreams. New to the sport or already racing's biggest fan? Join us and be part of the action. LoveRacing.nz.
Investing in property is not a hobby. You need to understand the business and have a tailored investment strategy from people you can trust. At Property Apprentice, we're independent financial advisors who won't just try to sell your property. We can help you to understand what you need in order to help you to achieve a stronger financial position for retirement. Come to a free event, text ticket to 268 or go to propertyapprentice.co.nz.
Live on DAZN, fearless and ferocious, IBF #1 lightweight contender, Australian George Kambosos Jr. faces the unified world champion Teofimo Lopez. This long-awaited clash will see these two undefeated fighters put it all on the line. A win for Kambosos will put him on the top of the division throne. Lopez versus Kambosos, live today, 2 p.m. only on DAZN.com. That's DAZN.com.
It was back around the time Ethereal was winning the Melbourne and Caulfield Cups that Garrard's Horse and Hound served their first customer. Now, after 20 plus years supplying specialty products to the equine and canine industries in New Zealand and Australia, Garrard's is a household name. Garrard's Horse and Hound guarantees expert advice, stocks the largest range, and promises great monthly specials. Equine, canine, feline. Garrard's in Christchurch, Pukekohe, Cambridge or horseandhound.com.au.
You're listening to Test Cricket, New Zealand versus India on SENZ.
With Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, and with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates.
1 minute after 10 o'clock, you are with SENZ on a Sunday evening. Live Test cricket coming your way. Kanpur in India is the setting for the first of 2 Test matches between New Zealand and India. This tight Test match has been very compelling watching throughout, and I hope you're enjoying our coverage. Hopefully we've been painting the picture for you well. Jeremy Coney alongside me, Daniel McCarty. Richard Petrie and Garth Galloway also will be through until 12:26 in the morning. Play, we would imagine, will finish early again, as has the 3 previous days. Bad light has stopped play. Roughly around 10 to 12 o'clock. Full analysis with our wonderful experts, the completion of the day's play. But right now the scenario is the Black Caps arrive back out on to the middle of the field. India 167 for the loss of 7 wickets. That's building on their first innings total of 345. New Zealand in their first innings made 296. That means India lead by 216 runs. At great length, we pointed out that just 2 touring sides have chased more than 200 runs in the 4th innings of a Test match to win in India. You've got to go back to the 1970s and 1980s to find those. England in the 70s and 1987, it was the mighty West Indian side, thanks to one Sir Vivian Richards smashing 100 Game-changing player he certainly was. A good session for India, the middle one, after being put under a lot of pressure by New Zealand in the opening session and limping in towards lunch at 84 for the loss of 5. They've progressed through to 167 for the loss of 7. So picking up 83 runs in the middle session for the loss of just 2 wickets. And that second wicket was with the last ball of the session, as rather unluckily for him, Suresh Iyer's brilliant debut performance came to an end. 100 in the first knock and he's departed. Court Blundell bowled Southee for 65. Southee still has 4 balls remaining in his over, his 16th of the innings. He now has 3 for 48. He has 8 for the match and he'll be bowling to Axar Patel. The left-hander waits. Southee's going around the wicket to start the session and aiming in towards off stump, pushed up towards mid-on. Well, the good thing about this, Jeremy Coney, they were forced to start with Tim Southee after this break because he had 4 balls to go.
He didn't finish the over. Yes. Oh, dear. That's quite right. And I hope, Jameson only had 5 overs in that last session as well. So he's only bowled 13 overs in this today, really. So that's not much, is it, really, when you're striving to win a game?
Looks like they're going to change the ball, Jeremy. I think part of the seam has come loose. So this would be the second change in this innings. Of course, New Zealand changed the ball in the first innings and then swung a lot more. We didn't really see that with the first change, but this ball has been deemed by the umpires out in the middle that it's not up to standard. In fact, it looks so worn, battered and bruised. It looks like it looks like one of those balls that teams use in the nets come March at the end of the season. It's all coming to pieces.
That's right. It's ones that have been used the whole year as practice balls, isn't it? It starts off new in about October, and then by March the following year, it's still being used. We haven't made many money. Yeah. We must have a special B or something like that. Get a bit of cash. Sell a meat raffle. It is, but it shows you how coarse this pitch is, isn't it? It's obviously very rough and excoriates the surface of this ball very easily. And the seam.
Axar Patel picked up 5 wickets with the ball. He's looking to get some runs here as he plays a slashing cut stroke, but gets a thick bottom edge and it just goes into the turf and balloons out towards the point region, and there will be no run. Patel just 58 runs in Test cricket to his name. Almost as many wickets as he has. It's the stuff dreams are made of, Axar Patel, in his Test career. 5 wicket hauls, and this is just his 4th Test match. The left-hander, tall, lean man, waits for Southee. He's around the wicket to him. Leans forward, opens the face and guides it to the backward point region. There's no run. No lack of energy amongst the Indian fans blowing those horns. They've been doing that throughout. 167 for the loss of 7. Southee, last ball of his 16th over, is too wide, left alone. So a successful one. He got rid of Iyer before tea. 167 for the loss of 7. Axar yet to get off the mark, and Saha is on 22. And Southee now has figures of 16 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 48.
Yeah, the seamers, the difference between the seamers and the spinners, it seems to me, the seamers seem to know how to get in and out of an over. You know, there he knows this kind of delivery and can actually bowl it to get himself away. If he's getting a bit sort of fatigued in an over. He knows that he can bowl. If this ball here, the batsman isn't going to really risk anything and get away. Now, our spinners, to me, don't give me that kind of confidence and also a depth of knowledge about what they do, Daniel, and they're always kind of, there's an angst. Here we are, Jameson, 2 seamers.
Starting wide of off stump. Just seeing the ball squirt off the outside edge of Saha's bat, down towards the third man rope for 4. 4 more in that region, playing well away, but kept the ball down despite playing well away from the body, and a 4 to Saha straight away. He's 26. It's 171 for 7. That lead 220 runs.
Yeah, he starts a bit wide, and Saha just creeping across his way on the back foot, mind, and just staying moving laterally, just sort of angling the bat down and using and harnessing the power of the bowl and the pace of the bowling of Jameson. Let's see what Jameson does now, and sort of think about how he goes through the over. You can see that Saha is batting out of his crease a little bit, so it's obvious it's not a fast pitch.
Saha, diminutive right-hander with a very open stance, gets inside the line to a short delivery around ribcage height and plays it down towards long leg where Somerville lopes in. Run 172 for the loss of 7 wickets. Saha now 27.
Very square on, isn't he, Saha? Perhaps that's that neck, so that he can't sort of stay side on and then turn around. You know, they had that problem with that yesterday and wasn't on the field. But he's there jumping and flicking the ball leg side this time. Again, it's the shortest length. This one much straighter, a little bit more bounce. In a correction.
Jameson will go round the wicket to the new batsman, the left-hander Patel, who's leaning forward and pushing it straight back gently to the New Zealand fast bowler.
So there's a ball, decent length, changes sides, comfortable about changing sides for a start and coming into the left-hander this time. Draws a forward defensive stroke straight at the stumps. Can't play too loosely at that, just starting his innings. Makes sense.
Was much straighter on off stump, defending from the crease line as Axar Patel into the cover region. So into the final session. Still warm, 27 degrees. That's as high as it's got today. Humidity, though, has fallen. Started in the mid-80s, now just hovering around 50%. So, by some of the conditions you no doubt played in India, Jeremy, quite pleasant, 27 degrees. The gentle
very
about 5.
Yeah. And in Aussie too. We were 42 one day in Aussie. Oof.
Jameson bringing Axar Patel onto the front foot. He glides into the gully, no run. Where was that? 42 degrees.
We were down in Adelaide, right by the desert down there, and it was very hot. It was a race. They used to have these little sort of plastic jugs of ice in the compartments just alongside where the block was, with a sort of a little square top, one hole that you put your finger in, lifted it up, and you could get at it.
Jameson goes short, but it's pulled away, and handsomely so by Axar Patel. What a way to get off the mark. That's a beautiful swivelling pull stroke. He's 4. And at the end of the over, it's 167 for the loss of 7. India's lead, 225.
In sport, if it happens locally, nationally or overseas, SENZ is there. And it's all on the SENZ app.
Brendan McCullum is on 298.
Subscribe to SENZ's podcast channel and catch up on all of SENZ's shows, plus shows from across the ditch, including Matty Johns, Cam Smith, Andrew Voss, Adam Gilchrist, Ian Healy and Brian Fletcher. Download the SENZ app now and listen anywhere, anytime.
SENZ coverage of New Zealand versus India, and today number 4 in the final session. India's lead now 225 and counting. They've still got 3 wickets in hand. The score 1-7-6 for the loss of 7. Our coverage with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. So Southey to continue. He'll be bowling to Saha. From over the wicket, past the umpire. Bowls full and straight. This one keeps quite low, but Saha, who's quite low himself, gets enough bat on it, keeps it out. It's about to say 42 degrees in Adelaide. You probably went, racing off to get a red wine at the end of the day.
Oh, no. We were lucky it was a one-day game. And it was quite a fight. There was to get your mitts around a few pieces of ice, put it on your top of your head and jam your hat down on top of it.
Southey goes short. Saha stands really tall, gets over the ball and defends it nicely down towards his feet.
You know that feeling when you sometimes get off a plane leaving New Zealand and you arrive in Dubai or something like that, and it's that wind that is so warm and hot, as you walk off in your coat.
Thankfully, they've got the air bridges these days. Yeah. The bad old days of getting out onto the tarmac. Here is Saha right across the stumps and defending with a straight bat. Yeah, getting off the aeroplane.
Yeah.
Down the lip. Oh, my Lord, what's that? Well, that's called temperature. That's called heat. That's called humidity. And you're not in Kansas anymore, Mr. Coney. Not in Wellington's wonderful weather. Just getting a little highlight of Buttart, the replacement keeper. Getting a shout out today. Did a pretty good job. A few byes away, but it was tricky conditions and a dream performance for the substitute fielder as Southey bowls short wide of it off stump and punched nicely off the back foot. Long chase for Ajaz Patel to come around from deep cover point and collect on the extra cover boundary. 2 more to Saha, who's just growing in confidence. He's 29. It's 178 for the loss of 7. The lead is 227.
Yeah, he's playing quite nicely now, isn't he? And in New Zealand, even the seamers just seem to have lost that snap as well. And anything that's just slightly short, that's been able to punch it away.
Southey goes full this time, pushed up towards mid-off, no run.
I am a little surprised that on a wicket that is low and slow, and that New Zealand haven't used, particularly with their faster bowlers, Daniel, that they haven't used a third man at all in the match. And it'd be interesting, wouldn't it, if we went up? I bet there's probably, would you say, 10 to 15 fours, boundaries that have run through from false strokes, generally.
Southey's going to go wider of the crease this time, popping forward. Saha keeps it out. That's the end of the over. It's 178 for the loss of 7. The lead 2-2-7.
It's a good finish to the over from Southey. He looked a little tired early on, but he's come out of it quite well. Just 2 runs off that over. Unlike, I've got to say, Jamieson, who started with the boundary down to that third man position I was just talking about, and then also a boundary off the last ball, short and on the leg side to Axar Patel. He put it away comfortably too, just behind square. So he started with a boundary and finished with a boundary. Won't want to do that again this over. And it's our spinners really have been just a wee bit exposed, I think, don't you? I mean, here, and we've in New Zealand not playing them in test matches, either in New Zealand or England.
Jamieson to start the new over around the wicket, striking off the back foot is Axar Patel, right off the middle of the bat, but straight to the cover field, no run.
And I'm thinking of the final test match there of the test championship, not playing a spinner. So it's not as if we, and they've in those conditions, you can't complain about the results that New Zealand have got in New Zealand at home and also in England. I'm not doing that at all. But the problem about it is, and also New Zealand conditions playing our first class level, the Plunket Shield it's called there.
Jamieson, full of length, played up towards mid-on. There is no run. Jeremy, I'd be very interested to see at the end of today the highlights package and compare it to yesterday. And I would think you would find 6 or 7 instances where there is a really short, poor bit of bowling from one of the New Zealand spinners that's been hit to the fence. I think you'd be lucky to find one yesterday. I just thought the Indian bowlers were just far more accurate, more disciplined, found a good pace, good line and length. It was the waiting game in a lot of ways, as Axar, who was one of those key contributors with the ball, deflects it into the backward point region and there's no run.
Yes, I agree. Much more pressure on the New Zealand batting lineup right throughout the whole day. It was quite relentless, wasn't it? There was always a thought that, oh dear, is it going to be this ball? I'm going to have to work really hard here just to remain at the crease. And New Zealand, to be fair, they did. Probably 4 or 5 of them stayed for some period of time and were able to withstand that. Don't forget, that's a third-day pitch. And the reason, I was also thinking a little bit about how Peaches was saying.
Jamieson again around the wicket, fuller of length, driven up towards mid-off. No run.
Was saying how the runs had dropped from 250 odd down to, I don't know, he said, I think 215 or something like that, and then down to 180. And there was this kind of over the 3 days, about a 70 odd run difference from day 1 to day 3. You've got to take that in the context that day 2, day 1 was India's batting. Day 2, New Zealand was a component.
Axar Patel driving, almost getting it past Williamson at mid-off. He does very well to get around to his right and with outstretched right hand prevent it going to the rope. They will get a single. 179 for the loss of 7 wickets. It was 258 on the first day, 216 on the second. We were nearly right. And
New Zealand batted
81. So,
yeah. New Zealand batted 2 sessions almost on that second day and virtually the entire day apart from those last 6 overs on the third day. So those runs also show a little bit about the Indian bowling, doesn't it?
It does. They dropped 42 runs between day 1 and day 2 and another 35. Last ball of the Jamieson over is 3 for 36. He goes short into Saha, but around armpit height, over the top of off stump, turns it into the square leg region. To get a run, he will retain the strike. Saha's 30, Axar Patel is 5. It's 180 for the loss of 7. The lead is 229 after the break. Garth Galloway joins Jeremy Coney.
Stay connected to SENZ no matter where you are or what you're doing. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram at SENZ_radio. Catch up with all the latest sports news on our website, SENZradio.nz. You'll never miss a moment from the SENZ team.
Join Trailtown's Radio Hour of Power, the world's first bicycle tourism radio show with Vandy and Dietz. That's me.
Find out where to ride, eat, stay and play right across New Zealand and Australia.
The Trailtown's Radio Hour.
Sundays on SENZ, brought to you by Evo Cycles.
And welcome back to Kanpur. 180 for 7 it is. So Saha is 30. Axar Patel is on 5. It's going to be Southey resuming from the media end. 3 for 50 his figures. The lead though, that's the important figure here. 229 now. India ahead. Southey runs in and bowls to Saha, who's looking increasingly confident. Goes back and across and plays a beautiful shot off the back foot. It's Ajaz Patel who fields on the cover point boundary. One more run to Saha. His confidence just increasing and he looks almost impregnable really with his defensive game and now able to score runs as well. He's 31. India 181 for 7. You were just having a look there, Jerry, through some of the text. Anything that
well, there was one fella from Pukekohe who said, I'm from from the Dual territory.
Yep.
And he also mentioned something about spin bowling that I thought seemed to make a bit of sense.
Here's Southey again, driven well, but then straight through the hands of Southey, just to add insult to injury. Lovely shot from Exar. He's making the batting look pretty comfortable as well. Drives down the ground, went through Southey's hands, changed direction a little bit, went straighter down the ground. 185 for 7 now. Exar getting a full ball. It was into the ground, into the pitch first before it bounced up a little bit, and Southey on his follow through, just unable to stop it. It went between his legs, touched his hand, and 4 more. So these two players making batting look pretty comfortable after the tea adjournment, and India's lead now 234. The runs coming too quickly for New Zealand's liking. 9 runs in the first over after tea. Here's Southey getting an outside edge. Is he? No. He's just pushed to the ball, has Exar, and seeming away outside the off stump. Looked like a classic dismissal, almost, without the sound effects of the TV, the mic effect. But Exar, lucky not to pick up an edge. It was the ball that just holding it across the seam, Southey, and it was like an off spinner. It turned and took off, and maybe that's a sign of we'll see a few more of those deliveries from Tim Southey, because that ball almost unplayable when he's trying to hit the ball outside the off stump with some aggression. So Saha is 31, Exar 9 balls from 15 runs, 51 for 5 India, where it's hard to believe. Now 185 for 7 as Exar Patel drives, hits the ball into the offside. No change to the score. You haven't found it, have you?
No, I can't.
It's vanished into the ether.
But you read it as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, and it was a really good, well put. You know,
I think it was someone like Paul, but anyway.
I thought it was, all right.
There you go.
Grant.
Okay.
Anyway.
They're so similar.
Paul and
anyway, it seemed to just struck a chord with me and said, why don't New Zealand?
Southey around the wicket, bowls to Exar, turns the ball and might be leg by. Well, it's not going to be actually, because Saha has sent him back. Turning the ball square of the wicket, no change.
Why don't they develop a venue, perhaps one of our Plunket Shield venues, where it might suit some spin bowling, and where spinners can actually start to learn and to thrive and to pick up wickets. And the other there are, which is not a bad idea. I've thought about that before and thought, yeah, that'd be a very good. I mean, it's not like New Zealand, is it? We grow grass so well.
Southey very wide outside the off stump, but we were talking about it about an hour ago before it came in. You were talking about Mount Maunganui and Hamilton.
Yes, either Hamilton or Tauranga would be fine. Yeah, that's Mount Maunganui.
Yeah, of course.
Because you get slightly better weather over on that sort of east coast of New Zealand early on. The better weather seems to arrive a bit, so you can play those early games there, and so with more sun, of course, you can bake the surface just a bit more, and you can take the grass off and so on.
Be good for our batsmen to play against it. It would be good to develop the spin bowlers. It would be good for our keepers.
Who are, we've seen Blundell just struggle just a bit here. So, you need practice keeping up and standing up by the stumps all the time. A captain has to know what sort of conditions can I use this spinner from as opposed to that spinner. How important is the wind in this whole issue? Where do I need the men in close? To a left-hander, to a right-hander? When do I drop them out? You get accustomed to captaining all your resources. Do we have a 6-3 field? Do we have a 5-4? All those kinds of issues, and how do we place the pawns that you've got?
The chess.
To utilise? Yes, exactly.
Yeah, well, it brings another dimension, and I mean, unless we're prepared to do that, then the gap as we travel into places like the subcontinent, it seems it's going to remain pretty wide. We played 34 tests in India and won 2.
Yeah.
Here's Somerville beginning a new over and bowling to Saha. No run.
Now, you see, I think as an off spinner, if you're going to bowl over the wicket as Somerville is here, you should pitch the ball outside the off stump. For years, England didn't. They would bowl at the stumps as Somerville is, and they would pack the onside. They put 6 on that side and 3 on the offside. But it was never a threat.
Next ball is defended. Well, isn't the idea for the off-spinner in conditions like this, bowling to a right-hander, to try and get between bat and pad?
Absolutely.
To get the player playing against the spin outside the off-stump.
That's right. Well, that was off the back foot he was playing that. So the length is... He's got to think to himself, as soon as he sees that, this has got to just go up a little bit.
Yep.
And also, if you can get the ball to drift away...
It's a better line this time, but it's too short, and that means that Saha can go back, and he plays it very skillfully indeed. There's a player... Patel back on the point boundary, or 3/4 of the way there, and Saha's just glided that into the vacant slip, and that means that he can pick up 2 runs. He's 33, 187 for 7.
So that's more of what I would call the Australian style, like Nathan Lyon, for example, and the guy called May, the fella called May,
Tim May.
and yes, exactly, and then going right back to Rowdy Mallett, who always believed, and thankfully, he used to come over to New Zealand. You mentioned Peter Philpott just earlier today. Now, he was a leg spinner from Australia and used to come over and take courses for our leg spinners, our potential leg spinners in New Zealand.
Turn me into an offie. Here's Somerville going around the wicket.
Come over here, will you? You've come to the wrong course. You've got no chance.
I know your father's paid for you to be here for 3 days and you've come up from Dunedin, but try this.
Yeah. That's it.
Who was the other one? Bruce Yardley?
Well, Yardley was a medium pacer for a start.
But then, here's an edge, but there's no one in slip, so Saha will get another run, 34, 188 for 7.
But all I'm saying is that the Australian style is to get the ball to drift in the air because you really rip the ball hard, and so it drifts naturally if you're an off-spinner going away. That's actually... That edge is taken Blundell on the knee as well. So, in other words, that's a chance. He just hasn't looked comfortable standing up. And, of course, he's been outstanding out there for some time now. But he's just not getting down and getting the hands following the ball nicely.
There's Rahane and Ashwin we can see on the TV having a chat, and Rahane's just demonstrating... That one is at the end of the over. The TV says 65 overs and 5 balls. No, there's 1 ball to come, and we'll take a break after this as Axar is on 9, facing. Somerville goes around the wicket and bowls, and it's a defensive shot from Axar. 188 for 7. It is 66 overs have been gone. It's 237 runs, the lead. Back in a moment.
As you navigate your way through the SENZ app, click on TAB Trackside TV. It's where you can check out all things New Zealand chasing, pacing and racing. Plus on TAB Trackside TV, you can watch more New Zealand racing and races from around the world. Just go to SEN TV or your Today screen to start watching now. TAB Trackside TV. It's off and racing on the SENZ app. Your one-stop app for all sport, audio, video and catch-up. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
188 for 7 it is. 237 runs the lead, and we've had, what have we had, half an hour since the tea adjournment. So runs coming pretty comfortably at the moment for the Indian side. They've scored 20 runs in that time, and the run rate just pushing up. 2.85 now today, so the best run, 3.07 when India batted on the first day.
Well,
and only 2 yesterday, 2.57 on day 2. So it's Southey bowling again, and this time Saha gets a short ball and he's onto the back foot pulling it. Does quite well to keep it down. Slower delivery, it all looks so slow as he goes across, and the bounce is unpredictable. But he plays it safely enough. He's 35. Terrific contribution from the keeper.
He's looked good. He's looked good. He's looked developing quite nicely, Saha.
So, who is the New Zealand spin bowling coach? There's a question for you, Jerry.
Paul Wiseman is a name that comes to mind, but he doesn't really travel with the New Zealanders at all, this top side. He tends to work with, my understanding is, with the under-19 kind of group and the development of spin, in other words, developing players. And I don't wish to be disparaging about the whole thing either, but at the moment there is just one bowling coach, Shane Jurgensen, with the New Zealand side who travels round.
Southey bowls, Exar plays to mid-on.
And he hasn't really been a spinner as such.
No.
And it is a very demanding kind of art, spin bowling, and developing. For example, we haven't got, I don't think, in New Zealand, the special machine that they have in Brisbane that develops players, and they actually test players. How many revs can you put on the ball? And they get all the 15-year-olds at a certain point in their development and come in and have a look, and get our bowling machine to actually sort of see how good you are in terms of spinning it.
Southey bowls, and again, Exar's defensive. The other thing...
Because you get... I mean, I just want to point out to people, that is absolutely critical if you want to be a spin bowler.
Revolution.
If you can't bowl with revolutions, you can't turn it. No. You can't deceive people. The art of spin bowling is not about breadth of turn so much.
No.
It is about deceiving them before the ball pitches, before it hits the ground. So it's a drift, it's a drop. Leg spinners will drift into a right-hander as a natural, because a little sphere, as you spin it hard, it will curve in the air, like a bullet. As it comes out of a gun, it will curve in the air.
Southey bowls, Exar drives back to him, and conversely, the off-spinners should be drifting it away from the right-hander.
That's correct. That's Bernoulli's theorem.
Yeah, well, but if you think about, here we are in India, obviously, 3, so Richard Petrie's going to come on in a minute. We'll just, he's waiting, he's all primed and ready to talk. But the interesting thing here is, no leg spinner either. So 3 finger spinners, and none of them really with a great deal of variation. As here is onto the back foot is Exar. He's playing a ball to backward point to the boundary. Ravindra picks the ball up, and it's 2 more runs to Exar. So runs coming very comfortably for this Indian side. Exar is 11, 191 for 7. So 3 finger spinners for New Zealand, and really we're not seeing the variations. Richard Petrie, have you got something to add to the conversation? Of course you have. Another spin bowler.
No, not much of a spin bowler, but I know Shane Bond was the spin bowling coach at the T20 World Cup.
Next ball is from Southey, is played by the left-handed Exar to mid-on. Was he?
Yes, he was. Yep.
He was indeed, yeah. So I don't know what that says, but it certainly raised my eyebrows when I heard it, because I don't know what he knows about spin bowling. But
it's a hell of a good fast bowler, wonderful fast bowler, Shane Bond, and a very good fast bowling coach, and recognised as such. But this is, the reality is, as we all know, this is such a specialist area now, and if New Zealand want to compete, look, it's no coincidence that the top teams, India have 3 spinners here. Australia are unusual because they often only use 1, but gee, he's a damn good one. Nathan Lyon, one of the leading wicket takers, hell of a good bowler. But most of the other teams have a couple, and at their option, both of them fighting to be number 1. Here's the next ball turned into the onside. No change to the score, 191 for 7. So you just feel there has to be an absolute commitment to change. And unless we make it, I'm afraid, we're going to continue to see this. Well, I'm not criticising any of these individuals. They're trying hard. They're very good cricketers. Next ball played to mid-on. But unless New Zealand's prepared to make an absolute commitment to spin bowling, we're not going to compete when it comes to winning matches with them. When's the last time a New Zealand spinner spun us to victory? Here's Somerville bowling now, and onto the back foot is Saha playing down the ground for another run. I remember well the test against England at Mount Maunganui, where Satner had 3 wickets overnight, and everyone said he'll bowl New Zealand to victory. He didn't take another wicket. and it was a draw.
Yep. I can remember John Bracewell winning New Zealand a test, but that was some time ago.
Paul Wiseman took 5 wickets in Sri Lanka and won a test for New Zealand. And Coney's reminding me that New Zealand did win that test at Mount Maunganui, but it wasn't through spin.
No.
Here's Somerville bowling around the wicket, 192 for 7 it is, and Axar, it just looks like a different game with these two batting. Axar turns the ball into the onside. Another run to him, he's 12. Mark Craig won a test for New Zealand. Sorry, Richard, I'm interrupting you.
I was just going to say, I mean, yesterday when New Zealand was facing spin, New Zealand scored 181 runs. India's about to pass that now, with quite a few overs to go, maybe another 12 overs, not more than that.
Next ball is played into the offside by Saha. 1 ball remaining in the over. We'll take a break then. 193 for 7 it is. Saha is 36. Axar is 12. And it's Somerville bowling over the wicket to Saha, who's back and across the ball, keeping a little bit low, but he negotiates it well. It's 193 for 7. Saha 36, Axar 12. The run lead becoming formidable. 242 as we take a break from Kanpur.
Imagine winning the Group 1 New Zealand Derby. Or a Group 1 at Royal Randwick.
The Sharks coming for the kill. Tiako Shark right over the top. Good up to win it.
Tiako Racing, New Zealand's #1 stable, bought those horses from the Ready to Run sale. After winning more races, group races and prize money than any other stable last season, it's action time again. Shares are available in exciting young horses, and winning is a way of life at Tiako. Check out tiakoracing.com.
And welcome back to Kanpur, where, my iPad's just died of battery, but that's okay. We're just looking at the Test career New Zealand bowling averages as on the television, and they're not... Southey's is pretty good, and Jamieson's is excellent. As the next ball comes forward, is Axar driving the ball to mid-off, 193 for 7. So how much longer, Richard? We've had 40 minutes since the tea break, hour and 20 minutes remaining in the day's play. Another 20 minutes. Who would know, because he's just taken his headphones off. Another 20 minutes or so.
Back here, just getting some interesting... Yeah, they're
doing some research.
Some stats from Daniel. Yeah, well, on the spin front...
There's Southey around the wicket, and a good shot from Axar. Gets him in behind it or across it, and paddles it around the corner. Horizontal bat shot just for 1. He's 13, 194 for 7.
So here's the situation. Only 8 spinners in New Zealand have taken more than 50 test wickets. Only 2 spinners in New Zealand history have taken more than 100. Right?
Yeah, Bracewell and Vittori.
Bracewell and... that's right. That's right. Ajaz Patel is actually about, on the list of New Zealand spinners, probably about...
194 for 7 as a defensive shot is played.
In terms of wickets, he's 16th overall.
And how many has he taken?
He's not played a lot. He has taken, Ajaz Patel has taken, 29 wickets.
Yep, 16th. 194 for 7 it is. Saha is 36, Axar is 13. Oh, good shot by Saha as Southey, heartbreakingly ready for him, bowls down the leg side, and Saha is just across and just glancing it ever so finely to find leg for 4. 198 for 7. Saha is 40. A very good contribution from the Indian wicketkeeper, and the lead is approaching 250. Just 3 runs away from that.
I guess the key point, and one thing about Ajaz Patel is his average is better than all those 16 ahead of him. But there's not a lot of wickets in that list, right? He's number 16 with 29 wickets, right? That is slim pickings, right? Now, what you've got to say is that it's not a great hunting ground in New Zealand. It's not a great
Southey
place.
bowls again, and onto the
Southey
back foot is Saha.
If you want to be a spin bowler, don't be born in New Zealand. Is almost the. I'm not saying that, but I guess what I'm saying is it's tough to be a spinner in New Zealand, right? It's tough because the conditions don't really suit it. We don't get wickets that deteriorate the same way.
Here's Southey bowling the last ball of the over, and then we'll have some more comments from Richard Petrie, and then Daniel McCarty will pick it up with 198 for 7, the lead 247.
So one of the issues that spinners have is what they require often is deteriorating wickets, and we've seen in this test in India the runs go down day after day after day. Day 4 has been a bit of an anomaly because the runs are going up. But the difficulty of being a spinner in New Zealand, where the wickets don't deteriorate, you don't see the same footmarks in New Zealand. I remember, at the Basin Reserve, it was an Australian curator came across to be the groundsman, and one of the things he was telling the bowlers, our bowlers, was get out your long spikes. As the game goes on, get out your long spikes so that you can create some footmarks for your spinners. It's not something we ever thought about.
198 for the loss of 7 is Somerville bowling around the wicket to the left-handed batsman Axar Patel. Leans forward, defends, there is no run. At 198 for 7, the lead is now 247 for India. Sorry, carry on.
So on one point, you need heat to dry the wicket out and allow it to deteriorate. There are certain man-made things you can do, like wearing long spikes and where you bowl from.
Somerville, and again, very tight to off stump, but Axar's waiting and defending,
which can help speed up the wicket deterioration. But the thing that New Zealand often doesn't have with mild temperatures and temperate climate is that heat. And so Somerville's in again.
Once more on off stump. For a third straight time defending into the offside is Axar.
You don't get the 27 days often, sort of 5 days in a row like you might in India, or the 35-degree temperatures you might get in Brisbane or Adelaide in the summer. You just don't get that. And so the issue for spinners in New Zealand is they don't often get to bowl on deteriorating wickets. And often, even though the wickets, in situations where they might, they're covered in grass.
Somerville goes much wider of off stump, really loop that one up, trying to get Axar Patel to give it a lick. He just watches it through to Blundell behind the stumps.
So, it makes the job harder for people like the spinners and like the spin bowling coaches in New Zealand.
Now Somerville flatter through the air, attacking the stumps. Patel pushes back to the bowler. 5 straight dot balls in this over. 198 for 7 it remains. Tall right arm off spinner.
Oh, Summers!
Brings the tall, lean left-handed batsman forward and defending the end of the over. It's 198 for 7.
Need a hand? Cryptocurrency, it can sound quite complicated, which is why having someone you can depend on to help is great, like Crossgate Capital, a specialist investor in cryptocurrencies. Crossgate Capital takes care of which cryptocurrencies to buy, storage reporting, and keeping track of this fast-moving market. A Kiwi company providing a familiar way to invest in crypto through shares. Think of them as the smart way to invest. Find out more, visit crossgatecapital.co.nz. The PDS is available at crossgatecapital.co.nz and on request. Crossgate Capital Limited is the issuer of the product.
SENZ and coverage of the first of 2 test matches between New Zealand and India. India getting themselves into what they hope and believe is a winning position. They lead by 247. They are 198 for the loss of 7 wickets. Seems so long ago now that New Zealand had India reeling at 51 for 5. Credit where it is due. With a fine half century. Saha into the side for Rishabh Pant, making 40 not out, and he's on strike to Southee and defending back along the pitch. Our coverage with Resine, the Paint, Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, Big Range, Biggest Deals. You are right about Ajaz Patel. Just pulled out stats here. Yeah, 16th equal as far as most amount of wickets taken by a spin bowler. So still a reasonably small sample. He's only played 10 tests, 29 wickets, an average of 32.1. Striking at 69 balls per wicket, or technically 69.9, so 70. Southee, full, very full. Push back to the bowler who tries to grab it and throw in his follow-through, but actually juggled and lost control of the ball.
So how does that strike rate compare to everybody above him?
It's the best.
Right.
And the average is the best.
Right. So
no one has taken more than 29 test wickets as a spin bowler for New Zealand, an average less than, what's his average? 32.1. That is very telling to me that we just have not produced nor encouraged attacking spin bowlers. Southee bowls very wide of off stump, and it's driven forcefully. They've got Ajaz Patel, the man we're chatting about, at deep cover point. He fields, lobs it back. 199 for 7 now. The lead is 248.
Well, if I look at the Indian spinners in comparison, Ashwin is in his 80th test, Jadeja 57th test, Axar Patel in his, well, he's
fourth.
new.
He's in his fourth.
He's in his fourth test. So 79, well, 80, 57, 4. We've got Somerville 5, Ravindra 1, Patel 9.
Southee's going to go around the wicket now, bowling to the left-hander. He bowls a wide half volley and playing a nicely eased square drive as Patel looks handy with the bat too. Axar Patel, he's 14 not out now as the score hits 200. The 200 is up for India, 200 for the loss of 7. The lead is 249. So Axar Patel has five wicket hauls already in Test match.
Well, he's got 27 wickets at 10 runs apiece, 10 and a half apiece. But just the experience, 80, 57, 4 versus 5 tests, 1 test, 9 tests. It's incomparable.
Southee was wide of off stump, chopped away off the back foot into a gap at point. Again, Patel caught into action long, chased to his left this time. One more to the total, 201 for 7.
It reminds me a bit of a situation, and I was well aware of this, then when I got selected to play one days for New Zealand, I'd played 10 first-class games, right? And Chris Harris was selected for the same tour. He played 10 first-class games. Mark Waugh, I believe, at the time, was trying to make the Australian side, had scored 21 first-class hundreds.
Southee in again, goes very full, angling in towards the left-hander who turns it up to mid-on. There's no runners. Somerville fields. 201 for the loss of 7 wickets at the end of the over, and the lead is 250. Saha 42, Axar 14.
So the experience is incredible.
So he had more hundreds than you two had combined first-class games.
Correct. And I believe Greg Chappell might have been the same. He'd scored an awful number of centuries before he played for Australia. But then on the converse side, you see people like Southee and Bolt and how many games they've played. Our experience is packed into our top order batters and to our seam bowlers. So everybody's got something. They've got their trump cards, but they're in different places in the pack. But in this case, trumps in India is the spin suit.
Somerville to continue, bowling off spin. Wide of off stump, but just dabbing a delicate little late cut into the gully region. Easy run there for Saha. He moves to 43. It's 202 for the loss of 7. Lead 251. I guess what I'm just saying with Ajaz Patel is, but his record's very good.
Yeah,
New Zealand standards.
Yeah, absolutely.
And 10 tests. he's just got to learn his craft, but he's not going to get many at home.
No.
Not going to get many tests at home, so that's the big risk. They were great in the UAE. Just have not been on the money on this tour to date, as Somerville has driven into the cover region and there is no run. And put it this way, Axar Patel, who has five wicket hauls already in Test match cricket, that would have him second on New Zealand's list already in 4 tests.
Patelli. So,
and that you want someone to bowl someone out. That's what you and Garth were talking about.
Well, that's it.
Someone who can take wickets.
And what we've got to compare is you've got Ashwin and Jadeja, who are 2 of the most experienced and best spinners in Test cricket going around at the moment, as Somerville comes in.
One spins and bounces, but it's wide of off stump and no stroke.
You're comparing 2 seasoned campaigners who are highly effective, and then you're comparing Axar Patel, the Indian Patel, who is just on a runaway train explosion of wicket taking. Of course, the New Zealand spinners are going to struggle to compare with that.
Again, 2 wide of off stump, no stroke needed. Someone writes via text for Australia. Hi, gents, as an Aussie, we thought Warne did his shoulder would struggle, but McGill was in the wings and did a good job. Then Warney and McGrath retired, and then his message cuts out. I don't know if that's a deliberate. And here is a beauty from Somerville. That grips and turns. And Axar, trying to force off the back foot, is beaten. Well taken by Blundell. Rare bright moment for Will Somerville, is toiling hard but without success. The end of the over. Back right up after this.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
It is 5 minutes away from 11 o'clock. And an hour and 5 minutes remaining in the day's play, we would think, with the way bad light has interrupted 3 days before this one. You are with SENZ and coverage of this test series between New Zealand and India. Huge thanks to our supporters and partners, Resine Colour Shops, for expert paint and colour advice. And Big Barrel, be our mate and join Big Barrel Mates Club. Jameson's going to come back into the attack. 15 overs, 3 for 37. The lead is 251 runs. Right, we had the Petrie line at 180. What you wanted New Zealand to chase if they were to win. 200 was the danger zone.
Yep.
Jameson starts short wide of off stump, and it's cut away nicely. Patel again has to cover a lot of grass. Gets there in pretty quick time and keeps it to 1, in fact. 203 for 7. The lead is 252. What are we calling 250 plus? If 200 plus was the danger zone, what is 250 plus?
Well, it's not the
panic stations.
It's not the friend zone. That's long gone.
That's what this is. This is the friend zone.
That's right.
What we've got here.
That's it. It is hang on for dear life zone. It is, we are playing for the draw, fellas, and it doesn't really matter what they get now. It doesn't really matter. All that matters is, can we bat for the time remaining?
Jameson around the wicket, continues to Patel. He just doesn't have the same vigour and zip about him, and I actually do wonder if he's muscle heavy and sore. You're the fast bowler amongst us. This guy sat through and watched the T20.
Jamieson.
Yeah. And is the way things work in international cricket. Teams turn up for a test series, don't play any warm-up games, rock straight into it. By day 4, I know he hasn't had a massive workload as far as numbers, but you can understand if he's a little bit sore and ginger still. Or am I making excuses for a fast bowler?
No, I think... well, I don't know. I mean,
You would have broken down by now, is what you're saying?
Possibly. I mean, I never played a test match, but, he's travelled around. He's been playing a lot. He will have been bowling a lot.
He's down on pace in the spell. It is noticeable as this one's turned up towards mid-on.
There is
133. It's not too bad, 133. They're very fit, these guys. They are very fit. That said...
Oh, he's bowled. Please don't...
Yeah, no, I know.
He's bowled exceptionally well.
Fast bowling is an exercise where you're constantly stiff and sore. It is. You are constantly stiff and sore, particularly in the calves, the hamstrings, the butt, the back, the arms.
He's cut away this time from wide of off stump, but straight to backward point. Latham down to field, no run.
You might ask, where are you not stiff and sore? Stomach. You don't get stiff in the stomach.
Don't you?
No. Back, lower back, butt.
Well, you had major back problems, didn't you?
Oh, 3 stress fractures at one point, but calves get incredibly stiff and sore. Hamstrings. It's not just the bowling, it's the standing up all day as well in heat. It is an arduous task.
Jameson continues. Slower delivery, fuller of length, and turns still into the mid-on region. There will be no run. Well, let's look beyond the slow bowling conundrum, because I must admit, I've been done commentary for a few years now, and I feel like it's a Groundhog Day discussion. I feel like...
We've just got to reiterate, we're not picking on these guys in any way. They're not given the opportunities in New Zealand the same way the Indian spinners are given in India.
If anything, we're in behind them.
They're doing all right.
Are we preparing them as best as we possibly can? Jameson, once more from around the wicket, full of length, pushed into the cover region. Axar Patel looks quite handy with the bat. Did have a little chuckle when I saw the team sheets on the big screen. They had him down as a batter bowler. I knew he was a fine bowler, but he looks handy with the bat. The end of the over, it's 203 for the loss of 7. The lead is 252. More from Richard Petrie. Garth Galloway will join you. And I should probably give the lead. Well, it's up to 252. More from Richard Petrie, and then Garth Galloway's joining.
All right. So what we're doing now, we're in the phase of the game, Garth, where we're really just waiting for India to decide how many runs they need. Well, not so much how many runs they need. They want to score enough runs where they know New Zealand have no chance of winning this test match. That's the first thing they're going to be thinking. The second thing is we want to get to that position as fast enough so that we have enough overs to be able to take 10 wickets. So the question, I guess, now on everybody's mind is, what is that number? It's not so much, it's more the runs. They need to get a certain amount of runs first, Garth.
Yeah, they do. Good evening, Richard. It's drifting a little bit, isn't it? 203 for 7 it is. Saha is 44 and Axar's 14 from 45 balls. I just thought we might have seen him perhaps teeing off and starting to have a go, or Saha, just to push it along. It's hard to see exactly what the plan is now. Or perhaps India is, we see Saha picking up another run and just behind square on the offside, just guiding a ball down there. 204 for 7, but it just feels like it's drifted. And, another 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 runs isn't going to make a lot of difference, is it? It's time for them to get in and start to try and knock the top off the New Zealand batsman. Here's
certainly
Somerville bowling, and the next ball, he's onto the back foot, and that one does keep low, and it was on the line of off stump, or maybe just outside it. In the end, Axar played it safely enough. 204 for 7. And here we're just watching it again, another ball that kept low, and that one was, it's from the spinner bowling around the wicket. Somerville, the off spinner, moving it away from the left-hander. Again, Somerville has barely been able to extract any turn. That one just carries on with the arm, and it's clipped back to the bowler. 93 kilometres an hour. So pushing it through is Somerville, not really giving it a chance to turn. And I think probably fair enough, trying to be defensive and slow India down. I wonder, Richard, is... Somerville bowls again, and here this ball's flighted quite nicely in a slower ball. You just think it's 82 kilometres now, that one. You just think that India might think, well, 90 overs will be enough.
Yeah, I would have thought that. I mean, I can see New Zealand losing a sense of purpose now because what they're really doing, I think they've given up hope of bowling India out.
Somerville bowls, and this is played on the back foot. We'll just take a break and then we'll come back. The score 204 for 7.
Tradies and home service businesses. You could be saving up to 14 hours of paperwork a week with GeoNext. It's a job management app to help you create quotes, manage your schedule and jobs, send invoices, and get paid faster. All from one app. It's free to get started at trygeonext.com. Say goodbye paperwork, hello more free time. That's right, save time, save money, do heaps less paperwork. Get the job done with GeoNext and get started today for free. Go to trygeonext.com.
And Jeremy Coney's looking around for something sweet to get us through into the early hours. Last hour of the day needs a bit of sugar. I haven't got any. I can do it with fruit, some fruit crows with the blueberries. 204 for 7. Probably not as sinful as what you're looking for. 204 for 7. Well, the discussion about spin bowling has been interesting, I think. And, I've just a couple of texts that are coming in which are interesting. Here, from an Australian fan. Warney and McGrath retired and we were desperate. Somehow Lyon became a great spinner without much support from the media. As his good delivery from Jamieson and Saha goes back and plays to point. But we were talking off air before this text came in. As an Aussie, we thought when Warney did his shoulder, we'd struggle, but McGill was in the wings and did his job. McGill took...
In other words, he took over 200.
Yeah.
Did he?
208 test wickets.
Yeah. Well, it's... they've got succession, haven't they?
Yep.
And that's, again, I don't know whether New Zealand... I mean, we've got these three spinners. Do we have a leg spinner? We've got Sodhi, but he doesn't really play test cricket.
Well, do you remember that he played against England, didn't he?
Yeah.
The last one, wasn't it? In Christchurch.
Yes.
At Hagley Oval, as this ball's turned to mid-wicket. And his feature of that game was his batting.
Yes.
With Wagner, saved the game. Right. Terrific. Didn't get much of an opportunity. Would you like me to commentate that? We're watching the highlights and you're encouraging me. You want to make a fool of me.
Right.
I've done that once already.
I thought there was a chance. That's all right.
You're leading me down the garden path. I did. This is the problem.
This is a great over.
Yeah,
there's been 4 wickets and 4 balls. I know.
But it's tricky off the TV at times because I have commentated the highlights on one occasion. Got another wicket for New Zealand. Here's the ball being turned into the onside by Saha. Another run. He's 46, 205 for 7.
It's when you commentate a replay. Gosh, that looks extraordinary, like this, in the same position, just like that.
Look, there's Southey getting another wicket. He's bowling well. Yeah. Not so for New Zealand, unfortunately. They tried hard. I look back and think Jamieson bowling just 5 overs in that first session and then not coming on again after lunch. And then as soon as he did come on, he picked up a wicket with his second ball. Jamieson and Southey, the best of the bowlers. They've had to shoulder a load, these two. Around the wicket goes Jamieson, and that ball is just short of a length.
Look, I guess that New Zealand felt we're going to need 2 spinners anyway, and it was always a question: do they play the third, either a spinner? And they have in this case, and with Ravindra, and who's really a batsman who is developing his spin, or do they play someone like Mitchell, who can also be a part seamer?
Cracked away does Axar Patel. Nice shot, but he's only going to pick up one as New Zealand's field is far and wide, and it is Mitchell who's on the field who returns. So Axar getting a ball just outside the off stump and cracking it off the front foot with a square bat.
And Mitchell would have... I mean, he's played more tests, for example, than Ravindra. He's got a test 100. You could have argued that he had, he could have held his place in this side. And I'm sure that will be a talking point when they sit down to try and look at the second. Whatever happens for the remainder of the match.
Jamieson bowls, and this is an appeal for LBW, is it? No, Jamieson's just withdrawn. There might have been an inside edge. Has his pace up a bit there, 131. His first ball was 120. And have we got drinks coming onto the field? The game is really drifting. I hear three New Zealanders running on with their bags, and the Indians too, looking across and chatting to each other. But it really does feel like the game has drifted, and I can't quite understand India's strategy here. 206 for 7 is the score. So the lead 255. Saha is 46 not out. Axar is 15. And the only thing we can, is conclude, Jerry, is that they feel that, surely they don't think New Zealand can win from here. But they're feeling... I wonder if it's a reflection of Rahane's inexperience as a test captain.
He's been around a while.
Yeah, he's been
and he
around
was captain, of course, when Kohli went home in the first test of that wonderful Australian series down under just recently.
Yep.
When really India really were reduced to a third side.
Yeah.
And I think he took over at Rahane in Melbourne and got 100, if you remember. And,
absolutely.
And suddenly they discovered Punt and they discovered Siraj and these were net bowlers.
Yep.
Like that, and suddenly they've got a whole new group of players. A fantastic series to listen to as well.
Oh, well, it's interesting because, people talk about the Ashes and there is a romance and a joy with it, but I feel that the Australian-Indian series now are the ones that have got the real spice. Yeah. And, both sides, India no longer prepared to be the country cousin, if you like, and no longer prepared to be walked over by the Australians and spoken to and sledged, and they'll stand up to them. And it's I think people enjoy that.
Yeah, well, I think things have changed for India. There's no doubt about that. They take fielding seriously. They take getting fit seriously.
Yep.
They have tried through Shastri's tutelage and coaching to develop a team that can win overseas. And they've had lots of tours overseas since he's been around, trying to develop that brand of cricketer who can win and be, and is well-rounded enough that they can handle the green seamers over in England, the ones in New Zealand and so on, and take on the bounce in Australia, whereas we can see you don't get it here in India so much.
Yep.
So they're becoming just well-rounded players and getting a group of players together, quite a wide group.
Yeah, they also look, and New Zealand are like this, and obviously Australia as well, and it's the same, but they look like a group of players who want to play for Kohli and who want to be led by him, and I know he's not here at the moment, but I think Kohli, with the way that he stands up, the way that he talks to his players, he leads them with his deeds, and they look like a united team. And that hasn't always been the way with the Indian sides of the past. You talk about fielding, we always think and talk about, it just used to be a cliche, well, the sides from the subcontinent don't field very well, but that's a thing of the past, that's forgotten, and many listeners just will find that hard to believe, because they haven't seen the Indian sides of the 60s and 70s and the Pakistan teams and the Sri Lankan teams who dropped a lot of catches and weren't as good as the other sides were trying to pick it up. But they're equal, if not better now. They're terrific. So they're going to carry on. Here's Mr. Saha having his neck manipulated by a double-jointed physiotherapist. So that's what he's been struggling with. I don't know what the injury is, but for all of us who have had neck problems, not much fun. And it's a courageous innings. He's 46 from 106 balls, but things, so what we've got 50 minutes left in the day's play, or an hour if we get that far. And I'm just surprised India haven't just
pulled the plug.
Yeah.
Well, what are they? What's the overall lead at this stage? So 206 plus
255.
50, yeah.
That's enough.
And obviously 75 overs plus 15, is it, tomorrow?
Yep.
In the last hour, yes.
Yep. There's Rahane talking to Ashwin, sitting in the lazy boys, swinging backwards and forwards. Here's Somerville bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Axar. So, again, this just sums up the strangeness for me. Axar just letting a ball pass outside the off stump. He's 15 from 52 balls. It seems a little bit directionless, but that's okay. India are in charge. But if New Zealand play out for a draw and they're 8 or 9 down, they might reflect on this. Here's Somerville bowling again. Nice loop. And Axar's defending. Here's our friend from your mate.
Traralgon.
Your mate.
He's come back. He's with us.
The fly swallowing place. Was it?
No, that was Wagga Wagga.
Okay, you drifted. You drove it. You took us from
Traralgon. We played in Traralgon.
Yeah, but it was that prompted you to take us to Wagga Wagga.
Yes, that's
with
true.
The fly. Here around the wicket.
Fly, it sounds like a movie, doesn't it?
Well, would have been. You could probably turn
Alfred
it into
Hitchcock,
one.
The Fly, rather than
and a horror character, John Bracewell, with the black flag coming out, the gravedigger.
Yes.
And the reference to that, of course, is that many years ago, John Bracewell made a living digging graves. 206 for 7 it is, as around the wicket as Somerville drives the ball down the ground, does Axar Patel. So here's your mate from Traralgon, Richie. It hasn't reached the quotes, so you're telling me there's a chance, end of quotes, point from the movie Dumb and Dumber, so I'm calling it anything under 310 lead New Zealand win. So you're still in the game, Richie. Put the house on it. Put the shed on it. You're in the shed.
The shed.
Put the shed on it. I dare you. 207 for 7 it is.
Is that his nickname, Richie the Shed?
Yeah, I don't know. Onto the back foot is the right-hander, clipping a ball away. Saha getting towards a very well-earned 50 if he gets there. 208 for 7. Surely they're not hanging on for that milestone. The lead 257 runs, and you've got a 2.83333 recurring.
We have. And
What does that mean?
That's I'm just dividing by 90 from tomorrow. But tomorrow's point of view, the number of runs you said, 250 something.
Right.
Like that. Yeah.
There you go. Round the wicket is Somerville, onto the back foot is Axar, plays it to mid-off.
And
just drifting. We'll take a break, Jeremy.
Yeah, sure.
Success isn't guaranteed, but sometimes it is written. Written in the pedigree as a brother to a Group 1 winning sprinter. Written in physical prowess as a $600,000 yearling. Written in performance, being able to foot it with the fastest sprinters in Australia. And written in the sire line as son of a champion sire, one of the greatest stallion success stories. Banquo, the first son of written tycoon to stand in New Zealand. Now at Waikato Stud.
You know, well, 208 for 7 it is, with Saha 47, Axar 16, and Coney employing me possibly to share some cheese with him. We've had a good time.
I think we're seeing all these viewers at the moment, aren't we, over there in Kanpur, eating away, and I just thought
very pleasant.
It does.
Actually, they're watching. There's a couple sitting, a couple of very attractive women sitting on it looks like a homemade swing, a slightly dubious
outside
frame.
the ground, would you say?
Yeah, they are up high, steering in. But you know, some of the grounds, it's all changed a bit with the height of the grounds now, but there were all those sporting grounds all around the place where people used to be able to look in. The Basin Reserve people still can from some of those places, can't they, around the side?
Yes, they can.
And at Carisbrook on the terrace, they used to call it the Scotsman's Terrace up there, and people would go up by the railway station on the road up there, and you'd go and watch a test match, rugby match. It would be sold out with 35,000 people or whatever, and there'd be 1,000 people up on quite a long way away, but up on the Scotsman's Terrace. And I think it was called that because, you know, they're a reference to Scotsman people being a little bit tight. A generalisation, of course. Not about any of our Scottish listeners. 208 for 7 it is, as the next ball's turned behind square.
They won't be listening. They'll be up there above Carisbrook.
Well, all they'll be looking at is a yard. Yes. They'll be looking for Bert Sutcliffe's ashes, eh?
Yes.
209 for 7 it is. The lead's 258 runs. I remember Carisbrook affectionately. I mean, you played there. It was a cold ground, wasn't it?
Yeah, we used to take the West Indies down there.
Yeah, that's right.
Usually, you know, before Christmas, and then the heaters would go mysteriously missing from their changing shed, and then they would come out often with 3 or 4 jerseys. You know, they'd be very large men. You know, they were large men anyway, but they could hardly bend their elbows.
The Michelin men wandering along.
Exactly.
Well, there was sawdust there, wasn't there, under the grandstand and scrum machines.
That's right.
Here's Axar Patel bowling, and it's Axar's batting, but it's New Zealand's Patel who bowls, and it's clipped down for 1. Do you remember that?
You could always tell when the OCA, the Otago Cricket Association, had a good year. They renewed the sawdust under the stand. And there was that labyrinth of changing rooms that you have to go to. And there would be Jazz Muller's jockstrap hanging on the scrum machine as you walked past, going out to bat.
210 for 7 it is. Something of Charlie Saxon's there, no doubt.
Oh, well, it may have been a few suits.
Vic Kavanagh, yeah. Vic Kavanagh. They, the smell of liniment from the last season still lingering. I used to love going and watching rugby and watching the Otago sides of the 70s. 210 for 7 it is on the back foot as Saha doesn't pick up a run. You know, there was I'm pleased I watched sport at that age in the 70s. There was a romance about it. The farmers who, Ken Bloxham and people, the late Kenny Bloxham, played for the Toko Club in Milton, would drive up. David Latter.
Togo Club?
Yeah, Toko. Toko Mariro, I think it is. Yeah, as forward is Saha driving down the ground to mid-on, one more run.
This is down the south.
Milton.
Well, those people from Traralgon, we better say that this is down.
Well, they probably speak the same language pretty well, Milton and Traralgon. But no, the people who would drive from Central Otago to practice a couple of times a week and things, and it was good. And Otago used to have such a good reputation against international sides. They'd always turn it on as, here's a ball that finally does something unexpected. Patel's bowled one and it's bounced outside the off stump over the top of Axar's cut shot. 77 overs bowled. The lead is 260. It's 211 for 7.
Yeah, that did jump, didn't it? And that's to a left-hander. There, those footmarks coming into play. You see, it's much more difficult. If you're very accurate, I think the left-handers bowling into those footmarks are going to be very awkward indeed.
Beware Latham. Jadeja's enjoying that. He's just got a bit further back in his chair.
I had an uncle who played first 5/8 for Marlborough. And he lived in a place called Ocean Bay, which is out on the outside of the Sounds, the Marlborough Sounds. And to go to practice on a Wednesday, he used to get in a rowboat and he would row down for about a couple of hours and he would row in a dinghy and he would arrive onto the beach, he'd pull up his little boat and then he would get a horse. And then he would go over the top of the Sounds with his horse, and then some guy would pick him up in his car, who was the second 5/8 or something like that. He was a first 5.
Good partnership.
And played for Marlborough,
Round the wicket is Somerville, and Saha turns the ball, can't pick up his 50th run.
They're marvellous stories, aren't they? I'm talking about the sort of the 50s and 60s at that stage. So, but the effort to go to practice, and stay overnight and then go back again the same way,
absolutely
in reverse.
Incredible. It was round the wicket.
Well, he wasn't walking in reverse, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, probably. Well, Marlborough, they won the Ranfurly Shield one year. Great year for...
the Sutherlands, Alan Sutherland.
And Brian Ford.
Dave Ford. Dave Neal.
Yeah. Brian Ford, the wing.
Yes.
Remember? Scored the try, I think.
too right.
All black, 211 for 7 it is. As around the wicket is Somerville. Well, we're talking about rugby because the cricket's a bit slow. 211 for 7 it is. Saha is 49, Axar is 17, and India just don't seem to be in any rush at all. Rahane is looking very comfortable. He's in his whites. That's the good news. And New Zealand won't mind this at all, I don't think, as Somerville bowls. And Rahane will pick up his 50. Well batted. The Indian wicket-keeper with the sore neck. Excellent piece of batting from him. 115 balls for his 51. It's 213 for 7. And the lead 262 runs, and the Indian players acknowledging the effort of Saha. His 6th 50 in Test cricket. He scored 300s as well. Not a bad substitute for Mr. Punt.
No, he's doing very well, isn't he? He's mainly played off the back foot. He's played his little pull strokes and so on. He went through a period there where he attacked Somerville particularly and hit him for 6.
Somerville's around the wicket again, floated up, and a little false shot played by Saha as he tries to turn it, gets a leading edge.
So he's played jolly well. It doesn't look as if he's a big driver of the ball. It's more workman.
Yep.
Workman-like. Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like he'd like the ball coming on and cutting and pulling a little bit too. If that were to happen, it's not going to happen here. 1 ball remaining, and then we'll take a break, and Daniel McCarty will take over with Jerry Coney. Here, if your first 5 uncle put his supper on the way home in the rowboat, here's the next ball pushed into mid-wicket. The end of the over, 213 for 7, the lead 262, Saha 51, XR 17.
Get ready for summer. The tried and true summer catalogue is out now. Featuring Cub Cadet and Lawnmaster, including the range of lawnmowers, ride-ons, robotic mowers and more. Plus, you can enjoy 0% interest and 0 payments for 18 months through participating dealerships. T's and C's apply. Offer ends 31st of Jan 2022. Steelfort, your only New Zealand owned outdoor power and garden specialist. Visit steelfort.co.nz to find your local dealer.
SENZ and coverage of the Test Series between India and New Zealand with Resine, the Paint, Kiwis Trust and Big Barrel. Big range, biggest deals. 213 for 7. India lead by 262. If the day goes like the 3 previous, we've got about 30, 35 minutes still of play to go. So, declaration tonight. You might see some attacking strokes, possibly, as Patel starting a new over. Line of off stump, and it's chopped away through cover point. Lobbed back in by Ravindra, 214 for 7, as Axar Patel goes to 18 off 59. Jeremy Coney is alongside me. I have so many questions about your uncle. I have a lot of questions.
Really?
The rowboat.
What, just...
Gets to land and then gets on a horse. What, he just kept his horse there all the time?
No, I think that was again another mate of his who would leave the horse there from in the morning.
Paddle sweep from outside of off stump by Sahara, another run taken, 215 for 7. And then he would ride over the hills and leave the horse.
Yes,
correct. For his mate to collect.
There to be picked. Yes, and then the car, someone in a car. The cars were very important at those stages. You maybe not be able to play rugby, but if you had your car, you were in the team. Because you took everybody round and you picked them up and dropped them off. So, otherwise you arrived as a possum.
Well, here we go. Here's a big stroke from Axar Patel over mid-wicket, launching high, long, and for 6. From around the wicket, Ajaz Patel bowling into leg stump. Couple of strides down. Big hit. Perhaps now the accelerator will be pushed. 212 for 7. The lead is 270.
Well, in a way, these aren't runs really that are going to affect New Zealand, are they, Daniel? Because, we've really been talking about, 220 as being something that New Zealand would really have to work hard to get. But this is just time being used. Now, maybe India will just wrap it up anyway. We don't know. But if they don't, these are quite important exchanges at the moment. The time that's being used. You'd think, wouldn't you? So there's going to be about half an hour to go. So just less than that, the 10-minute change.
$2-2-1 for 7. It's the 79th over. New ball available too very shortly. Maybe want to maximise these 9 balls. No.
Who's going to take it?
Patel leans forward and squishes the ball. It's right on top. Ishant Sharma's padded up, ready to go, biting the nails. He's keen to not take too many quick singles, I'm sure. He comes forward. Once more, Axar Patel in defending. There is no run.
It's like the final of the World Test Championship. That there's a 6th day. We haven't heard about it yet, but there was 6 days there. Maybe they feel Oh, we've got just a couple of days to go yet.
This one spins from outside of off stump, striking the pad, but outside of the line, despite Patel's best effort to convince the umpire with a loud appeal. Granted, with the nature of these umpires, I don't blame appealing at every opportunity. You might get a little bit lucky, Jeremy. That is the end of the over. 221 for the loss of 7. Well, we may have to defer to their expertise playing at home, Jeremy. They've won a lot of tests at home.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think when they beat New Zealand in 2016 at this ground, New Zealand out in 87.1 overs. And 87 overs. Right. New Zealand made, I think, 236.
260? 230? Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
236 they made in 87.3 overs.
Right, so Williamson would have been playing at that time.
He was. So too Latham, Taylor.
Right.
And they're the only two names who are back. It was Guptill, Latham, Williamson, Taylor, Ronke, Santner, Watling, Craig, Sodhi.
That's right.
Bolt and Wagner.
Ronke got 80, didn't he? Something like that. One of the innings in that match.
He played quite well, didn't he?
He's here again, of course, the batting coach now.
Yeah, New Zealand was set 434 on that occasion. And were 93 for 4 at stumps on day 4.
Okay,
so
well,
it was wrapped up in the middle session on day number 5.
They've got to get on with it then, don't they? Only 270 here.
Somerville started the new over. Here's a little paddle sweep. Nicely deflected down towards long leg, but just for a run despite the celebrations of the Indian fans. 222 for the loss of 7. Only a few comments online, Jeremy. A lot of New Zealanders a bit grumpy with the horns. How dare the fans turn up and have fun?
Are they a little bit like the Vuvuzela or something like that, you know, from South Africa?
I do remember that particularly well.
Yeah.
It was incredibly frustrating. Very similar. The lead is 271. Somerville has a slip now as he bowls to the left-hander Axar Patel, who hits strongly down the ground, but there is a long on in position. He's really starting to open up. Axar is 25, 223 for the loss of 7. Balls remaining in the over, and that will hit the 80 over mark, and there will be a new ball available. That's an interesting sight. One, Ravi Ashwin has got the whites on and he's putting on the boots, Jeremy.
Yes, that's
turned
that's
around
a
the
sign.
corner, there's no run.
And it looks maybe like half past, who knows? I would have thought that a spinner may well open the bowling at one end. Whether it's Ashwin, the man you saw with his white socks on.
Saha plays a delicate late cut but can't beat the short third man. Well, it was Ravi Ashwin who opened the bowling in that test we just mentioned in 2016 in the second innings.
Who were the other spinners playing in that match for India?
Oh, they had
people like a leg spinner.
Saha with a slog sweep. He drags it very square. He's got one. Will they come back for a second? No, they will not, because Young fires it in. Low to the keeper, so just one more to the total. 224 for the loss of 7. They had Jadeja, Ashwin.
Yes.
They played 2 quicks in Umesh Yadav and Mohammad Shami.
Yes.
And they loaded up heavily on batsmen. They had 6 specialist batsmen. Jadeja at 7, Ashwin 8, Saha, Shami and Udaf. So only Yadav rather, so 4 specialist bowlers.
Okay, and no other half bowler either.
While Murali Vijay bowled 2 overs. He opened the batting. Back onto his stumps. Axar Patel goes and punches through cover. Another run, 225 for the loss of 7. 87.3 overs. Well, 69.3 of them were bowled by Ravi Jadeja and Ravi Ashwin. So there weren't too many bowling changes required. The end of the over, 225 for 7. The lead is 274.
Being at the greatest events on the sporting calendar is what makes sports fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in New Zealand, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. All Blacks, horse racing, cricket, NRL, Super Rugby and more. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment, making memories. Search Ballpark Entertainment on the SENZ website.
SENZ coverage of the Test Series between New Zealand and India with Razeen Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. Also Big Barrel, be our mate and join the Big Barrel Mates Club. Big Barrel Mates Club. Here's my big barreling mate, Richard Petrie, alongside me. 225 for the loss of 7. Second new ball is now due. Tim Southey is coming into the attack. I have not seen a signal from the umpire the new ball has taken. You would think it will be. Evening, Richard.
Evening. Well, this is going deeper than we thought, isn't it? Deeper. I guess there was a long period of time we were hoping New Zealand were going to be able to bowl India out.
Sorry, Coney's entertaining himself by bowling, I think, a few autumn leaves with an apple.
Yeah, I don't know he would knock anyone over, even at his zenith. Not on this ground. But man, after 3 days of looking tough, it's looking easy, isn't it, at the moment?
Southey, bowling to Axar Patel, is trying to muscle him over mid-on. Hitting the ball on the up, but dribbling out towards long on. Gets a run, 226 for the loss of 7. The lead, 275. It's well past the Petrie line. 180. And what we mean by that, if you're just tuning in, a number which Petrie thought was around 50-50 for New Zealand to chase. 200 and above the danger zone. Only 2 visiting sides have ever chased more than 200 in India in the 4th innings. Now the lead is 275. Southey over the wicket to Saha. It's the nice new pill at the top of the bounce and motors out towards extra cover boundary, and despite the best efforts of Ajaz Patel, he can't flick it back in the field of play. That's the beauty of the new ball. It comes on quicker. It leaves the middle of the bat even faster and across this outfield. Another 4 to Saha, who's 58. 230 for 7.
Oh, is that the new ball? It doesn't look... No, that's not the new ball.
No, it's not the new ball. Right, so it was only available. I'll take that back. That's even a better shot.
Well, it is. Yeah. That's right, because it did come onto the bat and off the bat at quite a good pace. So it did look like it was a new ball the way it came on, but...
Southey drags the link back, but tucks into the onside through square leg. Saha's got 1. There's hesitation as they think about a second, but Nichols is quick. Saha to 59 off 124 balls. The lead 280. 2-3-1 for the loss of 7.
Well, I mean, it's surely enough of a lead that New Zealand aren't going to knock this off, you would have thought. I don't know what... I'm always trying to think, what are the captain thinking? I mean, I think they have enough runs. I think they would think they had enough runs. All they're doing now is eating into the overs. I would have thought they need as many overs as they can to bowl New Zealand out. Maybe they don't think they need that many overs. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. I think it's certainly possible to bat a day albeit the last day, but I mean, it doesn't look overly fierce from the wicket at the moment.
The field is spread far and wide as Southey goes around the wicket. Back of a length, and it's tucked away through mid-wicket, so it's bunt and run type stuff now with the field spread protecting the boundary rope. 232 for the loss of 7. Light is the key factor right now. There's still 15.2 overs remaining in the day.
Right. Quite a lot.
About an hour.
15.2 overs. So maybe they'll say we want, if they're going to put them in tonight, maybe they'll say we want 10 overs at New Zealand. Try and get them 2 down.
Driving on the up, but not betting extra cover is Saha. Southey just rolling the fingers over that one. Off cutter. I haven't seen a high shot. Are the lights on? So lights have been on previous days. Maybe it's just a little bit clearer and lighter, which we don't get a great sense of. Commentating from a studio in Wellington off a screen.
No.
But of course, you know, these cameras these days used for these broadcasts always do make it a little bit lighter than it is inside the stadium. As Saha rather awkwardly flicking through forward of square leg. He was walking into the stroke. He's got 1. They'll come back for 2. The throw is not in time. Southey looks very frustrated as he collects and smashes the stumps. Then very neatly catches the flying bail.
Yeah.
Mr.
Well, you might as well
Mr. Miyagi, like 234 for the loss of 7 at the end of the over. The lead is 283. Saha 61. Axar Patel is 28.
I say you might as well smash the stumps, slow it down, make the umpire run in, refix them, chew up some time. It looks like, okay, here we go.
Ishant Sharma's taking his pads off.
It's, you've stolen my thunder there. Like my wife who tells the punchline. Yeah, Ishant Sharma.
What, you need better jokes if that was your punchline. And here we go, Richard. The declaration has been made. They are coming in. And this is a really good effort from India. Let's not ignore they were 51 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely.
51 for 5. New Zealand roared out of the gate to start day number 4. 14 for 1. Then 51 for the loss of 5. And optimistic New Zealand cricket fans were thinking, here we go, we're right in this. And they were. But the thorn in their side throughout this test has been Suresh Iyer, who made 65 and 2 telling partnerships. He combined firstly with Ravi Ashwin, taking the score from 51 for the loss of 5 through to 103 when Ashwin played on and went for 32. And then Iyer found Saha, and those two put on 64. The fall of the 7th wicket coming at the last ball of the second session. And then once more, sound partnership between Axar Patel and Saha, advancing the total from 167 for 7 at tea through to 234 for the loss of 7. As the innings comes to a close, India declaring 81 overs bowled, 234 for the loss of 7. Agarwal 17, Shubman Gill 1, Pujara 22, Rahane 4, Iyer 65, Jadeja no score, Ashwin 32. Those were the men out. Saha 61 not out. He returns to the side with Rishabh Pant being rested. A great knock. Guy who sat out yesterday with a stiff neck. Worked magic on him, I guess. And he scored 61 off 126 balls, 4 fours and 1 6. Well, Axar Patel, after a 5-wicket haul in the previous innings with the ball, he's finished with a nice little 28 not out of 67 with 2 fours and 1 6. 81 overs bowled. The bowling figures for New Zealand. Southey 22 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 75. Kyle Jamieson 17 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 40. Ajaz Patel 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 wicket for 60. Rachin Ravindra 9 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 17. And Will Somerville 16 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 38. So with the score being declared at 234 for 7 and the innings closed, New Zealand trail by 283 runs. The target 284 runs for victory. It's at theoretically about 12 overs remaining in the day's play. Light permitting. The lights are on. I have finally seen a high shot. Seen a couple of the Indian support team out there. Rahul Dravid and our masked assistant almost get run over by the roller. And that's always a good idea to get out of the way. But Richard, great fight back from India as they were sort of teetering on the edge of losing control of the game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're in danger of being bowled out for maybe 180, 200 at 51 for 5. They've then turned around somehow when everybody was struggling. Mind you, they were struggling against the seam bowling of what are their names? Southey and Jamieson, who bowled pretty well early on. Spinners didn't seem to trouble them too much. It was really going to come down to Southey and Jamieson to knock over the team. But they ended up getting through that. Once they got through 51 for 5, they scored 183 for 2 to take the score to 234 for 7 and really set India up into a situation where they're the only ones that can win this game. The only question will be, can they bowl New Zealand out? I think they probably backed themselves based on the way their spinners bowled in the first innings. It went early on in the innings where the New Zealand opening batters were treating them with a lot of respect, but not fair, to all of a sudden, once they'd got through past Williamson, all of a sudden it was like they were bowling hand grenades. And we thought, okay, well, you don't really know what's happening until you've seen the New Zealand spinners bowl. How good are these guys? And the New Zealand spinners look pretty ineffective on the same surface. And I kind of expect that the Indian spinners will come out again in the second innings and do pretty much what they did in the first, or certainly in terms of the turn and the bounce and the variable bounce. And they will be very, very challenging on the fourth innings in a way that our spinners weren't. So I guess the big talking point is just how good these Indian spinners are. That's probably the best way to put it.
And I'm sure they're focused on the second half of that bowling effort against New Zealand. New Zealand 151, remember, without loss. 151 without loss. Then lost all 10 wickets for another 145. That's probably what they'll be focusing on. We will take a break. You are with SENZ in coverage of the Test series between New Zealand and India. 284 is the target. Stay with us. Perhaps some late drama on day number 4. Our coverage with Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. After the break, Richard Petrie will stay on. He'll be joined by Garth Galloway.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Mount Gay Eclipse or Jägermeister 1 litre or Tito's Vodka 750ml, $46.99. Jack Daniels 1 litre or Hayman's or Woodford Reserve Bourbon 700ml, $49.99. Jim Beam White Label 1.125 litre, $39.99.
Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals. Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Product.
And welcome back to Kanpur, where we're just in between innings, and India having decided to bat on and on and on and on. And, as Daniel McCarty said, you've got to give them some credit. They're the home team. They have an incredibly good record there. But just the impression is they did bat on for a long, long time. As you've heard Daniel and Richard Petrie talking about, New Zealand were cock-a-hoop at one stage, 51 for, as pictures just disappeared here in front of me, so 51 for 5 they had India, and then all of a sudden, or over a period of time, we saw Iyer, who's made a real nuisance of himself, 105 in the first innings, 65 from 125 balls this time round. And Ashwin, never to be underestimated, a pest for New Zealand in this test. Ashwin, a competitor an honest cricketer, 32 from 62 balls, and then a very good contribution indeed from Saha, 61 from 126 balls, and Patel, 28 from 67. A long, hard slog really for the New Zealanders in the field today. Tim Southee, 22 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 75. Carl Jamieson, 70 over 6 maidens, 3 for 40. And I suppose a talking point there, Jamieson, you would have heard us talking about him. Only bowling 5 overs in the morning session, which seemed curious. And then after lunch, they opened up with Southee and with Ravindra. Again, Jamieson not used, and of course when he did come on, he picked up a wicket with his second ball. Patel, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 60. He toiled away, tried hard, and did pick up a wicket. Ravindra, 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17. He was tight, but never really looked like getting through the defences of the Indian batsmen. And then Will Somerville, 16 overs, 2 maidens, none for 38. So 12 overs remaining in theory, although as we've seen in the last 3 days, we suspect that play is probably likely to end early with light issues. It's very hard to tell from the TV monitor. It's looked quite nice really on each of the 3 days, but that just serves to defy us. We just couldn't tell, and obviously the umpires on those 3 occasions deciding that the conditions not good enough. So Richard Petrie is with me, and Richard, just an awkward, nasty little period for the New Zealand opening batsman to get through, and obviously absolutely vital that New Zealand do not lose a wicket this evening.
Yeah, absolutely, Garth. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be interesting to see what India open the bowling with. They often will open with a spinner. I think they do that today. Well, actually, as we say that, we're looking at Latham take guard, and directly behind him, in line with the stumps, is the keeper, which implies that Ravi Ashwin is probably going to open the bowling. So India going to go straight in for the juggler with their spin bowling, and it is Ravi Ashwin opening up. So they're going to give him a chance to bowl with a new ball. While it's a bit hard, it'll get a bit of extra bounce, and New Zealand are underway.
Round the wicket he goes to Latham, who comes forward and defends, and not surprisingly, men all round the bat with a man at second slip, leg gully, short leg and silly point, and then a fieldsman at extra cover and a straightish mid-wicket. So Latham, not many scoring options there, and appeal for LBW already, and surely that was going down the leg side. And in fact, Ashwin, we've just seen as he just gets his hand and brushes his other hand with his fingernails to indicate an edge.
Yeah, it was probably going down leg side as well anyway, but you won't die wondering with Ashwin. He's in on everything. There was an inside edge.
Bowls again, and Latham comes forward, pushes into the offside. So it is a difficult spell for these openers. They've been in the field for a long time, almost, most of today, a little bit of time last night as India made their way through to 14 for 1. And we're just watching Ashwin again. He'll get that extra bounce, and he bowls. He's right on the money with his line and length. Again, Latham is coming forward and playing the ball back down the pitch to the right arm off spinner. 93, 87, 91 and 87. Those are the speeds of the first 4 deliveries. So again, we talked in the first innings about how these Indian spinners hone themselves into getting the right speed, the optimal speed that they want to be bowling at to maximise the dip in the air and turn off the pitch. We haven't seen Ashwin turn one yet, and it wouldn't really expect to necessarily with the new ball, as that one just skids on a little bit to Latham, and again he negotiates it safely enough off the front foot. We'll take a break after this ball, and then we'll be back with New Zealand's efforts at survival. Surely can't win the test, notwithstanding the bet from our friend with the shed in Victoria. 1 without loss it is, as we see Latham picking up the first run, turning the ball square of the wicket for 1. And we'll be back shortly after the break. 1 without loss.
Go over the fence with Gold Pine. Paul Toneycliffe, a dog trainer in Canterbury, needed a custom-built shed that could cater for dogs of different sizes. With the help of Gold Pine, the building process was really straightforward. He was able to pick the colour of the exterior and the doors too. He reckons he couldn't have got a better building to withstand the Canterbury Nor'wester. Cheers, Paul. Over the Fence. Brought to you by Gold Pine, your outdoor timber specialists. Call 0800 2 Gold Pine.
One over bowled as New Zealand looking really to fight for the draw here in Kanpur. It's going to be Axar Patel who will open the bowling. So off spin from one end and left arm finger spin from the media end. Axar Patel, this incredibly impressive start to his Test career. Five wickets bags in just his fourth Test, averaging around 10 per wicket. And he's going to bowl to a slightly different field with Latham on strike. A first slip who's fine. A leg gully, short leg, but no silly point. So a fieldsman at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket in a catching position. First ball is drifting down the leg side. And Latham shapes to play it, doesn't catch up with it as it goes behind square off his pad. So one without loss, the score remains. Young yet to face a ball. Latham taking a run off the last ball of the first over as here's Patel darting that ball in towards Latham's front pad. He gets plenty of applause from Saha behind the stumps, remembering that Saha didn't keep in for the bulk of the first innings for New Zealand, for India in New Zealand's first innings. Here's a ball from Patel outside the off stump, and he goes quite wide. He's bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Latham, going quite wide and obviously looking for those footmarks, trying to get one to bounce. And we haven't seen the ball. We haven't seen those being exploited at all. We saw it, you recall, listeners, on the second day when we described a few deliveries from Jadeja, just getting the ball to turn back. Here is Axar Patel bowling now, and again Latham is coming forward, and I think we're going to see a lot of that for as long as Latham is here, playing with bat and pad closely together, his head very still and in line. 2 balls remaining in the second over. Latham is 1. Young is yet to face a ball, and this ball is pitched up, and it just seems to almost start to go away with the arm a little bit, and Latham clamps down. I think he was a little bit surprised by the length of that, danger of it getting underneath his bat. 1 ball remaining in the second over, and the light looks okay at the moment. The umpires haven't got together. There's been no discussion so far about it, so who knows, we may go past midnight New Zealand time for the first time. Around the wicket is Patel now, trying a different line to Latham, and this one is sees Latham going back, and there's a bit of excitement behind the stumps as Latham just manages to get an edge on the ball. 2 overs have gone. That one a maiden from Axar Patel. It's 1 without loss, and I think those 2 overs just show us, Richard, that this is going to be a very demanding effort from the New Zealand batsman.
Oh, I'd say it's going to be a grueling marathon for New Zealand. What have we got going on here? The keeper. We've got a change of keeper. So we have Saha coming out, is it, Garth?
Yeah, that doesn't seem right. He's just batted, scored 61 not out for India, been batting for a few hours, and suddenly is unfit to keep. That just doesn't seem right. They bring on a fresh keeper now. Bizarre. Looked absolutely fine batting, and now unfit to take a part in the game. I just struggle with that.
Yes.
The new keeper all set. Well, obviously with all his pads on and ready to come on, it all looked a bit timed. 1 without loss it is. 2 overs to go, Richard.
Yeah, that's right. You've got, you wonder how Ishant Sharma and Yadev feel about this. I suppose they don't have much say in the option.
It's a ball from Ashwin, and it's the first one that turns. Outside off stump, turning in. Young plays it in front of him.
No doubt they'll get a go once the shine has been taken off the ball.
Here's an appeal for caught in a close. Ashwin's not interested. Off the pad, I think, but again, dip and spin, Richard.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. That was Will Young has played it. It's bounced. That's the benefit of a new ball. It's dipped. It's bounced. It's spun a long way, and all the fielders have gone up, as you'd imagine. and Ashwin, who, if there's any chance at all.
Next ball is played defensively by Young, just a square of the wicket on the onside.
You know it's not out if Ashwin doesn't go up. So, yeah, one mighty challenge facing the New Zealand batsman here.
Ashwin bowls and here's an outside edge as the ball stays straight, and Young will get off the mark, but not particularly convincingly. It's Ishant who's into the action. He'd much rather be bowling, but instead he's running into that nor'west gale, retrieving the ball. 2 runs to Young, 3 without loss, but again, just beaten in the air a little bit. Off the pad, actually, was it? Let's have a look. No, got an edge. Yep. So 3 without loss, 90, 82, 86, 86. The honing of the speed coming. It's a bit slower this time, and Ashwin is starting to turn the ball there. His line is not quite right as it pitches on middle and turns away from the down the leg side. Young catches up with it and plays it along the ground. 1 ball remaining in the 3rd over. And we'll take a break. Here's Ashwin bowling again, and that one keeps low, and there's an appeal for LBW, and Ashwin is confident. I think it's going down leg, but he's been given out. His Young, he looks amazed. Surely he'll review this. It's kept very low indeed. That might be the issue, but it looked like it was going down leg. That was our first reaction. Young and Latham are talking. The timer's, it's too late for the timer. It's gone. It's 0 seconds. And he's signalled time. Let's see what's going to happen, Richard. I think he's too late.
Well, it'd be a major blunder if they have gone too late. So Will Young looks to be walking off. It looks like he's been told by the umpire, no, you had 30 seconds. You didn't use that time in the 30 seconds. And you're gone. See you later. So quite staggering. And from first look at the decision, look to us, look to Garth like it was going down leg side. I'd be stunned if it was hitting. So this is a major, I think, an error. Let's have a look at the replay now.
I think it's missing leg. Yep, it's missing leg. So this is what's happened. This is what's happened, listeners. Unbelievable. Young has been hit on the pads. Ashwin's gone up imploring the umpires to give them the decision. Young has then gone down the pitch. We in the commentary box have said that's not going to hit. It's going down leg. Young and Latham have talked, and by the time Young has gone to ask for the timeout for the review, no time left. Absolutely fundamental error by the New Zealand openers. 3 for 1.
Well, it is a fundamental error. Latham should have been in there pretty quickly because he's the guy that would have seen the angle. Young would have known it felt like it's come back far too far. But Latham, the non-striker, is the one that would normally go up and say challenge it immediately. But to miss the time is almost like, I don't know, there's a big board at the ground which usually does a countdown and you can watch it counting down. So
here's Patel bowling, and Latham comes down the pitch and drives, and he has to hurry. He had to hurry. He ran on the shot. Called Somerville a night watchman through, and that was close. So New Zealand, look, it's hard for these things must get to Latham when you see something like that occurring. I haven't seen that before. And the issue is it's another terrible decision from the umpires. Really appalling piece of umpiring. Now, again, I don't suggest there's anything untoward about it. I think it's just incompetence. And you know, these umpires should not umpire Test cricket based on what we've seen today. The DRS should save it, but the batsmen have to use it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's 2 major mistakes there. One by the umpire, one by the players.
Here's Patel. That ball keeps incredibly low. Somerville comes forward and defends. Somerville obviously getting the night watchman job based on his effort in the first innings, where he spent a lot of time just coming forward and pushing the ball away. This is a very different exercise for him. 4 without loss, 4 men around the bat, 2 on the offside, 2 on the onside. Axar Patel darting the ball into his pads. 3 balls have gone, 4 for 1. Latham is 2. Somerville has yet to score. And New Zealand just in trouble. And here's a ball that bounces and turns a bit. Gee whiz. Somerville played that pretty well in the end to keep it down, but it turned. And now we're watching that replay again. DRS just ticking away. 3, 2, 1, and it hits naught, and up it goes. And the Indians, and Rahane was onto it. He ran over to the umpires and said, no, it's too late, I'm sorry, as Somerville plays into the offside again. Just unbelievable, I'm afraid. So we're going to take a break at the end of this over, and then we'll go and join Daniel McCarty in Wellington. Axar bowls and Somerville comes forward, and I must say his batting is not giving me a great deal of confidence. He's 4 for 1 it is. Looks like they're heading off the ground, does it? Yeah, we'll take a break.
Don't miss a hit with the SENZ app in your pocket wherever you are around New Zealand. Whether you're in the car, on the couch, or at the track, tune into the TAB Trackside channel on the SENZ app for the latest racing running around the country. Greyhounds, harness, gallops, you'll know exactly where you are in the running thanks to the SENZ app. Make sure you're in the finish and download the SENZ app today.
3 minutes after midnight, I've sold Garth Galloway down the river. I need to work on my signals for stumps. My hand signals for stumps, dreadful. Stumps have been called. 4 for the loss of 1. The players trudging off the field. We've bit our tongue long enough. The umpiring has just been woeful.
Yeah.
And that LBW, 2 horrendous errors. It was missing by a mile the way it spun viciously back. And I'm staggered the New Zealanders could not get their act together to call a review in time. Everyone knows the rules. Everyone knows the clock is ticking. And they sauntered down like it was Richard Petrie playing 5th grade between overs.
Exactly. But even I think it was missing leg by so far that the batsman must have known it was obviously missing leg. Latham must have known it was obviously missing. It wasn't missing by millimetres, it was missing by inches.
You're getting a replay of it now. Ravi Ashwin.
Look at the batsman. Now look at the batsman. He's looking there with completely bewildered.
So they've wandered down. They've only got together with 6 seconds to go. They've wasted 9 seconds just to meet.
1.
It's clearly late.
Over.
It's clearly late. It's clearly after the countdown. There's no denying that.
Ashwin's immediately putting his hand up and saying time's out. Do not give them the benefit of having a review here, which is quite right. It's exactly what you would be saying.
Extraordinary finish in a lot of ways. And that will leave a huge rock under the bed of the New Zealanders as they go to bed and contemplate a huge task ahead to save this game. Will Young, who was excellent in the first innings, the ball spinning, hitting flush, bottom of the pad, but clearly was going to miss the leg stump. And my Lord, if they're going to be given, there's going to be... If they're going to be given, there's going to be lots of appealing tomorrow. And I don't blame the bowlers either.
No, absolutely not.
The umpires are going to give that. So we have come to the end of the day's play. Incredible.
Well, by my count, that's number 11. Poor decision, which the technology has shown has been incorrect. Number 11 for a test match.
And I can I make 12?
Yeah.
How on earth do they allow a wicketkeeper to bat for 3 hours, score 60 odd, have 1 over, and then trot off?
Well, I don't know.
Did he miraculously hurt his neck?
Well, no, that's right. But
whilst keeping
what power,
1 over,
what power did the umpires have?
It was premeditated. The play had run on the field and then stopped and then waited to be drawn in. From what I saw,
what power did the umpire have in that situation?
Well,
you've got the laws,
you've got
and well, you take their word for it. But clearly, it was a cynical piece of using. But I don't even know why. Do they think the Barad is a better keeper?
Seems so
than Saha.
seems
In
so
which
odd.
case, why would
Why
you
did he go out?
pick him?
Why did he go out for 1 over? It just seems so odd. And I know it's probably a little point in the grand scheme of things. Let's maybe get our eye on quite a heated finish. Quite like it, Richard. Drama. Oh, and it sets us up beautifully for tomorrow. Stay with us here on SENZ.
Thanks for joining us. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Here's Shreyas Iyer.
Walking in at a very difficult time, tricky time, what were your thoughts?
Nothing. I've been in this situation before as well, but not with the Indian team. During my Ranji days, I remember I used to walk in the similar kind of situation. So my mindset was just to play the session and try to play as many balls as possible. And I wasn't thinking way ahead. I was just trying to be in the present and play every ball at a time.
Did you know that you have become the first Indian batsman to get a century and a half century in the same test match? And after that, the list ends?
Yeah, I knew about it. When I came in and I asked one of my teammates, he was like, yeah, you're the first Indian, but there have been many other players who have done it in the past, but from international teams, other teams. So, yeah, it's an achievement to cherish for, but, at the end of the day, we need to win the match, and that would be more important for me.
You walked in at 41 for 3, and you're naturally an attacking player. How do you curb those instincts?
It was really tough because, Rahul sir, he had told me that you need to play as much as possible to stay till the end. Only then we can get to a good total. And, I decided that I'm going to play as much balls as possible and see to it that we could get to a good total. And I felt that 250 odd runs, including the lead, would be really good on this wicket. And fortunately, we got more than that. So really happy with where we are right now.
You said 250 odd. Was there a chat in the side to be a little more urgent because of the losing light and maybe the way the New Zealand players batted? Could there have been a bit more urgency for the declaration, Shreyas?
See, to be honest, there wasn't much happening on the wicket, and even the first innings you saw that once the ball got old, that time the ball was staying a bit low. And that's what we had discussed. We need to get to a competitive total, and at the end of the day today we got to 275 or 280, I guess, and I feel that it's a really good total to defend on the last day, and we've got spin power, so we got to back our spinners and see to it that we get off to a good end.
Thanks for the chat, really well played, and hopefully you boys can get the job done tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Really well batted, Shreyas Iyer.
Shreyas Iyer, he has been excellent. Superb effort, 100 in the first innings and a half century in the second, and when his side really needed it, teetering at 51 for the loss of 5. Brilliant effort by him, and then the bonus for India late on, a diabolical decision, giving Young out LBW, but pouring vinegar into that wound. The two New Zealanders too slow in reviewing. Incredible way to finish the day's play. After this break, I'll give you the full scorecard. Still reaction from Jeremy Coney and Richard Petrie to come before we depart in about 16 minutes' time. Stay with us.
Christmas is on its way, and Copeland's have the hard work completed, so you can kick back, relax, and enjoy a hassle-free holiday season. Whether it's a personal present or a corporate gift, Copeland's have the right hamper for you. Send a Christmas food hamper with the best New Zealand bakery goodies, beautifully presented for a blissful holiday season. So shop online now at copelands.co.nz and get ready for a magical Christmas with Copeland's. Head to copelands.co.nz.
Is the issuer of the product.
10 minutes after 12 o'clock, this is SENZ and coverage of the New Zealand-Indian Test Series. Drama late on day number 4. Our coverage with Big Barrel. Be our mate and join the Big Barrel Mates Club, and Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. India started the day at 14 for the loss of 1 with Pujara on 9 and Agarwal on 4. Their full scorecard reads, as he hurriedly brings it up, Shubman Gill gone for 1. Pujara got to 22 before he departed. Agarwal made 17. Rahane made 4. Shreyas Iyer, who you heard from just before, 65 he made. Jadeja gone without scoring. Ravi Ashwin 32. Saha 61 not out, and Axar Patel 28 not out. 4 extras, 234 for 7 was the score of 81 overs. Southey 3 for 75, 3 for 40 for Jameson and 1 for 60 for Patel, the wicket takers. That set New Zealand a target of 284 for victory, and they've already lost 1 wicket. Will Young wrongfully adjudged LBW by the umpire. The umpire, I think, on this occasion was umpire Menon. Need to get that right. And New Zealand, wanted to review. They asked for a review too late. The time had elapsed. Extraordinary finish. Will Somerville, the night watchman, came out, survived 5 balls. Tom Latham is not out on 2. So New Zealand are 4 for the loss of 1. They need 280 for victory on the final day. Probably need to bat out the whole day to save the test match in a more likely scenario. After this break, we'll review the day's play and where this test match sits with our experts, Jeremy Coney and Richard Petrie, up next.
Read the label, take as directed. Sleep Drops Auckland.
Struggling to get proper shut-eye? Sleep Drops are New Zealand's only specialist range of sleep and stress support supplements. Sleep Drops products offer 100% natural support if you're having problems falling asleep, staying asleep, or experiencing tiredness and stress throughout the day. Award-winning products for all ages, lifestyle stages, and sleeping challenges. Try New Zealand's #1 selling sleep range. Visit sleepdrops.co.nz.
The 21-22 Super Smash returns to Spark Sport this summer. With 64 matches, Spark Sport is your home for Super Smash. With 6 games a week, live and on demand. Catch every ball, every wicket, every 6, all summer long. Featuring 6 regions, 12 teams, and some of New Zealand's most exciting young cricket talent, you won't want to miss the action-packed season of cricket. Sign up now at sparksport.co.nz. As you navigate your way through the SENZ app, click on TAB Trackside TV. It's where you can check out all things New Zealand chasing, pacing and racing. Plus on TAB Trackside TV, you can watch all New Zealand racing and races from around the world. Just go to SEN TV or your Today screen to start watching now. TAB Trackside TV. It's off and racing on the SENZ app. Your one-stop app for all sport, audio, video and catch-up. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Bombay Sapphire or Tanqueray Gin, 1 litre, $44.99. Famous Grouse Whiskey, 1 litre, $39.99. And Bardenay or Le Cuvier Brandy, 1 litre, $37.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Fertmax NZ promotes, sells and supports the use of NZ-made UAN nitrogen and sulphur blends and have done for over 20 years. The nitrogen-efficient blends grow the grass farmers need, keep you under your nitrogen cap or saving you money on your nitrogen spend. Working throughout the country, Fertmax's hands-on business approach means they work with farmers to ensure their success. For more information, call Fertmax on 0800 337 844. Fertmax, where experience counts.
The land of the long white cloud, home of thoroughbred champions and the Karaka experience. Karaka's iconic sales has for years unearthed the next generation of racing royalty. From blue blood thoroughbreds to other exceptional types, international buyers converge on Karaka each summer, seeking their next champion. Let New Zealand bloodstock open the door to Karaka and experience the passion and expertise of New Zealand's top breeders. The journey begins at Karaka, nzb.co.nz.
Treat your horse like royalty with Majestic Horse Floats. Since 1938, Majestic Horse Floats have grown to be the largest equine transport company in New Zealand. With fully staffed and equipped depots in Auckland, Bulls, Christchurch and Invercargill, Majestic have your horse transport needs covered across the country. So give your horse the royal treatment. Call 0800 435 6287 or visit majesticfloats.co.nz. Majestic Horse Floats, proud to support the New Zealand racing industry.
For over 24 years, Generation Homes have been making building easy with a fixed price guarantee. They're building homes for every generation, the younger generation, the older generation, the next generation, and generations to come. They pride themselves on offering a fixed price guarantee so you can have certainty around the cost of your new home build. Talk to their sales consultants today. They're ready to discuss your new home plans. Discover more, generation.co.nz or text generation to 3001.
You're listening to Test Cricket, New Zealand versus India on SENZ.
With Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, and with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates.
16 after 12 o'clock, our last act of the day is to review the day's play in association with Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. Jeremy Coney's with me, Richard Petrie alongside me. I'll go to you, Peaches. How do you sum up the last act of the theatre today?
Well, it was a Shakespearean tragedy for Will Young, that's for sure. Very disappointing situation for New Zealand. They'll be gutted with that because the umpire has made an absolute shocker. A ball's pitched outside off stump, quite wide, spun sharply. To the naked eye, it looks like it's missing leg stump by about three inches. Will Young lifts his head with disbelief that the umpire has given it out. Disbelief. Stands there dazed and confused as to why an umpire would do that. In the end, finally saunters down towards Latham, who is not really being particularly proactive either. They meet with 6 seconds to go, have a little chat about it, in which case they yes, they do the T signal. By this stage, it's too late. So incompetence by the umpire, but also incompetence. This technology is there to protect the players from shockers.
Yeah.
Right? The umpires,
right. You're right.
The umpires are going to make mistakes, and in this test we've seen they're two local umpires, and their propensity for making howlers comes at a reasonably regular rate. We're up to about number 12 where their decisions are wrong. But that's it. That's why you've got the technology, and Latham and Will Young have blown it as a team. We can lump it on both of them. They've blown it as a team, left it outside the allotted time period. And what New Zealand have done in the process of that incompetence, it's incompetent umpiring, but it's also incompetence by them, what they have done is blown 50% of the experience. There were only 2 guys that mastered that first innings, Will Young and Latham, and they were at the crease for a long time. They invested a lot of learning into themselves to get there. They put on a huge opening stand. They both looked comfortable. They both tamed the bowlers, all of the bowlers. It wasn't always easy, but in the end, they took control. Now, one of those guys, 50% of that experience that they have invested up has gone needlessly.
Yeah. Strange ending, Jeremy. Strange ending to a day. Let's not forget, Jeremy, and I'd love to get your thoughts overall, a day that started so positively for the visitors.
Yeah, that's right, Daniel. 4 wickets in that first session, and that's what New Zealand needed. And at that stage, at 84 for 5, the overall lead about 130. New Zealand were sort of back in the game, weren't they? That they could maybe, in the second session, finish the Indian side off. And then at an outside chance, but, to maybe chase something down. Who knows? That wasn't to be. India got out of it and slowly poured pressure on the New Zealanders. I think there was a feeling by the third session that India had been conservative in their declaration and somewhat dilatory about it as well, and that they had thrown the game partially back with a sort of a slight chance for New Zealand to hang on. Would have been difficult, might have been difficult, could still be difficult, we don't know. But then what happened, as you've just described, I can't really add a great deal to what you guys have said. We've seen 2 fried brains, really. Now, whether that's just the whole effect of the day being out there, I don't know. First of all, of course, the umpire has been influenced by an appeal. The intensity of the appeal, he got caught up in that when it was clearly going to miss the stumps. And then secondly, the New Zealanders slow to get started to make the decision, and getting down there was slow. They've only got 15 seconds once the decision has been made. And then they were very slow to make the decision. And not even that, not even the selfishness of a player to watch your own dismissal, that's like committing suicide. To not trust that in yourself, that you have not even watched the clock counting down, that's very hard to understand. It's hard enough to play in India anyway without doing that. And there's a man, as you say, has had 214 balls in the first innings to face, has outlasted that and scored 89 runs, and he's gone now. So 2 pieces of cricket madness, actually, compounded. But New Zealand, it was their fault in the end. I'm sorry to say. It's unforgivable, but there you are. It's been done.
Jeremy, it was interesting hearing Suresh Iyer talk in the post-play interview, describe, I didn't think there was much there in the wicket. That's why they wanted to go beyond 250 and set this target. Well, it looked like a little bit in the wicket when Ravi Ashwin bowled. He's already getting some to grip and turn.
Well, it just highlights, as we have been saying, it's very obvious to those people who have played a bit of cricket, watched a bit of cricket, know the game a little, even a little bit, to know there's a vast difference between the spinning ranks between the two sides. So to say that the pitch wasn't doing much, yeah, it wasn't doing much actually, but it was being used by some pretty inexperienced and unused to playing Test cricket in the recent months. So, yeah, that's all you could really say. And we knew that it was going to be much more severe, the spinners, asking lots more questions and interrogation.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, what intent do you show? Is it all survivors? Is it block, Richard? Would you actually, in your mind, try to tell yourself with your first meeting, I don't know if they meet tonight before they go, that they've got to think that 280 is achievable?
Oh, I don't think 280 is achievable at all. No, I don't think they'll be thinking that. Jeremy may think differently. I don't think that's even on the cards. I think the only thing they'll be thinking is how do we bat 3 sessions? And in terms of intent, it'll come down between every single batsman will need to come up with their own plan. If you're a player that needs to be scoring and have that positive intent, then that's what you go out and do. But if you're a player who just needs to stay in, that's fine as well. It really doesn't matter. Whatever works for you, but you've got to have your own plan. There's no point the coach going to the players, all of the players, and saying you all have to go out there with intent, because that would be foolish. Not all of them need to do that. They all have their own way of doing this job, and they're all going to have to come up with their own plan for doing their job. And not all of them are going to work, right? We know that for a fact. But the top of the innings, you've got Latham, you've got Williamson, you've got Taylor, you've got Nichols. They're going to have to do 70% of it. Blundell, we know, can bat. We know Ravindra can bat, but they're inexperienced. We know Jamieson can bat. They can bat if they're within sniffing distance of the finish line, but those top order that I mentioned, down to about Nichols, they have got to get them within sight of the finishing line for these guys to hang on.
Jerry, we've got about 30, 40 seconds. Anything you'd like to add?
Sure. No, not really. I think that sort of covers it, yes. The bulk of the work has to be done by people who have got the defensive qualities. And if you get a loose ball as they try to bowl you out, yes, you might pick off a few runs.
Well, stay with us. It's going to be an exciting conclusion to this test match. It is going down to the 5th and final day. We will have ball-by-ball coverage right here on SENZ from 5 o'clock later today in association with Brazine, the Paint, Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, Big Range, Biggest Deals. New Zealand 4 for the loss of 1 at Stumps. They've lost Will Young, LBW for 2. When it resumes later today, Latham on 2, Somerville on 0, chasing 284 for victory. We look forward to your company a little bit later today. On behalf of the commentary team, I wish you a very good evening and catch you again for the start of day number 5 here on SENZ.
Nelson here. If you're in Taranaki, you can listen to us on 97.2 FM or download the SENZ app and hear us anywhere, anytime.
Escape the everyday at Millbrook Resort. Offering a vast range of resort activities for your next Queenstown holiday, Millbrook Resort boasts a variety of experiences for everyone to enjoy. Explore 2 of the most beautiful 18-hole golf courses in the world, home of the New Zealand Open and set in a natural alpine amphitheatre. Opening to the public on January 3rd, 2022. They are a feast for the senses and a golfer's paradise. Visit millbrook.co.nz.
G'day, Adam Gilchrist here. I used to love playing against New Zealand. They'd always step up. Stephen Fleming, Baz McCullum, all those boys. Marcus Stoinis, Ash Barty, the world #1 tennis player, Jamie Dwyer, Kathy Freeman, if you don't mind, Kate Campbell, Mark Leishman, Colin Funky Miller. I reckon he got 10 wickets in a test against New Zealand. There's a stack more. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the In Focus with Adam Gilchrist podcast. It's on the SENZ app.
Read the label, take as directed, Sleep Drops Auckland.
Athlete sleep studies prove that high-quality sleep improves results. So SENZ and Sleep Drops want to help you get winning sleep. Join Grant Elliott and Daniel McCarty on the Saturday session and text your suggestions for the Sleep Drops Performance of the Week to 8833. Each week, Grant and Daniel will give away the ultimate sleep pack with the Sleep Drops for Adults 50ml and Essential Sleep and Stress Nutrient Capsules. Listen to the Saturday session and win with Sleep Drops.
Kubota's range of agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery are helping to shape and build New Zealand. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done. Visit kubota.co.nz or contact your local Kubota dealer to find out more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
For over 20 years, Generation Homes have been building homes for every generation. And with over 200 ready-to-build plans to choose from, if you've got the land, Generation Homes have got the plan. Plus, for your peace of mind, Generation Homes provide a fixed price guarantee with no hidden costs and a guaranteed move-in date. Contact one of their friendly sales consultants today and discover more about how Generation Homes makes building easy at generation.co.nz.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire those who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath is a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. It means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So, if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
Here's a very special offer from Winning Edge Investments. Dean Evans is a renowned punter and Australia's most profitable and successful horse racing tipster. His Trial Spy tip service has made well over 600 units profit for members, making it the most profitable verified bet and forget horse racing tip service in Australian history. To get a 30% ongoing discount, head to winningedgeinvestments.com, click on membership options, click on Trial Spy and enter the promo code SENZ
in capital.
3 weeks, 4 locations, 5 events, 1 overall prize. This is Crankworx Summer Series NZ. This summer, the world-famous event will be unleashed Kiwi style. Crankworx is going on the ultimate mountain bike roadie to Queenstown, Wanaka and Alexandra. See the world's best compete with a grassroots vibe at 4 destinations around New Zealand's South Island. Don't miss Crankworx Summer Series NZ. Stop 2, Queenstown, December 3rd to the 5th. Tickets and info from crankworx.com.
On SENZ, this is Racing Tales of the Turf.
Welcome into our latest Racing Tales of the Turf episode on SENZ, and you've picked an absolute doozy to tune into today. You can catch up with all of these episodes, of course, on the SENZ podcast channels and, of course, the SENZ app, which is up and running. In this edition, we're catching up with one of the most respected racing identities the industry has to offer, an out-and-out Hall of Famer, the master trainer himself, Dave O'Sullivan. Dave's resume speaks for itself, an honour roll of some of New Zealand's most famous equine athletes and a list of races conquered that would turn any racing enthusiast's head. 12 premierships in total, most with his son Paul. Over 60 Group 1 winners, a lot of which his other son Lance rode. But there's more to it than that. He grafted his way to the top, and if you ask those close to him, they'll remind you that he actually worked in a menswear store before racing. And in the early days, allegedly used to ride in the horse float to the races before biking home. So I'm sure the stories are endless, and hopefully we can hear a few of those today on Racing Tales of the Turf. Hi, Dave. How are you doing? Thanks for giving up some time to chat to us.
Good to talk to you, Louis.
Thanks so much for your time. I found it a bit hard to try and sum up all of your achievements in a minute or so. So don't worry, I haven't purposely left all of them out. But it was a pretty special career to look back on. So I'm looking forward to hearing some of your tales.
Yeah, it was an amazing story, really. We started right at the very bottom and finished up somewhere near the top, which was great.
Somewhere near the top. I love that. Still humble to this day, Dave. Can we start at the start? I feel like that's probably the most obvious place. So where did you grow up and what was the era?
Well, I was born in Opotiki and just at the time of the war. So that was just before the war, really, 1933. And I lived there right through the war, and then I shifted up. I eventually finished up in a place called Waihau, which is just out of Tiara. And I was in about standard 5 then, I think, at school. But, yeah. And I went through school at Tiara, at the convent, and then I went on to Tiara High School. And I left at 15, the end of my 3rd form, which is all unheard of today, but it was not uncommon in those days. I was really not a scholar, I would say, but so I wanted to go into a stable, but my parents wouldn't allow it, and I had a job in a men's clothing shop there for about 5 or 6 months, and but I never stopped pestering them, and eventually they let me go, and I finished up in Takanini with Mr. Norman Cunningham. He was well known for the master of Grenville Hughes. So, and I spent 7 years there with him. I stayed with him until he died.
Wow. Well, see, and that's pretty much it. It's that time, and what we've heard through these episodes, Dave, is you kind of forget how big equine culture was throughout New Zealand, wasn't it? Racing and, well, I guess horses in general at that time, they were very, very common, and it was quite frequent for people your age to want to work in stables. Is that the way did you have friends that had this similar kind of pursuits to get into the industry?
He had mostly apprentices that never trained more than about 9 or 10 horses, and he'd always have about 3 apprentices there. So that's how we were, and that we never had any what you call stable hands. We're all apprentices. But I don't think stable hands were hard to come by in those days. It appeared that everybody seemed to have plenty, but it's very different today.
Did you always have an understanding of animals, even as a youngster, before you even made it into the stable, or is that something you developed?
I would have to say I developed it. I always loved animals of all descriptions, but particularly horses. And I suppose I just developed it, and as I went through and learned all about it, it was just something that came to me from there on.
So what makes you want to be a jockey in those days? Was it your size or your riding, or was it just something you just had a craving to do?
Well, my father took me to the Tiara races when I was only a little fella, and I saw these little blokes come out to ride the horses, and I thought, God, that's what I'd like to do. And that's how it all started. So it started from there.
It's as simple as that. It's probably a bit more to do it, bit more to it, as you would have come to realise. It's not an easy job, is it, Dave?
No, it's not easy, but I just loved every second of it. As an apprentice, and it wasn't easy going in those days. We sort of had to do all our own washing and ironing and all those, to look after ourselves a bit. But I just loved every moment of it, and and I always felt from my own apprentices when I had them later on, and I had some very good ones go through my hands.
You definitely did, and that's something I want to talk to you about in mentorship. I know you're a big family man, and I'm sure it would have been a pleasure to work for you. Would you have described yourself as a natural jockey? Were you handy?
No, I couldn't describe myself as a natural, because I had to waste very, very hard to ride in the finish, and I've still finished up riding. Even at the finish, I was riding in those days 7 stone 10, which is about 48 now, and I'm not a small person, and I had to waste very, very hard to ride. And in the finish, it sort of got to me. I just couldn't do it much longer.
How long in total did you ride for? Because that is brutal, and we even see today with the bigger jockeys. I even think of just Opie and the what they put themselves through to ride. It's hard to think about, isn't it?
Yeah, well, see, those sort of guys in those days would have been very near hurdle jockeys,
Yeah.
Unless you could ride if you were riding much over 8 stone, you were struggling a wee bit. And that's why I had to keep and try and ride to about 7 stone 10 as I did. But it was always too hard.
So it was too hard, but there must have been an element of talent there, because you did win a railway handicap in 1953. I think you would have still been an apprentice at this stage. So you don't just accidentally win one of those. It sounds like there was a pretty cool story on that day at the track as well, Dave.
Yeah, I was still an apprentice when she was trained by Mr. Cunningham, and I used to ride her all the time anyway. But there was a mare called Tiawa, and she barely made 15 hands, so she wasn't very big, but she was a really tough little racehorse.
And there was a special guest in the crowd that day. I had to go back and verify this, but it was the same year that the Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip were touring New Zealand. Were they at the track that day, or have I been told a fib?
Yeah, no, they were at the track that day, and I remember I was taken down the straight after the race to sort of what was bow to them or whatever we did in those days, because they were sitting in the stands. So we were taken down so they could see the mare, and it was quite something really. I met her on 2 or 3 occasions later on in life.
Did you ever tell her that when you were an apprentice wasting extremely hard to ride in a race, she might have seen you win a railway?
No, I never got around to that. I think she was mainly interested in Horlicks after she had won the Japan Cup.
Yes, that and why wouldn't she be? Because we know Queen Elizabeth loves her racing, and Horlicks, what a magnificent mare that I'm very looking forward to hearing you talk about. And I know horses is, the love for horses really comes through with you, doesn't it, Dave? So I'm looking forward to picking your brain about a couple of the nice ones. Yeah, just quickly, still while we're on this, was it prosperous to become a trainer? I mean, when you're racing your riding career was kind of coming to an end, it was a bit hard.